Chapter 2294. In these 10 years, Lin Fei did not stay idle. Through Heaven Wasteland Domain, he learned many secrets about the sacred domain. Every matchless expert knew some things that belonged to their circle. In the eyes of outsiders, these were secrets that they would never know in their lifetime. Lin Fei had heard of the ranking that happened once every 5,000 years, but he did not pay too much attention to it. The reason for the ranking was in fact because a mysterious force had initiated it. This mysterious force, in Lin Fei's opinion, should be the Judgment Organization. Whether it was Cloud Prefecture Domain or Heaven Wasteland Domain, they were all ranked in the top 5,000 years ago. In the beginning, the rankings of the small sacred worlds weren't too exaggerated. However, after that incident, the rankings of the small sacred worlds had become unworthy of their name. They were full of exaggerations. From Yan Fei's mouth, Lin Fei knew that the mysterious Judgment Organization had disappeared for thousands of years. This time, the ranking of the top 5 forces was indeed not a small matter. The sacred domain was the combination of the 33 small saint domains. The top 5 forces were at the top and enjoyed the best resources. Lin Fei had personally seen it. Compared to them, Heaven Wasteland Domain was simply trash. There's such an existence in the secret domain of the wild sacred mountain? Lin Fei knew very little about this matter. Secret, it was definitely a secret. Song Shengtian said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Our ancestors were fortunate enough to enter. It is said that these secret domains were the lair of the top forces of the wild continent before it was destroyed." "Oh, so there's such a thing." Lin Fei nodded. Could it be that the secret domains of the wild sacred mountain have not been opened for a long time? You don't know about these secret domains? Lin Fei was more or less aware of the secret domains in the wild sacred mountain. For example, the existence of the ascetics. If they could exist, it was reasonable for the major forces to establish their lair. Song Shengtian laughed bitterly. "Your Majesty. Before the wild sacred mountain was destroyed, it was the most sacred main vein of the wild continent. There was no one else who could establish a force on the sacred mountain. Without exception, they were all incomparably tyrannical existences. After it was destroyed, no one knew its exact location. Even the ancestors did not know of the existence of the secret realm. Every secret realm is very mysterious, and the entrance is also very difficult to find. Currently, only a few top forces and first-rate forces know some of the locations. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not be too interested. However, when it came to such a big matter, it was impossible for him not to be interested. When the wild continent was still intact, there were many clans and experts. There were countless powerhouses, and it was not too difficult to break through to the unrivaled realm. Back then, it was like now. The number of first-step experts was also very limited, not to mention those that would exist in the future. Let's talk about the ranking of the small sacred realms. It did not take long for the ranking of the small saints' world to spread across the saints' world. It turned out that the 5 top forces did not suppress the news this time. Therefore, the news of the ranking had spread like wildfire. It was the first time for many people to learn about it. Apart from that, there was nothing to hide about the secret realm. The 5 top forces did not only announce some things about the secret realm. They even allowed the forces of the saints' world to enter. This shocked a large number of people. When did the 5 top forces become so kind and willing to give up such a large part of the benefits? There were different opinions in the outside world. Some were good, and some were bad. No matter what, everyone was very interested in the secret realm. It was the most sacred place before the continent was destroyed. The forces that could establish on the sacred mountain were all famous people. The prestige of the 5 top forces had reached a terrifying level. The ranking of the small saints' world was jointly promoted by the 5 top forces. No one dared to not give face to the other. Moreover, no force was willing to miss the secret realm that was involved after the ranking. Perhaps one opportunity could change the future of a force. Wealth came from danger. They had to take the risk. This had become the idea of almost all the forces, big and small. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The day of the ranking was getting closer and closer. This time, the ranking competition would be held in the Yanhuang world, one of the top 5 forces. The Yanhuang world was ranked second, and the strength of the entire Yanhuang world was unfathomable. As the controlling force of the Yanhuang world, the Ba family was extremely powerful, and everyone knew of them. On the way to the Yanhuang world, all the first and second-rate forces took the initiative to go and witness the ranking that happened once every 5,000 years. The current ranking of the small saints world was in name only. In everyone's view, after this ranking, the strength of the small saints world would become real. There would no longer be any exaggeration. This was a good thing for any small saints world. Those who were at the back would fight for the position in front. Those who were originally at the front would protect their current position no matter what. Everyone was full of energy, ready to rise to the sky in one step and rearrange the ranking. The saints world would also usher in a great change of power. Everyone knew that in the 33 small saints worlds, the most intense competition should be from 6th to 10th. The top forces would fight for it. Outsiders did not need to think about the existence of the top 5. Song Shengtian set off with his people. Lin Fei did not set off with them. Instead, he led a group of people to the Yanhuang world. The ranking involved the 33 small saints worlds. In addition, it also involved the replacement of the old and the new. After figuring out the ranking, Lin Fei had an idea. After all, this was a rare opportunity. For example, he could make a holy lord of a small saints world. There were not many rules in the ranking of the small saints worlds. At the same time, forces were allowed to fight for the right to control the small saints world. This existed in every ranking. To obtain the opportunity to control the small saints world was not an ordinary level of difficulty. After the news spread, all the major forces were moved. The opportunity to make a comeback had come. After confirming it, Lin Fei also became interested in the small saints world. Who asked him to be in dire need of origin energy? A heaven wasteland domain could obtain a lot of origin energy units, but it could not satisfy Lin Fei's needs. This was a rare opportunity, and Lin Fei did not want to give it up. No matter what, he had to fight for it. There was still a chance. These people should all be going to the Yanhuang world. Lin Fei brought a few of his subordinates along the teleportation formation of the small saints world, teleporting one by one. The 33 small saints worlds formed a saints world. From the last small saints world to the second-ranked Yanhuang world, the journey was endless. Lin Fei was now rich, and did not care about spending money. He directly used the teleportation formation to go to the small saints world. Along the way, those who had some money basically chose the teleportation formation. There was no need to waste time on the journey. In less than 3 days, Lin Fei brought his subordinates to the Yanhuang world, the second-ranked small saints world. Whoosh! As soon as they came out of the teleportation formation, the rich energy made people's eyes light up. Lin Fei immediately felt the origin energy floating between heaven and earth. Master, this is a good place. The energy of heaven and earth contains about 20% of the origin energy units. The little devil analyzed immediately. Chapter 2295. Broadcast, follow, Chidian reading, and get first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who have not snatched red packets since the new year can now show their skills. Yanhuang World, the second-ranked small sage realm. Lin Fei heard the little devil's analysis and could not help but be surprised. He asked eagerly, "Are you sure?" In the past 10 years, Lin Fei had not been to the 5 peak small sacred worlds. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Before he had enough power, Lin Fei would never take risks. Lin Fei really did not know the differences between the top 5 small sage realms. Yes, there is 20% of the energy of heaven and earth, the little devil said. And, according to the analysis, there should be a mysterious item in Yanhuang world that can collect the energy of heaven and earth. Such locations are all concentrated in the center of Yanhuang world. There are about 4 or 5 such locations. When Lin Fei heard that there was 20% more energy of heaven and earth, his first thought was to take it back. But when he heard the little devil's words, his expression changed. They also know how to extract energy of heaven and earth? This was not a good thing, and Lin Fei did not want to see this. Their extraction method should not be as good as Master's equipment. The little devil said. It is not impossible for Master to steal energy of heaven and earth in Yanhuang world. If you do it secretly, as long as you do not attract the attention of those people, the success rate is very high. Lin Fei was very bold. Even if he was standing in the territory of the top 5 forces, as long as there was a chance to obtain energy of heaven and earth, he would not miss it. There weren't many opportunities like this. Moreover, for the ranking competition of the small saints world this time, countless forces had gathered here. Whether they were here to watch the show or to participate, the commotion would be bigger than any other time. Lin Fei felt that it should not be a problem to use some tricks to fool the people of the Yanhuang world. The conversation between Lin Fei and the little devil was just a matter of a moment. Those who did not know would think that they were surprised at the difference in the energy of heaven and earth in Yanhuang world. There was no doubt, because most people who came here for the first time had this expression. The biggest city in Yanhuang world was called Yanhuang City. In this huge city, it stood for a long time. It was passed down from generation to generation. Outside Yanhuang City, there was a huge statue. It was a warhammer in hand, clad in armor, and standing on a golden chariot. A tall and sturdy man with a fierce gaze that pierced through the clouds. This was the first sage master of the Yanhuang world. His name was Yanhuang, and he was an unparalleled expert of the wasteland continent. It was rumored that he had reached the 5th step. Everyone who came to Yanhuang City was shocked by this Yanhuang divine ancestor at first sight. It was a formless pressure. It was rumored that this statue contained the power of generations of holy masters, until it became what it was today. This statue of the Yanhuang realm was exceptionally famous throughout the entire sacred realm. Lin Fei brought his people to the outskirts of Yanhuang City and was also shocked by this statue. That sharp gaze was like a sharp knife that could take a person's life with a single slash. This was Lin Fei's biggest feeling. Yanhuang holy ancestor. Lin Fei muttered to himself. This was the 3rd day since he came to the Yanhuang world. The little devil suddenly said, Master, the people of the Yanhuang world are really generous. They actually injected a trace of origin energy into the statue, so that the Yanhuang holy ancestor statue has a terrifying deterrent power. The heaven and earth energy contain 20% more origin energy. Lin Fei was very excited. Now that he heard another piece of good news, he wondered if he had come to a blessed place. No way. That's possible? From the beginning, Lin Fei felt that this statue was extraordinary. It vaguely had a great power, and it was the strongest statue he had seen so far. Origin energy is originally a high-level energy between heaven and earth. If I'm not wrong, this should be a place where the origin energy is concentrated. This Yanhuang holy ancestor statue can not only absorb origin energy, but it can also release terrifying combat power when it is in danger. According to analysis, it can release at least 5 attacks of the 4th step. This time, Lin Fei was completely moved. This is too shocking. Lin Fei absolutely believed in the little devil's words. At least 5 attacks of the 4th step. Lin Fei could not help but be shocked. In these 10 years, various spies had collected a lot of information, but there was very little information about the 4th step. Currently, the most powerful cultivators were 3rd step experts. There was almost no news of fourth-step experts. There were none on the surface, but no one dared to guarantee that they did not have any fourth-step experts. Every time an unparalleled expert took a step forward, their strength would increase by at least several times. The gap between a third-step expert and a fourth-step expert was another insurmountable gap. According to the news, the Yanhuang world was very powerful. For example, the first force, the Yanhuang sect, had a third-step expert, as many as 10 second-step experts, and about 30 first-step experts. The entire Yanhuang world was the territory of the Yanhuang sect. The Yanhuang world was different from the Heaven Wasteland domain. The Heaven Wasteland domain had other forces, but the Yanhuang sect did not. The Yanhuang sect was the only force, and the other forces were vassals. They had no ability to resist at all. They had perfect control. Even if the Yanhuang world was seriously injured, it would not be able to shake the foundation of the other party. Right now, before they had even reached Yanhuang City, Lin Fei had already learned of a shocking secret. If one didn't know the ins and outs of the statue, perhaps one wouldn't even suspect that a mere statue could have such terrifying combat power. The strength of the Yanhuang world was indeed terrifying beyond imagination. At least 5 explosive attacks. Even if it was a fourth-step expert of the same level, they would probably have to avoid the limelight and not dare to face the other party. After all, one mistake could mean death. The people of the Yanhuang sect are good. Fortunately, I was not so ambitious. If I was really rash, I would definitely be hit in the head. Lin Fei took a deep breath. I just don't know what the other places are like. Could it be related to this as well? If it's true, Lin Fei did not dare to imagine. If the second place in the Yanhuang world was so strong, then what about the first place? At the very least, they had mysterious existences that had the combat power of a fourth-step expert. There was one thing that Lin Fei could barely confirm. At the very least, the first and second small sage realms should not have fifth-step experts. For the current sacred world, once a fifth-step expert appeared, the sacred world would definitely be in turmoil. The entire sacred world would be quickly unified, and a new era would begin. It would not be like now, where everyone lived in harmony. This was good news for Lin Fei. I was originally planning to secretly absorb the origin energy, but now that I see this statue, it seems that I have to change my mind. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at the Yanhuang Saint Ancestor statue. If I want to absorb the origin energy in the statue, I can sleep peacefully for a long time. Chapter 2296. Broadcast, follow, Chidian reading, and receive first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who have not snatched red packets since the new year can now show their skills. Lin Fei originally wanted to steal a portion of the origin energy secretly. When he saw the Yanhuang Saint Ancestor statue, a strong idea emerged in his mind. No matter what, he had to eat this origin energy. In order not to be suspected, Lin Fei did not stay for long. Come up with a good method for me right now. I want this origin energy. Right now, nothing could compare to the origin energy in this statue. This was related to the improvement of his strength. To be able to explode with the attack of a fourth-step expert, the accumulation was definitely an unimaginable number. Lin Fei felt that if he could get his hands on it, it would be equivalent to having a terrifying trump card, and a trump card to kill whoever came. Even if Lin Fei was very anxious now and had to leave this place first. In Yanhuang City, people came and went like a tide. People from various forces gathered in Yanhuang City. Even if they were enemies, they could only stare at them in Yanhuang City. No one dared to act wildly in Yanhuang City. This was also the rule of Yanhuang City. Otherwise, they would not mind mobilizing the law enforcement team to kill both parties on the spot. The law enforcement team of Yanhuang City was also famous for being terrifying. Lin Fei paid and sighed inwardly at how black-hearted Yanhuang City was. Just the entrance fee alone could earn a huge amount of money, not to mention other things. Usually, it is rare to see first-step experts, but now there are so many. It seems like the sacred world is far from as simple as it seems. Browsing around Yanhuang City, Lin Fei met many first-step experts along the way. There were countless giants and experts. The matter of the small saints' world and secret realms had attracted many experts who were cultivating in seclusion. Let's go register. After losing interest in appreciation, Lin Fei changed his route and prepared to register and participate in the competition of the small saints' world. Sung Xingtian from Heaven Wasteland Domain came one step ahead and inquired about the news. Without Lin Fei going over, he could also receive news about Yanhuang City, including matters regarding registration. Yanhuang VIP Tower. This place was used to entertain the major forces from the various small saints' world. Sung Xingtian checked into the Yanhuang VIP Tower, but the location was not very good. After all, the Heaven Wasteland Domain was ranked last. If not for the Zong family erupting in power 10 years ago and displaying their valiant strength, the Heaven Wasteland Domain would most likely be a weak and easily bullied target in the eyes of everyone. When Lin Fei arrived outside the VIP building, it was overcrowded. Young masters in luxurious clothes and young ladies from rich families were everywhere. All of them had arrogance written on their faces, as if they didn't want strangers to get close to them. Spring Wind Gate, Building Number 9. At the door, there was someone to serve them. At this moment, a force just happened to enter the VIP building, and its face was filled with pride. Humph, isn't it just the 9th building? What's so special about it? Who doesn't know that the 9th building is the lowest level? That's right. If you have the guts, go to Building 1 or Building 2. Look, they've entered the 7th building. Lin Fei had heard from Song Xingtian that the Yanhuang VIP Tower had strict requirements, and not just anyone could enter. The VIP building was divided into Building 1 to Building 9, with Building 1 being the highest and Building 9 being the lowest. The number of the VIP building that one stayed in also represented the influence of one in the sacred world. Everyone could see the standard from the VIP building. Interesting. Being able to stay in the VIP building was equivalent to being qualified to participate in the competition of the small sacred world. I'm a nouveau riche from the sealed world. It's time for me to perform. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose, revealing a smile. It's been 10 years. I'm afraid that many people have forgotten the existence of the sealed world. Since Lin Fei's nightmare mercenaries showed terrifying strength 10 years ago, Lin Fei had become a nouveau riche in everyone's eyes. The sealed world was not as large as the small sacred world, but it was not much different. From another perspective, the sealed world was equivalent to a small sacred world, and Lin Fei was the local tyrant inside. Lin Fei's appearance was not very eye-catching, but it still shocked the people nearby. He's Di Tian, the nouveau riche of the sealed world. I don't think he's that great. Early giant level? He also wants to stay in the 9th building? He doesn't even think about whether he's qualified or not. Seeing Lin Fei appear with his people, many people showed disdain. Although Di Tian was quite famous 10 years ago, he had not appeared for 10 years. Many people thought that Di Tian was a flash in the pan, especially when they saw that he was only at the early giant level. Everyone could not help but sneer. No one believed that Di Tian could stay in the VIP building. I'm Di Tian, representing the sealed world. I wonder if I'm qualified to stay in the VIP building. As soon as Lin Fei came up, he said to the person in charge unhurriedly. He believed that the Yanhuang world would definitely make arrangements for him. In 10 years, the outside world might have forgotten about him, but the Yanhuang sect of the 5 top forces would definitely not. The person in charge's expression was a little cold. The Yanhuang sect had seen all the big forces. It was impossible for a mere local tyrant of the sealed world to show respect. Please wait a moment. Despite the disdain in his heart, the person in charge said politely. After a moment, the person in charge raised his head. D. Tian, the controller of the sealed world, can stay in the 9th building. His voice wasn't very loud, but the people in the surroundings could still hear it clearly. A series of hush sounds rang out. Evidently, they didn't expect that D. Tian, who had sealed his sister's name, would actually be qualified to stay in the 9th building. Even if it was the 9th building, the distance between them and the rest of them instantly widened. Many late-stage hegemonic characters didn't even have the qualifications to stay there. This was a matter of class. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Yanhuang City was such a big force that they would definitely not ignore such a small matter. He took the pass from the other party and said to the person in charge, "Please help me register. Our invincible palace of the sealed world will be competing for the small sage world." The voice was neither light nor heavy, but it instantly exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Crazy, crazy. He actually wants to compete for the small sage world. Is he going to rely on those half-step giants and mercenaries? Competing for the small sage world was not a small matter, and it was not something that could be achieved by just having a lot of half-step giants. This involved a comprehensive strength, and many forces were powerless. To be able to register successfully, the most important condition was that many people could not participate. Sir D. Tian, as long as you have 2 first-step experts, your invincible palace will be qualified to register. The person in charge really did not believe that the sealed world could have 2 first-step experts. In order to prevent everyone from registering, a simple restriction was put in place. 2 first-step experts formed a not small threshold, blocking the majority of the forces. Lin Fei smiled. No problem. 2 black-robed men walked out from behind him and instantly released the aura of a first-step expert. This shocked the crowd, and they could not figure out where D. Tian had found first-step experts. Invincible Palace, 2 first-step experts can participate in the Small Sage World competition. The person in charge was also slightly stunned. He was quite surprised. "Alright, you can retract your aura." Just as the person in charge finished speaking, a low voice came from the crowd. "D. Tian, you will definitely lose." Chapter 2297. Tomorrow was 515, the anniversary celebration of Qidian. It was the day with the most benefits. Other than the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets were definitely a must. There was no reason not to snatch the red packets. Set the alarm clock, not only will you lose, but you will definitely die. The crowd automatically opened up a path, and a frivolous young man led a group of people to the entrance. He looked at Lin Fei with a mocking gaze. Lin Fei had thought that he would meet a sworn enemy, but he had no impression of the person in front of him. He could not find any memory of him. The system scanned him. The beginner level of a giant was only average. "I know who he is. Young Master Mo Hu of the Gue Yuan sect from the Fuyan world." So he is Mo Hu. Rumor has it that he is qualified to compete for the position of the future sect leader of the Gue Yuan sect. Who would have thought it would be him? Many people around immediately recognized him. Mo Hu liked to hear this kind of voice, but D. Tian's reaction made him very unhappy. As one of the successors of the Gue Yuan sect, he naturally knew that the reason why the Gue Yuan sect strength had been weakened 10 years ago was all because of D. Tian, which was why the scene from before had occurred. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who needed to deliberately show off. Hearing the words around him, he suddenly realized that they were from the Gue Yuan sect. No wonder they were so angry with him. Over the years, the Curse Palace and the Gue Yuan sect had been fighting non-stop. The Gue Yuan sect had a slight advantage, but suppressing the Curse Palace was still a long way off. The Gue Yuan sect did not have a good attitude towards D. Tian from the sealed world. As one of the successors, Mo Hu realized that his chance had come. If he could perform well in this matter, he might be able to rope in more elders of the Gue Yuan sect to support him. "You're quite bold. Just because of what you said, I'll definitely send you to hell the next time we meet." Lin Fei turned around and tossed out these words in a tone that was neither too light nor too heavy. The surrounding people were excited. The ranking competition had not started, and Di Tian from the sealed world had already made a threat. This was definitely a big deal. Mo, who was someone who could control his emotions well. "Humph, I will remember your words." In Yanhuang City, Mo who did not dare to act rashly. He could only watch as the other party entered the VIP building. The invincible palace of the sealed world will participate in the battle of the small sacred world. Di Tian wants to kill the successor of the Gui Yuan sect, Mo who. The new noble of the sealed world, Di Tian, is going against the Gui Yuan sect as soon as he arrived. Let's wait and see who will win. The news about the sealed world and the Gui Yuan sect spread like wildfire. Naturally, there were some people who were pushing this. Before long, the news had spread throughout Yanhuang City. Everyone knew about Di Tian, the upstart. Over the years, the nightmare mercenaries had displayed terrifying strength, and had become a force to be reckoned with in the sacred realm. Everyone had a love-hate relationship with the nightmare mercenaries. As soon as the news spread, it immediately became a topic of discussion. More people realized that another wolf had come, especially since they knew that there were two unparalleled first-step experts in the sealed world. The invincible palace of the sealed world was considered a ruthless character. Everyone had to take them seriously. Their nightmare mercenaries were famous. While everyone was talking about it, Lin Fei lived in a quiet courtyard in the 9th building. In the evening, Chu Huan of the Curse Palace came, and he brought the young master, Chu Lei. "I'm really sorry that you were dragged into this," Chu Huan said as soon as he came in. After the news spread, he came immediately. 10 years. It was enough to make the relationship between him and Di Tian even closer. Chu Huan knew that the reason why the Curse Palace could remain invincible in 10 years was because of their extraordinary strength. The biggest help was from Lin Fei. "It's just a small matter. I don't care." Lin Fei really didn't care about Mo whose provocation. Chu Huan was indeed worried that Lin Fei would be angry because of this, which would affect the cooperation between the two. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't look angry, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After 10 years. At least he knew some of Lin Fei's character. "By the way, this is the news I just received. It's about the small sacred world reserve. It's about to start." Chu Huan took out a document and handed it to Lin Fei. The small sacred world reserve was actually targeted at the forces that wanted to challenge the small sacred world. The Saints' world was very large. It was not impossible for two supreme first-step experts to watch over the Saints' world. Now that there were many organizations taking part, they had to filter through them first, which became a matter of great importance. The competition is so fierce. There are actually more than 80 major forces participating. Lin Fei casually flipped through the document. There were more than 80 major forces listed, including the Invincible Palace, which sealed the world. According to the rules, a total of 33 candidate forces were selected, and each candidate force had a chance to challenge the small sacred world. The rules were not very strict. However, the selection method was somewhat beyond Lin Fei's expectations. A large group battle? Chu Huan nodded, and this is the result of the 5 forces discussion. They will use a spatial treasure to select 33 forces. In this independent space, everyone can fight each other or form an alliance. Many forces can also besiege one force until there are only 33 forces left. This method was actually not very good. Lin Fei could see the drawbacks at a glance. Does this mean that this method is very disadvantageous to me? Chu Huan smiled bitterly. In the past 10 years, your sealed world has shown extraordinary potential. You have also become a rising star. Not long after the news came out, my people found out that many powerful forces who are qualified to participate in the competition are preparing to join hands to kill all the people in your sealed world. That's right. That's right. After reading the rules, Lin Fei knew that he would definitely face this kind of trouble. A large group battle did not distinguish between you and me. It was about who would have the last laugh. Humph, humph, their idea is good, but I am not that easy to bully. A large group battle, hee hee. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Even Chu Huan, who was sitting in front of him, felt a great pressure. This guy's strength is even more terrifying than before. I don't know what level his real strength is. Why does he always give people a feeling that I can't see through him? It's like seeing a ghost. After the selection rules came out, more than 80 forces qualified to participate began to take action. It was definitely not an easy task to persevere to the last moment under the siege of more than 80 major forces. The alliance, cooperation, and other matters had to be put on the agenda immediately. In this kind of environment, it was impossible to persevere to the end alone. Every day, there would be news coming out. If it wasn't someone forming an alliance with someone, then it was someone forming an alliance with someone else. The news was mixed between truth and falsehood, causing many people to be at a loss. Imperceptibly, more than 80 forces were shrouded in a shadow. In order to compete for the qualification to enter the small sacred world, it was not impossible to stab someone in the back. If they took this step, they could change the future of a force. Among everyone, only Lin Fei remained silent. When the sun rose again, the selection battle was about to begin. Chapter 2298. Latest broadcast. Tomorrow was 515, Qidian's anniversary celebration, and the day with the most benefits. Besides the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets were definitely a must. There was no reason not to snatch the red packets. Set the alarm clock. The new sun rose, and the most intense group battle was about to begin. Yanhuang City was ushering in its most exciting moment. The final ownership of the 33 candidates was debated incessantly. There were even people who set up bets, listing out the 89 major powers and giving them a certain ratio of odds. Lin Fei received the notice the day before and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, he brought his men to the Yanhuang Square. The Yanhuang Square was huge, and it had been sealed early in the morning. Besides the major powers that were participating, no one else was allowed to enter. In Yanhuang City, no one would be stupid enough to challenge the rules. Not to mention this, just the black-armored enforcers were frightening. The enforcers of Yanhuang City were famous for being terrifying. They were made up of all the major powers. Although there were not many of them, with the appropriate equipment, they were definitely a terrifying existence. For example, right now, sharp gazes swept across, and no one dared to look directly at them. The square was divided into 89 regions according to the region. Lin Fei took out his entry pass and came to the square. Instantly, unfriendly gazes shot over, with a hint of provocation. Someone brought Lin Fei to the designated spot. The surrounding spots were filled with people, and their gazes were very cold, as though they were looking at a dead man. And at this time, in the tallest building in Yanhuang City, the big shots of the 5 major powers of the sacred world were gathered together, which was a rare sight. The atmosphere was a little tense, and that was from their invisible, tyrannical aura. 5,000 years have passed, and we are about to usher in a new era. We are old. Yan Zisheng of Yanhuang City said mildly. Yan Zisheng was the holy master of Yanhuang world. He was now at the peak of the 3rd step, and it was not impossible for him to reach the 4th step. He was a very candid person. Yes, we are old. A white, fat, middle-aged man sighed. This person was the holy master of the Broken Wave Realm, Bai Lang. He was ranked 4th. Old Bai, look at what you're saying. You're white and chubby. You haven't changed at all in the past few thousand years. A middle-aged man at the side laughed. Compared to you, the rest of us are far inferior. The 5 people present all laughed. Bai Lang laughed, there's nothing I can do about it. Instead, why don't you come to my broken wave realm and stay there for a period of time? That way, I won't have to look at you every time. My broken wave realm is definitely a good place for you to stay healthy. Then forget it, your place is not good at all, I still prefer my own myriad sun world, a dark-skinned middle-aged man said. Don't you two get bored every time you do this? Ha ha ha. A white-haired middle-aged man laughed. Unlike the others, his white hair was particularly eye-catching. As for his appearance, it was ordinary. After chatting for a while, the topic shifted to today's big battle. Alright, the 100-team battle is about to begin. I wonder how many formidable forces will emerge this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Yan Zisheng flicked his finger, and a treasure tore through the sky. The treasure passed through the void of space and appeared in the air above the square. The treasure appeared in the air above the square. A misty light shrouded it. Yanhuang City's spatial treasure, the life and death space. I heard that the life and death space was created by the Holy Master of the Yanhuang world. It's used to solve problems that can't be solved normally. It's also called the life and death arena. The life and death space appeared. This meant that it was about to begin. Congratulations to the forces from the different small saint realms. You are now qualified to participate in the big battle and fight for your glory, a voice sounded in the air above the square. When Lin Fei heard this voice, he could not conceal the tyrannical aura under the heavy voice. Master, this is the voice of a third-step expert. The little devil analyzed the result immediately. Then it should be Yan Zisheng. Lin Fei had heard of the Holy Master of Yanhuang City. As expected, he's not simple. Alright, everyone should know the rules. Out of the 89 forces, 56 forces will be eliminated now, you have an hour to prepare. The number of people in the big battle was also discussed by the 5 forces. The number of battle emperors was allowed to be 100,000, the number of half-step giant experts was about 50,000, and the number of giant experts was allowed to be 100 regardless of cultivation level. Unparalleled first-step experts were not allowed to appear. This was also to prevent a one-sided situation. Everyone's strength was about the same, and they were at the same level. Winning and losing would appear to be fair. Lin Fei had long prepared his people. With such a name, Lin Fei believed that he could easily enter the 33 forces. Even if they surrounded and attacked him, they would not be able to gain any advantage. From the beginning, Lin Fei had thought of a way to deal with it. Look at the sealed world side. Their giant experts are so lousy. There are only 5 late giant experts, 15 middle giant experts, and 80 early giant experts. They are clearly at a disadvantage. The sealed world is going to lose. Look at the few forces beside them. They are almost all middle and late giant experts. Just this level of strength alone is enough to suppress the sealed world. Compared to the other great forces, Lin Fei was a little weaker in terms of giant experts. The others were mainly at the late giant stage, assisted by the middle giant stage, and there was basically no one at the early giant stage. D. Tian, you country bumpkin, when we enter the life and death space, I will be the first to greet you. Mo, who was not far away. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and he was extremely proud. 80 early giant experts, what a joke. There's no hope. When the battle starts, these people will not be able to withstand the attacks. They will be killed very quickly. The rise of the sealed world was something that many forces in the sacred world did not want to see. Unfortunately, the other party had always been hiding, and they could not cause trouble. Now, the opportunity had come. There were many people who thought like this. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he must take care of D. Tian. If he could kill the other party, the sealed world would be a big fat piece of meat. Everyone, prepare yourselves. There will be a power to guide you in later. Remember not to resist, the voice echoed again. Lin Fei was still very calm, but the corner of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The life and death space released a ray of light, and the light enveloped the 89 forces in the square. In the next second, all 89 forces disappeared and appeared in the life and death space. A huge sky screen appeared on the square, and the scene of the life and death space appeared on the sky screen. The life and death space was divided into 89 areas, and each area had a force. After a moment of panic, everyone recovered. They were all on guard. The group battle begins. Chapter 2299. The life and death space wasn't very big. With 89 major forces entering, the life and death space was still very spacious. With the announcement of the start of the battle, the intense moment began. The distance between each of the major forces was about a few dozen miles. For any of the experts present, this distance was not a big deal. They could cover it in the blink of an eye. Little devil, check the attributes of the life and death space immediately. I want to know everything. Lin Fei stood on a round platform. Below the platform were his subordinates. His heart was also calm. The expert who could move everyone in and activate the life and death space was really terrifying. Although he was surprised, Lin Fei was very clear about what he had to do next. He had to persist until the last moment and obtain the qualification to participate in the small sacred world competition. Master, the result of the analysis is out. The life and death space is a space refined using a special method. At the same time, it contains the magic power of a certain expert. It will be difficult for Master to summon subordinates from the system. You must first break through the seal of magic power. Little devil quickly got the answer. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. In this kind of public competition, any possibility of cheating would be blocked. He also didn't plan to summon subordinates from the system. The corpse that controls the life and death space shouldn't be affected, right? This was the thing that Lin Fei was most concerned about. Whether he could persist to the end depended on this. No problem, the life and death space doesn't restrict this. That's good. Lin Fei was relieved. Immediately monitor the situation within a radius of 500 miles. I want to turn this area into an impregnable kingdom. Any forces that come in will suffer a big loss. Master, the forces on your left are attacking. Moreover, the forces on your right are also coming. It seems that they plan to take you down first. They should have discussed this outside. Within a radius of 500 miles. Dozens of tyrannical auras were the first to rush over. It was the same on the other side. More than 100 late-stage experts have joined hands. They really underestimate me, Lin Fei. Lin Fei sneered. 100,000 battle emperors, listen to my command. Kill them all. The most powerful weapon that Lin Fei had now was the heavy armor half-step giant. With the precious materials from the wild sacred mountain, he could refine even more terrifying weapons. Di Tian is in front. Kill. The late-stage powerhouses of the two forces took the lead and prepared to catch the other party off guard. After they entered their designated positions, the life and death dimension transmitted the names of the organizations to their left and right. After knowing that there was a sealed world next to them, they immediately decided to attack Di Tian's sealed world first. There were close to 200 magnates, and 60 of them were late-stage magnates. After all, not all forces had that many late-stage magnates. Even so, the combined attack of two forces was extremely terrifying. A junior. He really doesn't know how to command. One of the great magnate mid-stage powerhouses at the very front couldn't help but sneer when he saw that the opponent had sent out a combat emperor powerhouse. Too childish. The sealed world doesn't live up to its name. If we kill Di Tian, we might even be able to obtain a large amount of treasures from him. In the square. The huge canopy in the sky showed the situation of the life and death dimension. Everyone, look! Tian is in big trouble. Two forces are attacking. What, using a war emperor to block a great rancor, are you crazy? We can't stop them at all. Many people's gazes landed on one of the positions. That was the location of the sealed world. Two forces besieged Tian, but at this time, Tian actually used 100,000 war emperors to face the enemy. It was completely out of everyone's imagination. Anyone who knew how to command would not do such a thing. Could 100,000 war emperors stop a great rancor? The answer was that they couldn't stop them at all. An egg hitting a rock. 100,000 war emperors were divided into 50,000. They faced the great rancors head-on, and those great rancors sneered. Their palms were like blades, killing more than 10 war emperors. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Some of the early-stage great rancors coldly snorted. At this moment, the war emperors all chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. Boom boom boom. Blocking a war emperor's self-destruction was not a problem. But tens of thousands of war emperors self-destructed. Everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The war emperors who rushed forward self-destructed one after another. Wave after wave of energy impact formed a terrifying tearing area. This spectacular scene, even the spectators at the plaza, sucked in a breath of cold air, as if they had personally experienced it, their scalps tingling. This is the move of the Heaven Wasteland Domain's Zone family. Tian is so scary. How did he make the war emperors willingly self-destruct? If I were to meet him, I would probably be killed on the spot. Within the space of life and death. The great rancors who rushed up, in fact, all wanted to be the first to kill Tian, so that they could obtain the rumored treasure from him. The sudden self-destruction, the terrifying power struck their bodies, causing their blood and chi to churn, and their expressions to instantly turn ugly. Shameless bastard! One by one, the great rancors took out their treasures to block. Cough cough cough. The early-stage great rancors couldn't withstand this kind of self-destruction. They started to spit out blood, and their faces became abnormally pale. Basically, everyone looked the same. More than 100 great rancors were hit in the head, and the energy impact that spread out caused a disaster to the war emperors who rushed up. One by one, they fell from the sky, and completely lost their breath. Lin Fei sneered. When the war emperors self-destructed, Lin Fei activated the body of 10,000 curses, blocking the impact. Looking at the great rancors who had fallen into a panic, this was only the first step. Heavy soldiers, move out. Lin Fei didn't stay idle, he commanded the half-step great rancors, which were the current heavy soldiers. This was the name he specially gave them, to distinguish them from the great puppet. Kill. There were a total of 50,000 heavy soldiers. Their combat power was several times stronger than the heavy spear soldiers. They were on a completely different level. This was also the first time they participated in this kind of battle. The 50,000 heavy soldiers had the same aura. A layer of transparent light barrier appeared on their bodies, blocking the energy impact of the war emperor's self-destruction, and rushed to the front of the great rancors. Kill. More than a dozen heavy soldiers raised the butcher's knife in their hands and slashed down. The early-stage great rancors didn't care at all. The defense of a great rancor wasn't something an ordinary half-step rancor could break. However, at this time, they had to face the impact of the self-destruction. Crash. More than a dozen heavy soldiers slashed down, and this early-stage great rancor was dismembered, dying in the underworld. This is possible? Chapter 2300. This was only the beginning. With the self-destruction of the war emperors and the powerful battle strength of the heavy armored soldiers, the massacre began. The people outside could only see that the heavy armored soldiers were unstoppable as they continuously killed the great experts. One after another, the great experts fell down, and their blood dyed the ground red. After a few charges, more than a third of the great experts had died, and the rest were also exhausted from dealing with them. Those half-step great experts who cooperated with them had suffered heavy casualties. When most of the 100,000 war emperors had self-destructed, the number of people left from the two great forces could be counted on one hand, and almost all of them were injured. The great experts beside Lin Fei were all wearing black masks, and their faces could not be seen. After the order was given, all of them rushed forward and killed their way into the panicking crowd. When these great experts wearing masks rushed in, they were like fierce tigers rushing into a flock of sheep. They were not afraid of the opponent's attacks, and their attacks were wide open, revealing their terrifying side. Die. A late-stage great expert could only watch helplessly as he was surrounded and killed by a few people. His corpse fell from the sky, and when he was about to fall into endless darkness, he still could not understand why they were so fierce. In fact, Lin Fei and the other great experts were all exceptionally fierce. They were built with a lot of money, and were definitely the most fierce great experts in the history of the sacred world. Damn it, my armor can't defend against the opponent's attack. Mine is broken too. It's over. Wearing masks and holding sharp divine weapons in their hands, they broke through the defense of the armor that they were proud of the moment they attacked. Their flesh and blood became unable to withstand a single blow, and one great expert after another fell. On the round platform, Lin Fei laughed coldly. This is the result of being besieged. The entire attack lasted for less than an hour, and the alliance of the two forces was completely defeated by Lin Fei. Other than a few who escaped, the rest all died in this area. Immediately collect the corpses of the great experts. Lin Fei was prepared to transform. A simple transformation was not a troublesome matter, it was nothing more than the consumption of some energy units. I never thought that D. Tian of the sealed world would have such tyrannical strength. To be able to break through the defense of a late-stage great expert so easily. Yan Zixing exclaimed. As one of the 5 peak organizations of the Saints' world, they knew about the entire Saints' world, including the rise of the sealed world. This kid had caused quite a lot of trouble in the Saints' world. He was like a rising star in the Saints' world. Seems like this D. Tian is much more mysterious than I had imagined. I'm afraid that the self-destructing giant from the Zone clan was the work of D. Tian. Bai Lang chuckled. To be able to force his subordinate to use the most brutal self-detonation move, he's not simple. This method is indispensable. Wan Taijun, who had always been at loggerheads, was the dark-skinned fellow from before. Although they managed to catch the other party off guard with their sudden outburst, they aren't the only two forces on the battlefield of life and death. This brat D. Tian is too reckless. Luo Xing of the Blackwater realm was shrouded in a huge cloak, and his emotions could not be seen. On the life and death battlefield, there were very few things that could interest them. Lin Fei immediately ordered the War Emperor to self-destruct. This undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. In the eyes of the 5 top forces, this kind of method that could make a combat emperor expert self-destruct was very tempting. Another self-detonation. Yu Mingzi sat in the exclusive courtyard of the VIP building. When he saw the self-detonation from the sealed world, he immediately thought of what had happened 10 years ago. It was precisely because of the self-detonation of the experts from the Zone clan that they had suffered great losses and had no choice but to abandon the Heaven Wasteland domain. Could it be that D. Tian of the sealed world is related to the Zone clan of the Heaven Wasteland domain? Yu Mingzi's face darkened. Yu Mingzi had never figured out what had happened in the past, but he instantly understood just now. The Zone clan must be related to D. Tian of the sealed world. If that's true, the Netherworld Palace and the sealed world will fight to the death. Several important figures looked at this scene thoughtfully. The Gui Yuan sect, the Curse Palace, and the others all had different ideas. This was definitely something unique in the Saints' world. It was a pity that no one had been able to figure it out. As for controlling them to self-detonate, how powerful was that person? The self-detonation of 100,000 combat emperors was definitely a shocking scene. This was the first time that everyone had witnessed how terrifying the upstart of the sealed world was. This was only 100,000 combat emperors. If 10,000 half-step giants self-detonated, giant powerhouses would be dead the moment they came up, not to mention exchanging blows. Father, our understanding of Tian is still too low. He must have something to do with what happened in the Heaven Wasteland domain. Cursed Thunder's mouth was wide open. As a partner of the Invincible Palace in the sealed world, Cursed One had suffered a loss from the self-detonation. He immediately realized the connection. Fortunately, we have always maintained a good relationship with Tian. Cursed One let out a long sigh. It seems that our Cursed Palace needs to strengthen our relationship with Tian. In the beginning, Cursed One had the idea of attacking Tian. However, as time passed, he gradually changed his mind. He was secretly glad that he did not attack Tian from behind. Strengthen our relationship? Cursed Thunder was puzzled and did not understand. Cursed One smiled but did not say anything. He then frowned slightly. They self-detonated as soon as they arrived. What is Tian trying to do? There are dozens of forces here. Cursed One was not the only one who had this idea. Basically, all the important figures present had the same idea. After the self-detonation of 100,000 combat emperors, Lin Fei was left with more than 40,000 heavy armored soldiers and more than 100 giant powerhouses. I'm guessing that those people have their eyes on me now. Ever since his self-detonation, Lin Fei had not been afraid. He had nothing to worry about if people suspected what happened 10 years ago. 10 years was enough time for him to improve his strength to an extremely terrifying level. After killing the two forces, Lin Fei did not continue to attack. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the round platform and moved the corpses of the giant powerhouses and half-step giant powerhouses over. As long as the body was intact, Lin Fei would not let go of it. This was the foundation of his life. No one knew what the corpses around the round platform were for. The battle for the life and death space was still in progress. Waves of energy erupted in the entire life and death space, forming many death zones. After 2 hours, only 71 of the 89 forces were left. 4 hours later, only 50 were left. At this time, the competition was getting more and more intense. Everyone wanted to stay in the last 33 candidates. Lin Fei's area had also become the main target of attack. Just when everyone thought that Lin Fei was reckless and would lose his qualification, a shocking scene appeared once again. A powerful force had their eyes on Lin Fei. Chapter 2301. The stronger forces came up and targeted the weak Tian. They were prepared to take him down in one bite so that they could get one of the last 33 places. No one thought that Tian could withstand the attack. In comparison, he had no chance of winning. Frankly speaking, he had too little strength. In this kind of life and death battle, whoever had more experts would be able to last until the end. Especially in this kind of situation where the rules were set, it was normal that no one thought that Tian would win. However, just when everyone thought that Tian couldn't do it, Lin Fei's side exploded. Explode. When the giant experts of this force came up, they encountered an unbelievable scene. The broken giant expert self-destructed as soon as they came up. The self-destruction of a combat emperor and a giant expert were on a completely different level. The destructive power was more than 10 times stronger, and these giant experts were heavily injured on the spot. Boom boom boom. One after another, self-detonations engulfed the entire battlefield. All the magnates who rushed in suffered the destructive impact, falling from the sky one by one. The half-step magnates who were behind them suffered a complete disaster. One of them self-detonated, turning into ashes. The casualties were disastrous. Those corpses can actually self-destruct. How is this possible? Are we seeing things? What kind of technique is this? Can they still continue? Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They couldn't digest the scene in front of them. Was this still the weak D Tian in their eyes? In this attack, D Tian reversed the situation. He killed one of the opponents, and all the giant experts were killed. The scene was filled with blood, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. No one had ever tried to use this method in a battle. It might be possible for ordinary people to self-destruct, but it was extremely difficult to make a giant expert self-destruct. No one who cultivated to this level would be willing to die like this. Even if they wanted to live, self-destructing was an extreme method that they would never choose. However, today, D Tian brought everyone a different scene. The movement caused by the self-destruction of 20 to 30 giant experts. Even though the power was reduced, it was still a scene that could destroy the world. Seeing the half-step giant experts who hadn't even made a move being killed by the terrifying energy, no matter who it was, they would feel fear and terror. The 5 top forces were completely moved. Everyone had different expressions. They only stared at D Tian, who was on the round platform. From this moment onwards, D Tian was no longer an upstart, but an existence worthy of their attention. Attack, attack again. Relying on the modified corpses, Lin Fei quickly destroyed the 5 nearby forces with lightning speed. The other party didn't even have time to react before they were enveloped by the self-destruction of the giant powerhouses. After destroying 5 factions, Lin Fei stopped and did not take the initiative to attack. There was a commotion in the life and death battlefield. Especially when a giant powerhouse self-destructs, it would be hard not to know about it. Even a giant powerhouse wouldn't have the confidence to block such a power. Isn't that where the sealed world is located? This is self-destruction. Too scary. The commotion caused by this had stimulated the other forces. Especially from those who were lucky enough to survive, they roughly understood the situation. After that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How could such a terrifying scene happen? Controlling a corpse to self-destruct? Terrifyingly powerful? The powers that originally had thoughts about D Tian started to feel conflicted. With such an extreme method of self-destruction, even they didn't dare to take the risk. If one of them died, his vitality would be damaged. Test him as a lab rat? No one would have such an idea. The nightmare mercenaries of the sealed world were famous. If they sent a half-step giant powerhouse to attack, it would basically be useless. It would be a waste of effort. Instead, it would affect their strength. Everyone was very straightforward and decided to observe the situation first. In fact, these forces didn't dare to attack anymore. The self-destruction of a giant powerhouse would cover a large area. It was definitely an attack that no one wanted to see the most. Lin Fei's position became quiet. No forces attacked. Lin Fei was happy that he didn't have to worry. They were smart enough to take advantage of this time to continue modifying the corpses. The more corpses they had, the more deterrent they would be. After 3 days of intense competition, finally, they decided on 33 places. By the time the 33 forces emerged, all of them had suffered heavy losses, especially in the final battle. Everyone had used all sorts of methods, with the determination that it was either you die or I live. The final competition was very intense. The only place that was easy was Lin Fei's position. During this period, there were forces that came up to attack, but unfortunately, they were heavily injured by the self-destruction. From then on, no one dared to attack. No one was willing to see such an all-out attack. After coming out of the life and death space, Lin Fei put away the heavy armored soldiers and corpses. He didn't look the slightest bit disheveled. It was hard to imagine that this D Tian had lasted for 3 days and finally obtained the qualification. When everyone looked at D Tian again, there was fear and wariness in their eyes. This method of controlling a giant powerhouse to self-destruct was like a sharp sword, threatening everyone. Some forces also came up to greet him. This was a good opportunity to get to know him. No one was a fool. Just with this method alone, from now on, Tian would no longer be restricted to the sealed world, but to the entire sacred world. To those small sacred world, this was a headache. Compared to other forces, this rising genius emperor was undoubtedly the most terrifying. No one could defend against the self-destruction of a powerhouse. There was no need for too many powerhouses to self-destruct. Just the self-destruction of a dozen powerhouses would be enough to settle a battle. Your Majesty Tian, a few days ago, due to the mistake of our subordinates, we arranged the wrong courtyard. This is the new courtyard we've arranged for you. As soon as Lin Fei returned to the VIP building, the person in charge immediately came up to him warmly, apologizing and saying something else. He insisted on changing his position. He didn't refuse, and was arranged to move from the 9th building to the courtyard in the 3rd building. There was a certain difference between the 3rd building and the 9th building. This courtyard was located on a dense vein of earth, and the purity was increased by several times. Cultivating in such a place would yield twice the results with half the effort. Most importantly, the origin energy contained in these places was also several times more than in other places. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to set up equipment to secretly steal the origin energy. He controlled the size of the origin energy to be within a certain range, and no one would notice. That night, Chu Huan came. Congratulations, Brother D. Your name has shaken the entire sacred world. Chu Huan clasped her hands and congratulated him as soon as she came up. You've put on a great show for everyone. Even I was shocked. Sigh, I can't help it. If I don't spend some capital, I really can't keep them. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 2302. After the team battle, Tian from the sealed world became famous. After moving from the 9th building to the 3rd building, all the big shots from the major and minor forces came to congratulate him. Everyone knew what they were thinking. Tian was definitely a dark horse among the 33 candidates. No one doubted that if Tian continued to make a move, how many of the 33 remaining forces would be able to survive. This was a very high evaluation. Some people wanted to refute, but they couldn't find a reason. A great killing move like self-detonation was simply taking one's life. Lin Fei kept a smile on his face towards the various forces that came to congratulate him. When it came to self-detonation, he started to laugh and leave without success. However, everyone had to keep a smile on their faces and couldn't say anything. No one was willing to offend a person like Tian. Lin Fei was in the limelight in the holy world. A banquet at night? Lin Fei received the invitation. It turned out that the banquet was specially organized by the 5 major forces. All the 33 candidates had the right to participate in this banquet. Early in the morning, Lin Fei received the invitation. A banquet before the ranking competition. Interesting. Lin Fei knew that this wouldn't be a simple banquet. In the afternoon, Song Shengtian came quietly and saw Lin Fei. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have displayed your might and shaken the entire holy world. Song Shengtian congratulated him the moment he came in. Now, anyone who mentions Your Majesty is afraid. During these 10 years, Song Shengtian gradually gained an imposing aura. Every time he was in front of Lin Fei, he would still feel a trace of fear. This was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Fei gestured for Song Shengtian to sit down. Did you hear something? Otherwise, you shouldn't have come. Your Majesty has displayed his might. As the Holy Lord, I definitely have to pay a visit. If I don't come, people will really suspect me. Song Shengtian said with a smile. He was very clear about this point. Lin Fei smiled. That makes sense. Your Majesty. I heard that tonight's banquet won't be simple. Song Shengtian had made many friends in the past 10 years. His network had expanded, and he knew some secrets. Your Majesty, be careful. They don't dare to make a move directly. They're just playing a few tricks. Lin Fei shook his head. He didn't really care. You came to tell me. How considerate of you. This is what I should do. Evening arrived. The city lord residence of Yanhuang City was brightly lit. The banquet tonight was held in the city lord residence, which made many envious. This was one of the centers of power in the flame-yellow world, and most of the matters were handled by the city lord residence. Lin Fei brought the two first-step powerhouses to the city lord's mansion. After the life and death battle, Lin Fei had become a name that no one in the Yanhuang world did not know. When he appeared, the surrounding people let out soft gasps. No one would be able to forget the powerful visual impact of an expert exploding. At the very least, they would not be able to forget it in a short period of time. At the same time, a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. No one was willing to make an enemy out of someone like Di Tian who possessed such terrifying means. Lin Fei handed over the invitation. After a special person checked it, someone immediately came up and greeted him with a warm smile. Brother Di Tian, this way please. The banquet hall is this way. When he arrived at the city lord residence's hall, various voices could be heard. Di Tian from the sealed world has arrived. When Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of the hall, someone immediately shouted. In the hall, there were people in groups of 3 to 5. The voices came to a halt. Soon after, all kinds of gazes were cast over. There were all kinds of looks. I was wondering who it was. So it's our young hero, Di Tian. It's a pity that he can only rely on such underhanded means to show off. In the crowd, Mo who shouted. In the quiet hall, it was especially ear-piercing. Everyone could clearly hear that the other party's voice was very sour. As one of the disciples of the Gue Yuan sect, Mo who had always been unhappy with Di Tian. However, he didn't have a chance to make a move. During the group battle, Di Tian became famous and displayed terrifying means. This greatly provoked Mo who. When he saw that the dazzling Di Tian had arrived, Mo who was very unconvinced. It was good to mock him. After all, Di Tian wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the city lord residence's hall. Mo Yuan didn't blame Mo who for speaking nonsense. He wanted to know what Di Tian would do. He hadn't forgotten what happened 10 years ago. Now, Mo Yuan suspected that Di Tian was causing trouble behind the scenes. Lin Fei had a good temper, but it didn't mean that he would be provoked multiple times. Number 1, catch him and slap him. The first step powerhouse on the left was named Number 1 by Lin Fei. In fact, he was lazy and couldn't be bothered to remember names, so he simply gave him a name like Number 1. Yes. Number 1 took a step forward and appeared beside Mo who in the next second. Mo Yuan's eyes were like lightning as he struck with a palm. How dare you? Mo who was slightly stunned. When he saw a hand appear in front of him and that hand was getting closer and closer to him, his throat tightened and he lost his ability to control himself. Slap. 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 Beside Lin Fei, Number 1 carried Mo who with one hand and slapped Mo whose face with the other. The slaps continued until Mo whose face was a bloody mess. Everything happened too quickly. Mo Yuan was half a beat slower. He watched as the Mo clan's people were caught and slapped in front of everyone. His face instantly darkened. Di Tian, let go of Mo who. Netherworld child grabbed with one hand again, and a strong wind blew. Lin Fei didn't have to do anything as Number 2 blocked in front of him and easily neutralized the attack. Humph, I'm an overlord after all. How dare a small figure like you provoke me? I want to ask the Gue Yuan sect how to discipline their disciples. Lin Fei snorted. Continue to beat him. If they don't care, we will. When everyone reacted, the arrogant Mo who had been beaten to a pulp. If he didn't say it, no one would recognize him. Everyone was secretly shocked. Di Tian's temper wasn't small. This was the city lord residence of the Yanhuang world. Di Tian, what are you doing? Are you trying to ruin tonight's banquet? Netherworld Child shouted angrily. This was a big problem. Netherworld Child had already realized that Di Tian was behind his defeat at the Zong clan. He was very unwilling to accept it. When he saw that Lin Fei dared to make a move, he knew that his chance had come. He couldn't beat Lin Fei in a fight, but it couldn't be easier to smear Lin Fei's reputation. If he angered the ruler of the Yanhuang world, that would be the best thing. Chapter 2303. Lin Fei's words were clear and logical, and he really couldn't find a reason for it. If it had been before, they might not have taken Lin Fei's words seriously. However, after the battle in the life and death space, the meaning of Lin Fei's name had changed. To be honest, Lin Fei's status had skyrocketed, and he was now qualified to be on equal footing with them. What? Weak? What was this? If the other party organized a suicide squad, wouldn't they be able to destroy whatever they wanted? They only needed to command from afar, and everyone would be dumbfounded. Young? Haven't you heard of the saying, be famous as soon as possible? Therefore, Lin Fei had the right to say this. Everyone present was a big shot, and they had yet to speak out against Lin Fei. For a junior to come out and make a scene, he was undoubtedly looking down on everyone. Mo Yuan's face sank, and he wished he could give Mo Hu a slap. Can't this brat find the right time to speak? No one will think you're a mute if you don't speak. You're right. Little Tiger doesn't know what's good for him. He really needs to be taught a lesson. This old man is here to thank fellow Daoist Di Tian for your kindness in teaching him. Mo Yuan reacted quickly and directly admitted it. He even put on a grateful expression. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In truth, I didn't want to do anything. Unfortunately, some people don't understand the rules. Fellow Daoist Mo is truly understanding. My efforts were not in vain. Mo Yuan was so angry that he almost spat out blood. This bastard, to think that you would dare to say such words. You're really shameless. A small farce was resolved in a few words. Everyone present also saw this young Di Tian. His temper was not small, and he embarrassed the Gue Yuan sect on the spot. The disciples of the Mo clan were even thrown out, but they could not do anything. Brother Mo, it's just a small matter. It's not worth getting angry over. Yu Mingzi came to Mo Yuan's side. That guy won't be able to be cocky for long. Even if we don't go deal with him, there will be others who will go and cause trouble for him. Mo Yuan was indeed angry. Now that he had calmed down, a smile returned to his face. It's a crime to have a jade ring. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Yu Mingzi added. No one is willing to let someone like Di Tian continue to grow. Both of them understood this point. No matter who it was, no one would be at ease with such a method in their hands. Today, they would be able to control the life and death of a giant. Who knew if he would be able to control the life and death of an unparalleled expert in the future? If it really reached that step, it would be terrifying. In fact, they still had a question in their hearts. Where did Di Tian find two unparalleled first-step powerhouses? This was much more difficult than inviting a giant powerhouse. No one doubted that these two first-step experts were controlled by Lin Fei's violent means. In fact, these two first-step experts were really controlled. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be so calm. Lin Fei held a cup of immortal brew and slowly savored it. People kept coming up to him to strike up a conversation. Even if it was just a small talk, they would never get tired of it. Fortunately, Song Shengtian and Chu Huan came over. Lin Fei seized the opportunity to leave. Sigh, it's not good to be famous. No matter where I go, I can't find an empty spot. Lin Fei took a sip of the immortal brew. It actually tasted pretty good. Chu Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who asked Brother D to be in the limelight now? Who else can I curry favor with? To be honest, it felt good to slap Mo Yuan's face just now. It felt so good. No one liked to see Mo Yuan suffer more than Chu Huan. Ever since they rose up in the Cloud Prefecture world, they had a short period of peace. The Curse Palace and the Gue Yuan sect didn't stop for even a moment. Over the past 10 years, there had been many small-scale battles, and both sides had lost many people. Seeing the other party suffer, Chu Huan was quite happy. If I would slap him personally. That would feel even better. Lin Fei laughed. Unfortunately, there isn't a chance for now. Chu Huan gave a thumbs up. Next time there's such a good thing, you must call me. That way, I can enjoy myself. Ha ha ha. There will definitely be a chance. Lin Fei really didn't care about Mo Yuan, who was at the peak of the first step realm. If he really had the chance, he would definitely torture Mo Yuan to death. Your Majesty, someone is coming towards you. Sung Shengtian's gaze suddenly fell on a beautiful figure walking towards him. He then revealed a strange smile. It should be Your Majesty's luck with women. Chu Huan noticed this scene and laughed. What a beauty! Brother D is so lucky. Only now did Lin Fei notice that there was a beautiful figure walking towards him not far away. She was dressed in a fiery red robe, like a ball of raging flames. It was impossible not to notice her. The fiery red figure directly arrived in front of Lin Fei. A fragrant wind blew over and entered his nostrils. Can I get to know you? Lin Fei sized her up and had to admit that the beauty in front of him was very beautiful. Coupled with her fiery red robe, she was indeed very attractive. Nice to meet you. I'm Di Tian. Lin Fei laughed. Yan Zi. The other party's words were very direct. When the other party's name came out, Chu Huan and Song Shengtian were the first to change. The surname Yan was not simple in the Yan Huang world. Moreover, to be able to appear in such an occasion, she was definitely from the main branch of the Yan family. Lin Fei was a little surprised. The beauty in front of him actually had the surname Yan. She might even be from the Yan family. Her background was not simple. Before he could say anything, she turned and left, leaving a fiery red shadow behind. Your Majesty, I've heard of this Yan Zi. Song Shengtian whispered. It is said that this Yan Zi is the daughter of the holy master of the Yan Huang world, and the one he dotes on the most. At such a young age, she is already in the middle stage of the giant realm. In the future, if there are no accidents, she will easily enter the unparalleled realm. I also heard that this Yan Zi is very resourceful and has a lot of power in the Yan family. At the same time, she has the support of many elders. In the future, she might even be qualified to fight for the position of the Holy Master of Yan Huang. Chu Huan nodded. Yes, a very resourceful person. She looks like she is in a hurry, but in reality, she is not. It is said that those who are targeted by her rarely escape unscathed. Brother D, you have to be careful. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. To think that he would encounter such a thing. Against him? He was really not worried about this. As long as the ranking competition was over and the matter at the secret realm was settled, who would stay in the Yan Huang world? They would simply have nothing better to do. Yan Zi's appearance in the Great Hall caused quite a commotion. Especially when they saw that the daughter of a rich family, Yan Zi, actually took the initiative to greet her. This undoubtedly blinded the eyes of many. Who did not know that Yan Zi was one of the few who would compete for the position of the Yan Huang Holy Master in the future. She had a strong support behind her. Even though she was a woman, no one dared to offend her. Chapter 2304. That Di Tian is so lucky to have caught Miss Yan Zi's eye. Who doesn't know that Miss Xianxia has the ability to stabilize the position of Holy Master? She's a powerful ally. If Di Tian follows Miss Xianxia, he'll be able to go wherever he wants in the Holy World. I heard that Miss Xianxia hasn't recruited anyone personally for a long time. That Di Tian kid might rise to the top in one step. Everyone looked at Di Tian with envy and jealousy. The Yan Huang world was ranked second with unfathomable strength. The Yan Huang Holy Master was a third-step expert and one of the candidates to be a stable Holy Lord. No one dared to ignore Miss Xianxia. Yu Mingzi, Mo Yuan, and the rest saw Miss Xianxia looking for Di Tian. None of them cared about their uncle. To them, Di Tian was just someone who had a trick up his sleeve. He wasn't strong himself. If Miss Xianxia took a liking to him, they wouldn't dare to do anything. No one could stop an angry Miss Xianxia. I don't know what kind of luck this guy has. Yu Mingzi was in a bad mood. As long as Di Tian was around, he wouldn't be in a good mood. Especially when he saw Song Shengtian chatting and laughing at the side, he was even more convinced that Di Tian had done something behind the scenes. Kiki, that might not be the case. Mo Yuan looked in a direction. Miss Xianxia is strong, but she's not the only outstanding person in the Yan Huang world. For example, that person, not far away, many people were crowding around a young man. Yu Mingzi's eyes lit up. How could I forget that? Di Tian is in trouble now. I heard that he's a narrow-minded person and bears grudges easily. Since Xianxia's appearance, the people in the hall had changed. Although it wasn't obvious, it was still changing. Young Master. Miss Yen is here. Miss Yen went to find Di Tian. In the crowd, the young master also noticed Xianxia's appearance. When she neared Di Tian, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. However, this trace of dissatisfaction quickly disappeared, and an elegant smile returned to his face. Damn bitch, are you eyeing my prey again? The young master cursed. I won't let you get what you want. Young Master Yan Huo was the young master of the Yan family. Now, he was a giant mid-stage expert with a group of people supporting him. He was also one of the candidates. They were born in the Yan family, which was ranked second in the top faction. The internal competition was very intense, especially for the candidates. They would not miss any opportunity. During this banquet, eldest young noble Yan Huo already had his eyes on Di Tian. According to the analysis of his advisor, Di Tian possessed a technique that allowed him to control hegemon-level experts. Being able to make them self-destruct was an opportunity for young Master Yan Huo to strengthen himself. He even believed that as long as he obtained this technique, the position of the Yan Huang Holy Master would be his. No one else would be able to snatch it from him. From the moment Di Tian appeared in the Great Hall, eldest young Master Yan Huo treated Di Tian as his prey, not allowing anyone to snatch him away. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a few powerful missions to get in touch with Xianxia and try to control her, Xianxia's appearance would have displeased young Master Yan Huo. Let's go and meet this young hero. Young Master Yan Huo said. He brought his men and walked towards Lin Fei. Miss, young master has gone over. Xianxia was also surrounded by many people. When eldest young Master Yan Huo went towards Di Tian, someone immediately came to report. So be it, it's fine. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Anyway, he won't succeed. She was very clear about her elder brother's temper. If it wasn't for the support of those behind him and his identity as the eldest son of the first wife, he wouldn't even have a chance to compete for the position of the Holy Master. Eldest young Master Yan Huo swaggered over to Di Tian, attracting the attention of many. Chu Huan lowered her voice and told Lin Fei about eldest young Master Yan Huo's background. You are that Di Tian? Not bad. Eldest young Master Yan Huo's life had always been smooth sailing. Coupled with his identity as a member of an elite force, he had never taken others seriously. Lin Fei was used to being wild and disliked such a condescending tone. One look and he knew that this was a flower that had been raised in a greenhouse. No one would like such a tone from the start. I am the eldest young master of the Yen family. I heard that you are not bad. Hence, your opportunity is here. Come and report to my residence tomorrow. As long as you work well for me, you will be rewarded handsomely. Eldest young master Yen Hua went straight to the point. Lin Fei had met many people before. However, it was the first time he met someone like eldest young master Yen Hua. He tried to recruit him right from the start. What a joke. Chu Huan and Song Shengtian had heard of this eldest young master Yen Hua. They thought that it was just a rumor. However, it seemed that the rumor was true. This eldest young master Yen Hua was extremely confident. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't say such words, even if you were the eldest young master of the Yen family. You don't know how to behave. Chu Huan shook her head in her heart. No wonder this eldest young master Yen Hua couldn't be compared to Miss Yen Zi. The difference is huge. Are you done? Then you can leave. Don't disturb our conversation. Lin Fei said indifferently. Eldest young master Yen Hua was stunned and his face darkened. Based on his thoughts, he was sincere enough to recruit Di Tian personally. Not many of his subordinates had the honor to do so. Kid, do you know who you are talking to? Kneel down and apologize immediately. Eldest young master Yen Hua's lackeys were filled with killing intent. Lin Fei looked at eldest young master Yen Hua. If I were you, I would turn around and leave with my men. Pretend that nothing has happened. Tonight is a banquet hosted by your Yen Huang world. If you make everyone unhappy, no one will feel good. Eldest young master Yen Hua was narrow-minded. Di Tian's rejection was undoubtedly a provocation. If it was any other time, he would have killed Di Tian immediately. However, it was different tonight. Good, very good. I will remember you. Eldest young master Yen Hua didn't think much of Di Tian. He just wanted to get the self-destruction technique. That was why he came personally. I hope you can enjoy your last days. Lin Fei shook his head. This Yen Hua can't be compared to Yen Zi. He can't even control his emotions. How can he talk about controlling the Yen Huang world? He is destined to fail. As for Di Tian's threat, Lin Fei didn't care. In this period of time, Di Tian wouldn't be able to do anything. Brother Di, you have offended Yen Hua badly. You even threatened him. Chu Huan frowned. Chapter 2305. Before the banquet had even started, this new nobleman Di Tian had already offended young master Yen Hua. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. The Yen clan's young master was ranked second in the Yen Huang realm. Whoever offended him would be unlucky. Lin Fei really did not care about this. At present, he was afraid of third-step experts. Even if second-step experts attacked, Lin Fei had ways to deal with them. He still had trump cards that he had not used yet. I must find a time to extract all the energy from the Yen Huang ancestor statue. Lin Fei pondered to himself. Who knew what the young master would do? It was better to be prepared than to draw in advance. The Saint Lords of the 5 top forces appeared together, and tonight's banquet officially began. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing 5 top-notch sacred lords. Each of them was at the peak of the 3rd step and could enter the 4th step at any time. When they arrived, everyone smiled and greeted them, as if they wanted to leave a good impression. The ordinary Saint Lords smiled and greeted them. The 5 peak Saint Lords nodded as a form of greeting. As expected of a peak Holy Lord. His aura is indeed tyrannical. He can kill a first-step powerhouse with a wave of his hand. Lin Fei secretly sized him up. Now, he was even more eager to obtain the energy within the statue. After the 5 elite divine lords entered, as the host, the Yen Huang Holy Lord, went up to the stage and gave a simple congratulatory speech. As for the candidates who had advanced from the life-and-death battle, he emphasized on Lin Fei's sealed world. Tian once again became the focus of attention. After the encouraging words were spoken, the banquet began. First, there were singing and dancing fairies who performed beautiful dances. Everyone gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and drank immortal wine. They were talking about everything. At this time, the atmosphere of the entire banquet was quite good. It seemed that everyone had forgotten that after the banquet, they would all be competitors. The Yan Huang Holy Master is heading towards Tian. No way. Tian's luck is really good. The Yan Huang Holy Master had personally come to meet a young man. This was indeed something incredible, and the elites at the banquet were very displeased. Greetings, Yan Huang Holy Master. Lin Fei greeted him with a smile. His tone was not respectful at all. He didn't need to flatter her. He just did what he usually did. Yan Zixing did indeed have a special impression of Tian, and he was very clear about what had happened to his daughter and eldest son. There was nothing in the Yan Huang world that he did not know. Lad, you're pretty good. No wonder you can manage this barren sealed world so well. Yan Zixing said. Everyone present was shocked. He really had high hopes for Tian. It's just a small fight, not worth mentioning, I can't compare to senior. Lin Fei said. Yan Zixing had seen many young elites, but none of them could make his eyes light up. The reason why he came over this time was purely to take a look at this junior. The conversation between the two of them wasn't long, but it was filled with encouragement. Lin Fei's words were neither servile nor overbearing. His tone was just right, but it wasn't flattering. Nor does it seem cold. On this point, Lin Fei grasped it very well. At the end of the banquet, Lin Fei got to know a few holy masters. His current status was not low, and at the same time, he was a dark horse among the candidates. No matter who it was, they would come up to get to know him. After the banquet ended, Lin Fei came out, but did not remember to return to the VIP building. His current thoughts were basically on the statue of the Yan Huang ancestor. Unknowingly, Lin Fei had arrived at the city walls. Standing on the city walls, he could see the statue that stood between heaven and earth. When can we break through the internal defense? Lin Fei asked the little devil. Inside the statue, there were array formations and restrictions set up. There were a total of 1 billion array formations densely packed together. They were augmented by the holy masters of the Yan Huang world generation after generation in order to prevent the energy from leaking out. This was the reason why Lin Fei did not make a move. This kind of thing could not be put on the table. He had to be careful. One day at most, it should be enough. One day, Lin Fei could still accept it. Breaking the array was not an easy task. If it was him, even if he spent 10 years, he might not be able to break it. After all, this was something that consumed a lot of mental energy. Ordinary people would not dare to do it, as the consumption of mental energy would also have a certain impact on their strength. Fellow Daoist Tian, we meet again. Just as Lin Fei was about to turn around and go back, a familiar voice came into his ears. Then, a fiery red figure appeared in front of him. It was the valiant Yan Zi. What a coincidence! Lin Fei could not figure out what the other party was thinking, and did not plan to have any deeper thoughts with the other party. I'm going back, I won't hinder Miss Yan Zi from enjoying this beautiful night. Yan Zi was quite interested in Tian, who was renowned throughout the saints' world. If she could recruit Tian, it would be equivalent to obtaining a trump card. However, Tian seemed to have reacted rather slowly. He actually said something like that at a time like this. Was he trying to turn down her good intentions? Fellow Daoist Tian, you have to be careful of that big brother of mine. You rejected his good intentions in public and embarrassed him. He's not the kind of person who is open-minded. Lin Fei did not stop walking. Many thanks. Soon, only Yen Zi was left on the city wall. Master, it seems that this Tian is not as easy to recruit as we thought. Yen Zi said softly, and a black-robed person appeared beside her. His entire body was covered, and his face could not be seen clearly. His aura was also very calm, like that of an ordinary person. Disciple, you only realized now. The black-robed person said calmly, how can he be so simple if he can manage a sealed world so well? It just so happens that in the sealed world, no one can do anything to him, and no matter how many people go, they die. The battle in the life and death space shook the entire sacred world, so it is even more difficult to recruit Tian. However, it is not impossible to recruit Tian. For example, Yen Zi revealed a trace of a smile, that big brother of mine? Disciple is smart. The black-robed person said, your big brother will definitely play some tricks. If you happen to solve his problem when Tian can't handle it, you might have a certain degree of confidence, and at the very least, you can pull your relationship closer. As for what to do next, you should know better than me. Eldest young master, that brat Tian is already on the way back. In a tall building, the eldest young master Yen Huo was hugging a female cultivator. One of his hands reached inside and swayed quite a bit. And in front of him stood his confidant respectfully. That brat dared to not give me face in public, he asked for it. Eldest young master Yen Huo's face was gloomy. Later, get someone to do it, remember. Don't kill him, you must let that brat know that it was his enemy who did it, I do not want to be suspected. The confidant said, eldest young master, you can rest assured. That Tian has offended many people, especially when he was in the limelight in the life and death space. Who knows how many people want to kill him in secret. They won't suspect eldest young master. Moreover, we used a secret line this time. No one will link it to us from that person. Yen Huo was very appreciative of his confidant's ability. All right. Go and arrange it. The confidant turned and left. Lin Fei walked back to the guest house, thinking about the next few days. The Small Saints World Ranking competition would only begin in a few days. Master. There is someone hiding in front of you, and it seems like he is here for Master. Moreover, that person's concealment technique is very impressive, and ordinary people will not be able to discover him, and he is a giant in the middle stage. The little devil reminded. Ever since he came to Yanhuang City, the system's functions had been activated, and Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. If he was not careful, he would be in trouble at any time. Although he had wasted a lot of Heaven's Fate points, it was still worth it. Damn, he can't wait anymore. Lin Fei's expression did not change. Even if he moved, the person hiding in the dark would definitely be able to see through him. Trying to hide anything in front of a giant mid-stage powerhouse was something that could only be done without even thinking about. Someone had come to deal with him so quickly. This was more or less out of Lin Fei's expectations. This was Yanhuang City. Disregarding everything else, just the presence of the enforcers was enough to strike fear into the hearts of others. And now there was someone preparing to ambush him in the dark. The enemy did not take the law enforcers of Yanhuang City seriously. Master, should we make a move? As long as we get within a certain range, killing the other party will be a piece of cake. The little devil was a little different from the one he had seen before. His size had not changed much, but he had a certain attacking ability, and he could move away from Lin Fei and within a certain range. Lin Fei did not think about who it was. He had offended quite a few people in the Saints' world. It could be the people of the Netherworld Palace, or it could be the people of the Origin sect or the Mahist family. Even he could not be certain who it was. In any case, he was not afraid of too many. Don't make a move. Lin Fei said. This is Yanhuang City. There is no need to make a move. Go follow that kid and see who is behind this. Lin Fei had a bad temper, but he also knew that this was not the time to make a move. Perhaps the other party could not wait for him to make a move, and he could use this as an excuse. Regardless of the possibility, Lin Fei did not intend to make a move. He believed that many people were watching him in the dark. No problem. Lin Fei knew the other party's position, and would not walk into the ambush range. Besides, this was Yanhuang's city, and the other party wanted to ambush him. He had to enter a certain range, and he just had to stay away from this distance. Lu Shan was an assassin, a member of a famous assassin organization in the sacred world. As long as the price was right, he could kill anyone. Even a holy master could be dealt with. Right now, he was just dealing with an early giant. Lu Shan felt that it was a simple matter. The other party did not need to kill Di Tian, and just heavily injure him. This was a simple deal. What's going on? Isn't he returning to the VIP tower? Lu Shan retracted his aura. Suddenly, he saw the other party leave at the fork, and he revealed a look of surprise. Could it be that he discovered my tracks? Impossible. Even a late giant expert might not be able to see through my concealment technique, let alone a mere early giant. Lu Shan was very confident in his concealment technique. It was precisely because of this technique from a secret realm in the wild sacred mountain that he could stand out among the assassins. Although his cultivation level was not high, the number of late giant experts who had died in his hands was in the double digits. In the world of assassins, he had a nickname, Invisible Killer. This time, Lu Shan was dumbfounded. The prey in his eyes had actually changed directions. This was more or less out of his expectations. If it was somewhere else, he might have made a move immediately. But this was a different place, and he did not dare to act recklessly. Humph, count him lucky. Lu Shan did not suspect anything and left quietly. Little did he know that the little devil beside him laughed coldly and followed. Lu Shan did not notice. The next morning, the little devil would go to the VIP tower. Master, that guy is from the world of assassins. He is called Invisible Killer. He is an expert in concealment. Even late giant experts can't see through him, the little devil reported as soon as he returned. Lin Fei did not go out today, and he did not intend to go out. Invisible Killer? That's a good name. His concealment technique is indeed powerful. It's not something that an ordinary person can possess. Even my divine sense can't detect him hiding in the dark. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. Do you know who's the mastermind? I don't know for now. The little devil shook his head, however, I have already recorded his aura. From now on, whenever he appears within a certain range of master, I will be the first to know. Lin Fei did not think that he would know so soon. As an assassin, he would definitely not contact the mastermind behind the scenes before completing the task. However, an assassin who was good at concealment lurking in the surroundings made Lin Fei very uncomfortable. Oh right, go to that assassin's place again. Lin Fei thought of an idea. He believed that after the assassin knew about it, his expression would definitely be very good. Master is really bad. The little devil laughed proudly. Lu Shan was very unhappy. Last night, he ambushed the other party and was ready to complete his employer's task. However, in the end, he returned without any results. He could only decide to do it next time. That night, Lu Shan sat cross-legged and woke up at noon. When Lu Shan woke up, the first thing he saw was a piece of white paper on the ground in front of him. His expression changed abruptly. As a temporary base, he was very clear about the layout inside. There was never a piece of white paper. Someone came in last night? Although Lu Shan wanted to ignore this, he couldn't suppress it. As an assassin, he couldn't accept the fact that an expert had come in without him knowing. Perhaps, with just a thought from the other party, he would lose his life. Lu Shan tried hard to calm himself down. He picked up the white paper on the ground. There was a sentence left on the paper, Di Tian is my man. If you appear near him again, I will definitely kill you. Chill. A chill rushed to his head. Damn it, there is a mysterious expert protecting him. Lu Shan had heard of Di Tian's name before, but he did not take it seriously. No matter how powerful his methods were, he was weak and could not be killed easily. However, he did not expect that Di Tian had a mysterious expert protecting him. To be able to escape my detection, he must be at least a second-step expert. I didn't expect Di Tian to hide so deeply. A second-step expert was enough to make Lu Shan feel a certain amount of pressure. The warning on the white paper contained a terrifying killing intent. He almost died in the hands of this mysterious person. Chapter 2306. After a few peaceful days, it was the day of the ranking competition. This was a big event that all the forces in the sacred world were looking forward to. How the situation would change in the future would be revealed in the ranking competition. The qualifying round was very simple. It wasn't very complicated. Early in the morning, everyone saw the announcement. It turned out that the ranking competition was divided into the challenge competition and the world defense competition. The former was a challenge. Any force that was a candidate had the right to challenge any small saint world. At the same time, this included challenging the small saint world above the small saint world. As for the latter, it was even simpler. They had to defend their own small saint world. Everyone agreed with this rule. As long as they succeeded in the challenge and proved that they were stronger than the other side, they could enter the small saint world. There was only one chance to do so. As for which small saint world to challenge, they needed to study it carefully. This was not a small matter. If they made the wrong choice, they might regret it for the rest of their lives. The challenge arena was set in the life and death space. Only in the life and death space would there be no need to worry about power leaking out and affecting the situation outside. When Lin Fei arrived, it was crowded outside. They were all gathered in the square. The life and death space was already open. Through the huge screen, they could see the situation inside. As a candidate, Lin Fei had the right to enter the life and death space in advance. After entering the life and death space, Lin Fei found his position. It was the candidate area, which was separated into sections. The other side was the 33 small saint worlds. The top 5 forces sat at the top, looking down. The first challenge was from the top 5 forces. The Yama's death world was ranked first in terms of overall strength. At the same time, they had mastered one of the top 10 martial arts, 10 kill 10 annihilation. This was an extremely terrifying martial art. Rumor had it that if it was cultivated to the limit, it would have heaven-defying power. The first challenge. No one went up. No one made a sound. Even the other 4 top forces were all smiling. These old foxes. They've already turned their small saint worlds into impenetrable mountains and rivers. How could they be so easy to control? Lin Fei sneered. The small saint worlds were actually ranked for the small saint worlds outside of the top 5 forces. From the first to the 4th, no one came up to challenge. No one came up to challenge them, and their positions remained the same. Then, they reached the 5th-ranked Myriad Sun's realm. This time, someone finally came up to challenge him. It was the 6th-ranked 7 Fiend domain. Among the top 5 forces, the temptation was still very big. 7 Fiend domain, which was 1 rank lower than the top 5 forces, was not usually talked about. The Challenger League was different from the life and death team battle. Only 10 people were allowed to enter the arena. Including the Holy Lord himself, there were a total of 11 people. This was the time to test the strength of the terminal. The battle between the 5th-ranked and 6th-ranked factions was very shocking. The 2 factions were fighting, and they had arranged for second-step experts to participate. This was definitely a terrifying faction. In the end, the Myriad Sun domain won and the 7 Fiend domain's Divine Lord lost. The 2 first-step experts were severely injured, but they also displayed their strong abilities. A loss was a loss. The 6th-ranked 7 Fiend domain still had to face another challenge. This was the rule of the ranking competition. As long as they could hold on to the remaining challenges, their spots would not change. There are so many first-step experts. The small sacred worlds of the sacred worlds are not simple. They usually don't show their strength, but at the crucial moment, they will definitely surprise everyone. Lin Fei thought to himself. The ranking competition was very exciting. For Lin Fei, if he could capture these experts, it would be even better. That would be even better. Lin Fei told himself not to worry. There would be a chance. It was just a matter of time. The competition between the small sacred worlds at the bottom was very intense. This was because any small sacred world would face the crisis of facing 3 challenges. The 33 candidate forces did not make a move. For the small sacred worlds at the bottom, it was very stressful. Starting from the 8th-ranked small sacred world, the competition became intense. The small sacred worlds at the bottom began to take the initiative to challenge, hoping to drive the other side down. Once the other side lost, the 2 sides would switch positions. The 33 candidate forces also began to make a move. They all stared at the small sacred worlds ranked 7th, 8th, and 9th. The battles were very intense, and there were a certain number of casualties. Even so, everyone rushed forward and did not have any intention of giving up. Finally, it's the Fuyun domain ranked 10th. Lin Fei had been paying attention. He also recorded the strength of the various forces, including the experts who appeared. He recorded all of them perfectly for the system. If these big shots in the sacred world knew about this, they would definitely regret holding the ranking competition. This gave Lin Fei a chance to collect information. Moreover, in the future, with the aura of these unparalleled experts, he could easily find the other side's nest. This also meant that the other side had no secrets. When the ranking competition for the Fuyun domain began, the competition was very intense. They had to go through 6 rounds of battles, which was not easy. Mo Yuan from the Gue Yuan sect personally participated. Overall, their strength was not very good. There were a total of 3 unparalleled experts, and the remaining 8 were late-stage giant experts. There was a huge difference from the current ranking. At least, the 9th-ranked small sacred world had a second-step expert. They are going to lose. Lin Fei did not think that the Gue Yuan sect could withstand the attack. After the first round of battles, they were driven out by the 12th-ranked small sacred world. Just when everyone thought that the Gue Yuan sect could hold on, they were driven out by the 15th-ranked small sacred world. It was quite an upset. In the end, the Fuyun domain was controlled by another force. How exciting! I didn't expect the 15th-ranked small sacred world to have a second-step expert. They were directly swept away. Lin Fei thought to himself, poor Gue Yuan sect. They have fallen to the 12th rank. This position is not stable. They will definitely be driven out. I guess they will be ranked beyond the 20th rank. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the Gue Yuan sect. Now that they were driven out, he could not wait for this to happen. Curses are smart. They plan to choose a small sacred world that is ranked in the 20s to practice. The ranking of the small sacred world would not end in 1 or 2 days. It would last for a few days. From the start to the end, Lin Fei never went up. This caused many to feel disappointed. Could it be that Di Tian didn't want to control a small sacred world? That was not possible. On the second day, Lin Fei did not fight either. On the third day, the Curse Palace fought and challenged a small sacred world that was ranked 25th. Chapter 2307. The ranking of the small sacred worlds was still in full swing. One by one, the small sacred worlds displayed terrifying strength. In addition, some secluded cultivation forces were busy competing for the small sacred worlds that were ranked lower. In the blink of an eye, the third day arrived. After the small sacred worlds ranked 28th, the competition became intense and crazy. For example, the small sacred worlds that were previously eliminated all wanted to regain control of a small sacred world. Under such circumstances, the small sacred worlds that were ranked lower were under great pressure. Basically, none of them could resist the challenge and were kicked out of the small sacred worlds. Lin Fei did not make a move. When the Nether Realm, which was ranked 32nd, arrived, he finally smiled. The Nether Realm was what Lin Fei wanted to control. From the beginning, Lin Fei had his eyes on the Nether Realm and was ready to remove the other party from the Nether Realm. As long as he controlled the 32nd level, it would be equivalent to controlling 2 small sacred worlds. Then, he would build a transmission array and have a base camp. Furthermore, he would be able to do it secretly. Where else could he find such a good thing? After the Nether Palace of the Nether Realm appeared, their expressions were very ugly. There were many competing forces. If they could not withstand 3 rounds of continuous battles, they would not be able to control the other forces easily. In the first round, the Nether Palace was disqualified and could only participate in challenges. Even if they challenged, they would not be able to maintain their position and would be forced to leave the stage. Their expressions were extremely ugly. After going through 7 or 8 forces in a row, Lin Fei finally decided to make a move. The forces competing for the Nether Realm basically could not maintain their position. They had to constantly face the forces that came up. If they wanted to maintain a stable position, they would not be able to do so without some foundation. Moreover, when it came to the last 2 small sacred worlds, no matter who it was, they had to go all out. Di Tian is going up. It turns out that he wants to compete for the Nether Realm. No wonder he did not make a move earlier. The competition in the Nether Realm is more intense than imagined. Seeing that Di Tian had brought people to the stage, everyone present had a look of realization. Some people were very unhappy with Di Tian, such as young Master Yanhua. He had arranged people to teach Di Tian a lesson, but the people he contacted had disappeared without a trace. He had been angry for a long time. On the stage, the strongest people around Lin Fei were 2 first-step experts. His opponents were 3 first-step experts and 8 late-stage giants. All of them had the power of the Great Path. Although they were not perfect, they were still very powerful. Everyone knew that Di Tian was a dark horse. When he saw that Lin Fan had only brought 2 first-step experts onto the stage, he was more or less disappointed. Could it be that he wanted to defeat Lin Fan with just 2 first-step experts? Earth collapse. This was a first-step expert who could control the power of the earth. The entire arena quickly turned into a piece of land, and the feet of Lin Fei and the others caved in. Flame Kingdom. The other first-step expert took advantage of the situation and went up. The high temperature was like a scorching sun that covered the arena. Space evaporated in an instant. Explode. Boom boom boom. Apart from the 2 first-step experts, the remaining 8 giant experts self-detonated at the first moment. Terrifying air waves swept out, tearing the ground apart. The endless high temperature also rushed out and crushed the opponents one by one. The late-stage giant experts were torn to pieces by this force. The spectating forces were all stunned. This power is so strong. It completely surpasses the self-detonation of a giant late-stage powerhouse. Damn it! How did Di Tian do it? The power of his self-destruction. Many people stood up and stared at the situation on the stage. The power of the giant expert's self-destruction was completely extraordinary. It killed the 8 giant experts on the spot, and the opponents did not even have a chance to attack before they died directly. This kid still likes this move. Yan Zisheng was not surprised at all. Maybe the Netherworld realm will fall into Di Tian's hands. It's indeed a terrifying attack. Luo Xing from the Blackwater realm laughed. It's really hard for ordinary people to defend against it. They're going to lose. Bai Lang smiled. While they were talking, the first step expert beside Lin Fei made his move. He cast a powerful curse technique and threw out all kinds of additional attributes that landed on the three of them. The curse technique was enhanced by the origin energy. The effect was several times stronger than the ordinary level. They were dizzy and had to admit defeat. The winner will seal the invincible world palace. As soon as they lost, someone immediately came up to announce. The challenge will begin after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. For the sake of fairness, all those who succeeded in the challenge would have a break time of 1 incense stick. After winning the first ranking match, Lin Fei would have to face 3 challenges. Once he won, it would be equivalent to controlling the Netherworld realm. The first match begins. From the moment Lin Fei decided to make his move, the outcome was already decided. Just like in the previous match, as soon as the opponents came up, Lin Fei used his self-destruction technique and killed them without any ability to resist. He severely injured the opponents and forced them to admit defeat. Shameless. Shameless. Many people secretly cursed. Who could withstand such a method? The results of the first, second, and third matches were all the same. Lin Fei did not care about everyone's expressions and directly used his self-destruction technique, leaving corpses behind, and won easily. I announce that the Netherworld realm will be controlled by the invincible world from now on. After consecutively defeating 3 major powers, Lin Fei obtained the recognition of the sacred world. As for the Netherworld child who was his archenemy, his expression was extremely ugly. Their Netherworld palace was going to retreat from the stage of history. No matter how unwilling they were, under the witness of the 5 major powers of the sacred world, no one dared to refute. When Lin Fei came down from the stage, many powers immediately came up to congratulate him. From a sealed world to the controller of a small saint world, his status was obviously different. Even the Netherworld realm ranked 32nd was a small saint world. Lin Fei nodded and returned to his seat. The competition for the last small saint world began. The remaining powers were even more frenzied. Everyone knew about the rise of the Zhong clan. But this time around, the Zhong clan sent out 5 first-step experts and 6 late-phase hegemonic-level experts, displaying terrifying strength. Shameless, it's this move again. What relationship does the Zhong clan have with DTon exactly? Why are their hegemonic-level experts self-destructing as well? This is cheating. The Zhong clan also used this move. Many people were speechless. Couldn't they just fight properly? Would the people who went up be able to accept this? Regardless of whether they could accept it or not, the Zhong clan's methods and strength had defeated the attacks of their opponents 3 times, easily stabilizing the Heaven Wasteland domain and becoming the last small saint world. I announce that the small saint world has reached perfection. Chapter 2308. In truth, the secret realms within the wild sacred mountain had always been something that everyone was looking forward to. Those places were related to some of the peak powers of the wild world back then. No one wanted to know how the space within the wild sacred mountain had been discovered, or how to enter, or how to obtain treasures. That was what everyone was looking forward to. The ranking competition was just a more exciting game. As Yan Zixing announced the end of the ranking competition, he also began to announce the secret realms within the wild sacred mountain. Although he had only vaguely explained it, it undoubtedly excited many. In the next few days, the first and second tier powers that could come were all seething with excitement. The 5 top powers announced some things about the space within the wild sacred mountain, and did not stop outsiders from entering. This gave everyone a chance to rise. This secret realm was called the Void Flame Space. The Void Flame Space immediately became the focus of attention. If not for the fact that the Void Flame Space was within the wild sacred mountain, many people would have started to search for it. Bang! While the Void Flame Space was being watched, a few powers gathered together in secret. Yanhuang City, in a private courtyard. On this night, many important people appeared. All of them had a certain level of fame in the sacred world. In the room of the courtyard, someone had set up a spirit design. Everyone who came in was slightly taken aback when they saw the person at the head seat, and then sat down quietly. However, a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Half an hour later, everyone had arrived. Everyone knows who I am, and there is no need to continue introducing me. However, we all have a common enemy, and that is D. Tian. On the head seat, a middle-aged man with a dark face sat. He did not hide his anger towards D. Tian at all. The faces of the people in the room changed slightly as they gathered their murderous intents. The temperature of the entire place instantly chilled. D. Tian was the person they were most unwilling to mention. D. Tian is not so easy to deal with. It will not be easy to kill him. I wonder if you have any way to kill D. Tian? The Yuming Zi's face was dark, and his eyes flashed coldly as he rushed down from the seat of the Holy Master of the Netherworld Palace. He had boundless killing intent towards D. Tian. Yes, we do have a grudge with D. Tian, but everyone knows that D. Tian is not easy to deal with. Although his cultivation level is not high, he has many trump cards. Do you want us to charge up and die? We're not fools. There's no need to become enemies with D. Tian. Ever since they had encountered D. Tian's self-detonation during the fight for the small saint world, the first thing everyone thought of when D. Tian was mentioned was his brutal self-detonation. No one could withstand such an attack. When they found out that someone wanted to deal with D. Tian and had even invited them, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Everyone laughed. That was why they had come personally. They wanted to know what methods the other party had to deal with D. Tian. From being the local tyrant of an unranked sealed world to controlling a small sacred world in the blink of an eye, this kind of leap was not a small matter. It was enough to be written into a historical novel. Everyone subconsciously developed a kind of fear towards D. Tian. None of them had the guts to attack him alone. What if this young noble wants to deal with D. Tian? The tightly shut door was violently pushed open. The two large doors exploded into pieces. Everyone stood up in an instant, their auras exploding as they stared at the person at the door. At this moment, a young master stood at the door. He was dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes, and there was a hint of killing intent on his face. He took a step forward and arrived at the seat of honor. All right. I'll talk to them about this. The middle-aged man from before stood up right away. He lowered his head. Young master, please sit. The young master sat down and looked at everyone present. He pressed his hands down. All of you can sit down. Do you not welcome me? Welcome, you are very welcome. Everyone sat down once more. Their faces were solemn. They didn't expect that this person would appear. The meaning of this matter was now different. I feel that all of you are talents. Are you interested in joining? If not, then I won't force you. All of you can just leave. The young master smiled as he spoke. Young master, we still have things to do, so we won't disturb you. One of them stood up, turned around, and walked out. He already had someone to rely on. This person walked out of the door. A green streak of light struck him and slashed across his body. His eyes opened wide as he covered his neck and fell backwards. You dare to reject young master's good intentions. You deserve to die. A black-clothed man appeared at the door. He held a dagger in his hand and licked the blood on it. He looked back with a sinister expression. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. An unparalleled expert at the first step had actually been defeated with a single blade strike. This person was too terrifying. Shadow, who told you to come out and scare the kids? Get lost. The young master snorted. The black-clothed man at the door disappeared, leaving behind a corpse at the door. Young master, we are willing to join. I'll join too. I'm willing. The young master sneered in his heart. If these people didn't have some strength, he wouldn't have come to recruit them. However, they were good candidates to deal with Tian. Young mistress, young master Yanhu brought his subordinate, Shadow, and took in some forces that failed to be selected. He even killed a first step expert on the spot, in a courtyard with artificial mountains and flowing water. In a pavilion, a girl in purple moved her jade-like fingers and stroked the zither in front of her. Her murderous voice echoed in the courtyard. Sometimes it was passionate, sometimes it was gentle. A middle-aged man beside her reported in a low voice until the song ended. "Continue to keep an eye on my big brother." The girl in purple placed her hands on the zither and stopped playing. "Do we need to inform Tian?" the middle-aged man asked. "No need," the girl in purple said. Tian is a mysterious person. We just need to arrange people to keep an eye on him. How are those people doing? Are they under control? They're still behaving well. But young mistress's third brother seems to have been contacted recently. Continue to keep an eye on him. You can leave now. The courtyard regained its silence. Illusory flame space, humph. The girl in purple stood up and disappeared from the courtyard. Lin Fei didn't go out. He secretly released special creatures to gather the information he wanted. It was a pity that he didn't gain much. Yanhuang City's control of information was more strict. Yan Fei, immediately target the Nether Palace. The Nether Realm is mine now. If they want to touch mine, kill them all. Through the system, Lin Fei listened to Yan Fei's report from the Nether Realm. As the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland Domain, Yan Fei was now a good helper by Lin Fei's side. Your Majesty, I will act immediately. I won't let them have their way. Yan Fei promised. After ending the call, Lin Fei snorted coldly. After the Nether Child lost control of the Nether Realm, he started to have evil ideas. Not only did he control the forces to dig up resources that belonged to the Nether Realm, he even prepared to take away a portion of the population of the Nether Realm. When the time came, he would leave Lin Fei with an incomplete Nether Realm. This was also because the Nether Realm was at the back. Lin Fei didn't have any forces deployed in the Nether Realm. He was like a duckweed without a foundation. It was normal for the other party to use tricks. Chapter 2309. As the day of entering the void flame space approached, there was one person who was in a bad mood. That was Lin Fei. Although the entire city was discussing the matter of the void flame space, for Lin Fei, this was not the most important thing at the moment, but how to steal the terrifying energy from the Yanhuang ancestor statue. After waiting for a few days, Lin Fei finally gained something. The system had successfully broken through the countless array formations and restrictions on the statue. If it was another person, they might not even be able to do it in 100 years. At the very least, they would have to add a number to the back to reach about 1,000 years. This was still fast. Lin Fei controlled a powerful system, so breaking through the array formations was indeed not a problem. While waiting anxiously, he finally heard the voice of the little devil. "Ha, great, it came at the right time." Lin Fei revealed a smile. No matter what was said outside, what he cared about the most was the terrifying energy within the statue. That was the power of a perfect fourth-step expert. Master's luck is good. Once the terrifying energy within the statue is completely plundered, Master will have the power to protect himself in the wild sacred mountain. No matter how bad it is, Master will be able to leave calmly and not put himself in danger. The little devil laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's enter the statue immediately. Lin Fei rubbed his fists and couldn't wait any longer. Master, before we go in, you still need to do one more thing. For example, make some noise in the Yanhuang world. It would be best if you can attract everyone's attention, so that they don't notice us. The little devil suggested. This will only be beneficial to Master. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. The little devil's words did make sense. The statue of the Yan Huang ancestor had gone through a long period of time and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. Now, it had become a trump card. Outsiders might not be able to see any changes, but it was inevitable that they would be suspected. If he was suspected, it would definitely be a big problem. To be able to steal such a huge amount of terrifying energy, Lin Fei really did not believe that the people of Yan Huang City would be able to sit still. At that time, they would definitely do everything they could to find clues. Lin Fei was very confident that he would not be discovered. However, there was no guarantee that he would not be found. It was rumored that the second step of the unparalleled realm was a watershed, which meant that one had perfect control over the power of the great Tao. At the same time, the energy in the body would change into a kind of energy called magic power. This was only one of the reasons. The second reason was that experts at the second step realm controlled the power of the Great Path. In addition to the ordinary 5 major elements, there were many unimaginable Great Path attribute powers. Lin Fei had once heard from Yan Fei that there was once an unparalleled expert who had successfully mastered a special elemental power when he stepped into the second step. Under the control of his dermic powers, his combat prowess was abnormally strong. His opponent's great Tao was known as decomposition, and there were very few people who could block this kind of great Tao attack. Because of this, his opponent had gained a great reputation. It was precisely because he had some understanding that Lin Fei didn't think he could guarantee that he wouldn't be found out. Do we need a lot of noise? It's best if we can attract the attention of the strong. That way, the effect will be better. Master also needs to leave a substitute here to avoid suspicion. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I didn't plan to use it so soon. Seems like I have to bring it forward now. For the sake of that terrifying energy, Lin Fei had to complete it at all costs. Come out, my doppelganger. In the next second, after making sure that no one was watching, an identical figure appeared beside Lin Fei. Every time he saw this identical modified human, Lin Fei would be shocked. This wasn't a doppelganger, but one that had been modified through flesh and blood. It had the same aura as the real body. As long as it didn't attack, even if it was an elite expert attacking, one couldn't tell if it was real or fake. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei quietly snuck out. His entire person transformed into a shadow in the darkness, not revealing a single trace. After leaving Yan Huang City, it was already dark and windy outside. Lin Fei moved very quickly. With his spatial bloodline, his speed was extremely fast. He passed through more than half of the Yan Huang world, and at the same time, his aura changed to that of old ancestor hypnosis. To be on the safe side, Lin Fei decided to find someone to take the blame. Old ancestor hypnosis of the Yan Huang world was very suitable to take the blame. No one would have thought that a drop of essence blood could cause such a huge disaster. Come out, dark assassin. After the system was released, Lin Fei hadn't been idle in the past 10 years. He had been secretly accumulating strength, especially after coming into contact with modification. Gradually, he had modified some experts, and the dark assassins were modified in these 10 years. Originally, he had used them as a surprise attack, but now he couldn't care so much. Moreover, the dark assassins wouldn't be suspected at all. Lin Fei had originally intended to use them as a surprise attack. In order to transform this batch of darkness assassins, he had spent a lot of effort and consumed a lot of origin energy. Now, each of these darkness assassins could erupt with the combat strength of a late-stage giant. At the same time, they had mastered darkness stealth, especially at night. With the attribute bonus, when used with stealth and assassination, the success rate was 99%. Even a first-step expert would be hit if they were not on guard. The first batch of dark assassins wasn't large in number. Lin Fei had arranged for 100 dark assassins, and it was enough to cause quite a commotion. It shouldn't be a problem to use them to attract everyone's attention. Let's start with Yan Huang City for the assassination. Where was the best place to cause a commotion? Lin Fei knew without thinking, Yanhuang City. After the ranking competition, there were still many major powers living in Yanhuang City. As long as he assassinated them, he would definitely be able to cause a commotion. At that time, in the darkness, it would be a piece of cake to sneak into the statue. Lin Fei once again disappeared into the night. The 100 dark assassins used the moonlight to advance rapidly. In every second, they crossed a very long distance. Gradually, Yanhuang City appeared in his vision. Lin Fei just hid in the dark, shielding all his aura as though he didn't exist. Through his vision, he saw the dark assassins sneak into Yanhuang City. 100 dark assassins wasn't a large number. Lin Fei was very clear about the strength of this force. This was also the first time he had taken it out to experiment. Arrange for 2 dark assassins to assassinate Lu Shan first. Lin Fei thought of that assassin. Wasn't he still in Yanhuang City? Using assassins to ambush him would definitely be a very interesting thing. As for those who wanted to ambush him, Lin Fei had no intention of letting them go. Chapter 23:10. Night, Yanhuang City. Young Master Yanhua had brought his subordinates to the largest brothel in Yanhuang City. As the young master of the Yan family, he was fawned upon no matter where he went. Recently, he had successfully taken in a group of people. Young Master Yanhua was in a good mood. It would be even better if he did not mention Di Tian. Young Master Yan, cheers. Cheers. In one of the pavilions of the gold squandering den, a group of men were hugging a woman and drinking a cup of wine. The woman beside them was very cooperative, and from time to time, she would make everyone laugh. Young Master Yanhua was tipsy and very excited. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, 2 darkness assassins sneaked in and quietly approached the target. When he raised his wine cup, the darkness assassin instantly attacked. 2 beams of cold light pierced towards his chest and the other pierced towards his forehead. The speed of the attack was so fast that it exceeded everyone's imagination. The 2 beams of light were formed from daggers. At this speed, it was not difficult to hit the target if one was unprepared. The jade pendant on young Master Yanhua's neck glowed brightly. Just as it was about to hit the target, it blocked the 2 attacks. The entire pavilion exploded, and the darkness assassin was sent flying. Assassin. Young Master Yanhua has been assassinated. Quick, catch the assassin. Once it failed, the darkness assassin retreated into the darkness. As the cold light flashed, the surrounding people were unlucky. They were stabbed at vital spots and fell one by one. In order for the darkness assassin to display its most terrifying assassination ability, Lin Fei had coated the dagger with poison. It was an incurable poison that could kill with 1 strike. Unless one's strength reached a terrifying level, one would not be able to suppress the poison. But these people were not. In no time, the scene was littered with corpses. Young Master Yanhua was frightened. A crack appeared on the pendant on his chest. Bastard, this young master's treasure. You wasted a chance for nothing. Most of the people on the scene had been killed. The darkness assassin turned back and tried to assassinate young Master Yanhua. Even though he was a middle-stage giant, it took a lot of effort to kill the darkness assassin. Investigate. I want to know who sent them. Seeing his subordinates rushing over, Yanhua scolded them harshly. Before the news of the assassination of young Master Yanhua had spread, Yanhuang City erupted into chaos. A group of assassins who were proficient in stealth had infiltrated Yanhuang City and attempted to assassinate the leaders of the major powers. Since the assassination had failed, they immediately changed targets, and many people fell victim to it. In less than an hour, the entire Yanhuang City was in chaos. No matter which faction they belonged to, they were more or less assassinated. This kind of assassination was completely undetectable. Until the other party charged out, they would not even have the time to react before they were killed in a single blow. Yanhuang City also went into lockdown at the first instance. The law enforcement team of Yanhuang City was dispatched quickly, but they were immediately attacked by assassins and lost 2/3 of their manpower. This time, the people of Yanhuang City were on tenterhooks. These assassins were even more terrifying than they had imagined. Even the late-stage magnates could not kill them in a short time. He allowed the other party to dive into the darkness. Yan Zisheng immediately found out about this and mobilized the law enforcement team to kill the assassins. Soon, bad news came back: the assassins seemed to be living in the dark. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost, he perfectly concealed his aura. Before the enemy could find him, he was already killed. His movements were clean and swift, and his attacks were sure to hit his target. At this moment, Yan Zisheng was enraged. Contact the assassin world immediately. I want to know who is behind all this. Yan Zisheng knew that the impact of tonight's incident would be extremely bad. The main city of an elite faction had been attacked by a group of mysterious assassins. If they did not give an explanation, the reputation of the Yanhuang world would definitely be tarnished. From then on, it would become a joke. If they do not give an explanation, I do not mind personally going to the assassin world to have a good talk with them. Yan Zisheng first thought of the assassin world. Other than them, no one else was proficient in such concealment techniques. Brother Yan, you have misunderstood our assassin world. Yan Zisheng sent a thought in front of him. The thought turned into a black-clothed man. His entire body was wrapped up, and his features could not be seen clearly. This person was the master of the assassin world, Black. Everyone knows what the assassin world is like. Can you guarantee that these assassins have nothing to do with the assassin world? Yan Zisheng snorted coldly. Don't think that the headquarters of the assassin world is hidden. As long as I want to find the assassin world, I will definitely find you in less than 3 days. Don't underestimate the ability of a third-step expert. Black was aggrieved. He did not dare to underestimate the anger of a third-step expert. Moreover, the impact this time was very bad. When the big and small factions were gathered, they were attacked by a group of assassins. This was not a good thing for the assassin world. Those who did not know would think that the assassin world wanted to catch everyone in one fell swoop. Brother Yan, our assassin world is notorious, but it does not mean that we will act recklessly. This ambush could not have been done by someone from our assassin world. Black tried his best to explain. This matter, our assassin world will definitely get to the bottom of it and give Brother Yan a satisfactory answer. The black-clothed man exploded, and the thought dissipated. Yan Zisheng frowned. Black is arrogant, but it does not mean that he will act recklessly. The assassin world offending 33 small saint realms in one go is definitely not a wise thing to do. This matter should have nothing to do with them. You're courting death. Yan Zisheng shouted towards the darkness, and 2 Jingguang beams shot out from his eyes. The Jingguang turned towards the darkness, and with a plop, 2 corpses fell from the darkness. What a powerful assassin. He actually managed to sneak in. No wonder those people fell for his trick. Before they finished sighing, the assassins on the ground disappeared again. One appeared in front, and the other appeared behind. They stabbed down with daggers, and as soon as they got close, the 2 instantly exploded into a bloody mess. This time, Yan Zisheng's expression changed. They were clearly killed by me, but they can still attack. This, no matter who it was, they would not be able to understand this matter no matter how much they thought about it. Not long after, the other 4 top forces all arrived, and their complexions were not very good. It seems that you guys are the same as me. You have also been assassinated by them. Yan Zisheng threw the corpses and looked at the 4 people. When did such a group of assassins appear in the sacred world? Not only are they proficient in concealment, but they also have a strong life force. Their daggers are dipped in poison, and their methods are vicious. Bai Bo's face was dark. They are very bold. They clearly know that assassinating us won't work, but they still dare to come and assassinate us. I am even more interested in the mastermind behind this. Luo Xing of the Blackwater world also had a dark expression. This kind of assassination method was completely a provocation. If we don't find them, these people will be even more arrogant. Very impressive methods. The entire Yan Huang world is in chaos. Brother Yan, we have to deal with this quickly. Wan Taijun reminded. Chapter 23:11. The 5 top forces naturally had their own reasons for holding the small Saint Realm ranking tournament. For the time being, they had achieved the result they wanted. But now, a group of assassins had appeared out of nowhere, and all of them had extraordinary abilities. Even giant powerhouses had fallen into trouble. This was undoubtedly a provocation to them. No matter who the mastermind was, from this moment on, they would blacklist the other party. As long as they found clues, they would definitely destroy the other party. No one could remain unscathed after offending the 5 top forces. Yan Zisheng immediately arranged for the first step experts to encircle the assassins in the shadows. Once the first step experts attacked, they really found the assassins with their powerful spiritual senses. However, there was a slight deviation in the encirclement. The assassins hid in the darkness and came and went freely. This was beyond their expectations. Moreover, they were in Yanhuang City, and a large-scale attack was impossible. They could only watch helplessly as the assassins fled. Every first step expert had always felt helpless when dealing with some small bugs hiding in the darkness. However, tonight, they experienced the feeling of helplessness. After Yan Zisheng heard the news, he was shocked again. It was the same for the other 4 top forces. They had no choice but to send out second step experts. When the second step experts attacked, the effect was immediately seen. One by one, the dark assassins were found and killed in a few rounds, leaving only their corpses behind. Unbeknownst to them, at this time, there were also people observing the second step experts. Second step experts are indeed strong. They have broken through a whole new level of strength and have perfect control of the great Tao power. It seems that this second step expert should be able to control the great Tao of gravity within a certain range. And that one should be able to teleport a short distance. 100 dark assassins had assassinated many famous figures, but they were quickly surrounded and killed by the second step experts. From the beginning, Lin Fei did not think that they could withstand the attack of the second step experts. It was reasonable for them to be killed. Lin Fei realized the tyrannical strength of the second step experts through observation. Not enough, this is still not enough. This caused a riot in Yanhuang City. It could not be sustained for too long. For Lin Fei, the effect would only be average. It seemed like he could only send out another batch of dark assassins. This time, Lin Fei had sent out 500 darkness assassins. He had also put in a lot of capital. Compared to the terrifying amount of energy he would gain, all of this was worth it. The 100 darkness assassins were quickly found. Not a single one of them was left alive. Once they were captured, Lin Fei would control them to commit suicide, erasing all information. Even if an unparalleled expert acted, they wouldn't be able to find any useful clues. The commotion caused by the 100 darkness assassins did not stop. 500 darkness assassins sneaked in. Yanhuang City's old devil Yan, listen up. We are the Avengers. We, the Avengers, will never forget what you have done to us. The purpose of the Avengers is revenge. After the 500 darkness assassins had infiltrated Yanhuang City, Lin Fei had controlled a darkness assassin to say these words. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Yanhuang City. No. Not again. Too scary. We can't hold on any longer. Another giant powerhouse has been killed, and it was a one-hit kill. Run. With the addition of 500 dark assassins, the Yanhuang world was thrown into chaos. Yan Zisheng heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was thinking about this matter, the voice that came from the night was especially clear. He stood up. Avengers? The holy masters of the other 4 top forces also stood up and looked at the sky outside. Their expressions were very strange. They had actually never heard of this force before. They seemed very unfamiliar. Through their tyrannical strength, they could clearly see the situation within Yanhuang City. Those troublesome assassins were constantly appearing and disappearing. Every time, someone would fall. Yanhuang City was also in complete chaos, especially when the giant powerhouses were helpless against them. With the previous experience, the darkness assassins were even more agile. At the same time, they spread out within Yanhuang City, giving the 2 second-step experts in the night sky a slight headache. Lin Fei hid near the statue, perfectly concealing his aura, waiting for the right opportunity. The Avengers. I believe they will definitely be shocked. In the end, they can't figure out their origins, and this will eliminate a lot of suspicion. The Avengers was a name that Lin Fei had casually come up with. It was just enough to fool them. Master, Yan Zisheng and the other 4 are about to attack. Your chance is here. Make use of this chance to sneak into the statue. The little devil immediately reminded. There's only one chance. I will grasp it well. After sacrificing 600 darkness assassins, I have to get something back. Lin Fei was actually waiting for the 5 elite holy masters to make their move. In the instant that the 5 elite holy masters made their move, 5 powerful spiritual senses shrouded the sky above Yanhuang City. Although the 500 darkness assassins were proficient in stealth, they were completely exposed at this moment. Under the pressure of this spiritual sense, everyone was unable to move. This was the terrifying pressure of a 3rd-step expert. Once a 3rd-step expert makes his move, he is indeed awesome. He can suppress all the energy waves in Yanhuang City. As expected of a 3rd-step expert. A pity that they are under my control. Lin Fei was not at all surprised by this result. If a 3rd-step expert did not have any ability, how could he be a 3rd-step expert? Long live the Avengers! It was not just the people of Yanhuang City who were suppressed. The 500 darkness assassins were also suppressed. One of them shouted, "Long live the Avengers," and chose to self-destruct. Bang bang bang. The 500 darkness assassins choosing to self-destruct was not a simple move. It could easily destroy Yanhuang City and raze it to the ground. Yan Zisheng naturally would not let such a thing happen. Otherwise, Yanhuang City would still have face. Suck. Yan Zisheng opened his mouth and sucked at Yanhuang City. Instantly, the energy from the self-destruction was guided by a powerful aura and was continuously absorbed into his body. Yan Zisheng's body did not react at all. The terrifying impact of the energy that could destroy Yanhuang City was all absorbed into his body. When the 500 darkness assassins self-destructed, Lin Fei turned into nothingness. He came before the statue and tore a hole in the hundreds of millions of spirit designs. He successfully snuck in. Within the statue, there was a space of its own. Powerful spirit designs and restrictions were set up together. There was no distinction between you and me. The slightest touch would result in death by the spirit designs and restrictions. Take a deep breath. One step at a time. In Lin Fei's mind, he already had the system's route of entry. Every single restriction was recorded. Lin Fei nimbly moved around, avoiding the array formations and restrictions without triggering any reaction from the array formations and restrictions. Chapter 23:12. The moment Yan Zisheng's thought popped up, it was immediately suppressed by reason. The elder ancestor's statue has accumulated generations of spirit designs and restrictions. It has always been a killing move of the Yanhuang world. Unless it's those people, who else would be able to barge in? Moreover, if I wanted to barge in, it would definitely cause a commotion. I must be being paranoid. It was because of his absolute trust in the statue of the elder ancestor that Yan Zixing had missed a chance to discover it. When he found out later, he suspected that the appearance of the Avengers might have been a diversion. Of course, this was a story for another time. At that moment, the 5 top powerhouses frowned. This kind of attack was very similar to a certain person's. Using their powerful divine senses, they discovered that Di Tian was standing at the door, protected by 2 first-step powerhouses. There were several corpses in front of him, and they immediately ruled out Di Tian as a suspect. After the explosion of Yanhuang City was resolved, the 5 top experts gathered together, deep in thought. In the next second, they all returned to Yan Zixing's residence. This is strange. Bai Lang frowned. When did such a strong force appear in our sacred world? Their assassination skills are no weaker than those of the assassin world. For a moment, I even suspected that Black was behind this. I have never heard of the Avengers, not even a hint of them. I can guarantee that this was a sudden attack by them, to catch us off guard. Luo Xing's face was dark. It was already dark, and now it was even darker. One could only see the murderous intent on his face. We have to investigate with all our might. No matter what, we cannot allow such a mysterious force to hide in the dark. This will be very disadvantageous to us. Wan Tiejuan's murderous intent surged. Have you all ever thought that the Avengers might be like those from back then? Holy Master Blood Prison's face was dark, as though he was recalling something. There was a trace of unnaturalness in the depths of his eyes. Damn, these spirit designs are indeed terrifying. Without the little devil to help analyze them, whoever comes will die. Lin Fei carefully made his way through. No matter who it was, when faced with hundreds of millions of spirit designs and restrictions, they would definitely feel numb. If they were not careful, they would be annihilated. They would not even be able to save themselves. Lin Fei looked nervous, but he was actually very relaxed. According to the system's position, he could enter through the gap. Moreover, he had spatial abilities, so he could easily move through. Inside the statue. It was much bigger than Lin Fei had imagined. For the time being, Lin Fei did not sense the existence of the terrifying energy. Based on his intuition, the energy should be fixed in a certain area. What he needed to do now was to dive to the bottom. Traversing through the dangerous spirit designs, Lin Fei's movements were swift. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of the control of the Yan Huang world's spirit designs. On the way down, the danger of the array formations and restrictions began to increase. Lin Fei's mind was on high alert, and he did not dare to be careless. Just based on the aura coming from the array formation, it would only take a moment to take his life. 2 hours later, Lin Fei arrived at the depths of the statue space. It's really here. After passing through the last array formation, the array formation behind Lin Fei disappeared. Not far in front of him, large and small terrifying energy turned into birds and beasts, each of them abnormally powerful. Voila! In the space, a sharp claw struck, as though it wanted to tear everything apart. It was aimed at Lin Fei's head. The strength of this attack directly reached the level of a first-step expert. With a thought, Lin Fei activated the body of 10,000 curses. The sharp claw landed on his head, and the incantations that filled the sky shattered. The terrifying strength shattered the incantations 3 times. After forcefully withstanding the attack of the sharp claw, Lin Fei realized that he could not fight it head-on. Just as the thought emerged, a cold wind blew behind him, and a giant finger poked at his back. This attack came without a sound. Lin Fei's blood boiled. The incantations continued to shatter, and he blocked the attack by a hair's breadth. Master, the origin energy in this place has developed a trace of intelligence, and it can attack instinctively. If you fight with this origin energy, it will be very disadvantageous for Master. Lin Fei said angrily. Hurry up and activate forceful plunder, and collect all these D***MN origin energy. Fighting against the origin energy, and even consuming it, Lin Fei would never agree. This kind of price is not worth it. No problem, let's start immediately. As his voice fell, a huge whirlpool formed around Lin Fei's body. Once the whirlpool opened, any attack that fell into the whirlpool would immediately be broken down and turned into numbers. When Lin Fei saw the system's origin energy units shoot up like a rocket, he finally revealed a trace of a smile. When I absorb all the origin energy, I will have a super trump card. Let's see who is the unlucky one. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. Hua hua hua. The origin energy at the bottom of the statue resisted at first, but in the face of the huge plunder ability, the origin energy was unable to resist and was continuously absorbed. This process lasted for a full hour. Don't look at how long an hour is, the origin energy obtained by forceful plunder has become a terrifying number. When Lin Fei saw this, he could not help but laugh out loud. I'm rich, I'm really rich. An unending stream of origin energy was being plundered. Lin Fei's own strength did not increase by much, but when he unleashed a big move in one go, it was definitely terrifying enough to make people tremble. If it was before, Lin Fei would only be able to unleash the attack of a first-step ranker, and the duration would not be long. After all, in these 10 years, the consumption of origin energy was extremely high, and if all of them were to explode together, he would at most be able to unleash an attack of a second-step ranker. Right now, Lin Fei could be said to have taken an important step forward, and instantly grasped a powerful explosive move. A trump card in hand. I've finally finished absorbing it. Lin Fei did not ruthlessly absorb it all, leaving behind a thin layer. From the outside, the Yan Huang ancestor statue maintained its endless pressure. However, only Lin Fei himself understood that this statue was clearly just an empty shell. The real golden jade on the outside was rotten inside, and even if Yan Zisheng stood in front of it, he would not be able to see the changes within. After a long period of time, the formation restrictions had strangely fused into one. There was me in you, and there was you in me. It was no longer a simple formation restriction. Lin Fei had also spent a long time with the powerful system before he had the confidence to enter. Without personally experiencing it, he would definitely not be able to imagine how terrifying it was. Leaving behind a thin layer of origin energy, Lin Fei was also worried that others would be able to see through it. Master, go down and take a look. There seems to be some good stuff at the bottom. The little devil reminded. There's still something else? Without the attack of the origin energy, Lin Fei completely relaxed and calmly moved down. In a moment, he arrived at the bottom of the statue space and could touch the ground. His feet were on the ground. Altar? It turned out that at the bottom, there was an altar. Chapter 23:13. Underground. After losing the envelopment of the origin energy, a black stone altar appeared. There were 18 huge pillars standing around it, giving off an ancient aura. At the beginning, Lin Fei mistakenly thought that it was an altar. When he looked carefully, a formless terror rose from the bottom of his heart. F***ck, this isn't an altar. Around the altar, there were a total of 18 huge metal chains that flickered with starlight. Each of them was tied to the center of the altar, and there was something that looked like a human, but not a human. This must be a big secret. There's actually a person tied up inside the statue of the Yan Huang ancestor. It seems like those 18 chains are not ordinary items. To be able to not be affected by the origin energy, what a great thing. Lin Fei did not lean forward, but instead retreated backwards. In this kind of place, Lin Fei could not be careless. Little devil, are you trying to trick me? Maybe the guy who is restricted on the altar is a super expert. Lin Fei scolded the little devil. To be able to appear in such a place, Lin Fei suspected that the other party's strength was at least at the third step, or even higher. Such a tyrannical person, killing him was too easy. If he had known that this would happen, Lin Fei would not have been able to kill him. Relax, the guy on the altar has been dead for a long time. He doesn't have any life force. The little devil came to the altar. Master, you don't have to worry. On the other hand, this corpse is a good thing. According to my analysis, at its peak, it would have reached the peak of the 5th step. Lin Fei took a deep breath. This is a 5th step expert. My God, to be able to suppress the other party here, he is definitely not a simple 5th step expert. Perhaps he is a peak existence among the 5th step experts. No wonder, I was curious from the start, why is there a statue in Yanhuang City? There's no need for this at all. This doubt had indeed popped up in Lin Fei's mind before. However, he had never thought that there would be such a big secret. Master's analysis is very reasonable. It is very likely that this involves some secrets of the wasteland continent. With the current strength of the sacred world, it is impossible to suppress a suspected 5th step expert. It is also possible that this was done by that mysterious force back then to Master. Whether or not it is a secret from back then, this specific corpse is really a rare good thing. Lin Fei had indeed never thought about it. There was such a good thing at the bottom. Even if it was not a 5th step expert's corpse, even if it was a 4th step expert's corpse, it would still be worth it. After modifying it, it would at least be a 3rd step expert's corpse. Then what are we waiting for? Put it away immediately. Lin Fei could not wait any longer. In the past 10 years, Lin Fei had tried to enter the central area of the boundary wall battlefield, but he had failed time and time again. Now, he found a powerful skeleton. Naturally, he was very tempted and couldn't wait to get out of here. This was also because Lin Fei had been lucky. If the other party had been alive, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't have had a chance. For example, the imprisonment chains were as sturdy as mountains, and at the same time, they had been infused with different materials, which gave them a certain restrictive ability. Return. Now that the other party was dead, Lin Fei was relieved. The system retrieved the sturdy chains on the spot. It did not want to expose any information and arouse suspicion. Without the shackles, Lin Fei put the corpse back into the system space. He was now sure that the other party was dead. Master, come and take a look. There are words here. They should have been left behind by the owner of this corpse. I think you must come and take a look. Without the support of the origin energy, the altar became useless. There was no danger. Lin Fei came to the altar and left bloody words on it. Before he got close, he felt an endless chill as if he had fallen into an endless rain of blood. At this critical moment, the little devil used the origin energy. A long saber blasted away the endless rain of blood, and Lin Fei regained his freedom. It was too dangerous. How could these words be so terrifying? I was so close to being killed by these bloody words. Lin Fei's back was sweating. Now, he had no doubt that when the other party was alive, he was at least a 4th step expert. Master, I'm sorry. The little devil also knew that it had done something wrong and immediately apologized. You know that this kind of power has no effect on our energy bodies. You didn't know that the bloody words are directed at the body. Master, wait a moment. I will help you suppress this chill, and then you can watch. Lin Fei was indeed quite frightened. Just a few words were terrifying to such an extent. Did he really think that he could kill anyone he wanted to? Master, it's done. Lin Fei looked at the bloody words again. Previously, the terrifying power had been suppressed, and a few words were written intermittently on it. Among them, there were a few kill words that contained boundless killing intent, as if the entire world was filled with killing intent. With a slight look, Lin Fei was completely shocked, and barely managed to see through some tricks. From the intermittent words, he could vaguely guess that this rancor seemed to be related to the first-generation Yanhuang ancestor, and the other party mentioned the Yanhuang ancestor intentionally or unintentionally. Could it be that the Yanhuang ancestor suppressed the other party here? Lin Fei guessed based on the clues. This relationship is too deep, and it's been too long. However, these words seemed to be worth using. Lin Fei was not interested in continuing to guess. In any case, he was already dead, but these words in blood did not change much over time, so their value was still very high. Do you have the confidence to create these bloody words? With such a good opportunity in front of him, Lin Fei would not miss it, even if I lose some of my power. I can do that. The little devil nodded. There should be a certain gap in power. According to the analysis, the power of the blood words can still be maintained around the power of a second-step expert. The difference is that big? Lin Fei had personally felt it just now. No matter what, the power was at least at the third step, or even at the peak level. Taking it down will consume a certain amount of energy. It's pretty good for master. The little devil said. Lin Fei thought so too. If he could use it as a trump card at a critical moment, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill the other party if he threw out the blood words? That scene would definitely be spectacular. The powerful ability of the system was once again displayed. Using its ingenious ability, it really peeled off the blood words one by one. During this period, it failed a few times, and a few of the blood words lost their power. In the end, Lin Fei still obtained 35 blood words, which was equivalent to being able to unleash 35 attacks from a second-step expert. 35 times. Lin Fei was excited. I was originally worried about the trip to the wild sacred mountain secret realm. With the power of these blood words, I can at least fight against them. Chapter 23:14. Nothing? Still no news of the Avengers? Appeared out of nowhere? Yanhuang City, City Lord Residence. Yan Zixing frowned. According to his spies, he had mobilized all the power of the Yan family, but still could not find any information on the Avengers. It was as though they had appeared out of nowhere. This was not good news. Yanhuang City had been attacked by the mysterious Avengers. Although they had been dealt with in the end, it was because they had chosen to self-destruct. After eliminating Di Tian as a suspect, the Yan family had mobilized all their power, but to no avail. It was as though they did not exist. Father, this must have been planned for a long time. We can slowly arrange for people to investigate from here. Yanhua had also been assassinated, and was fuming at the mention of this. The sacred realm is so big, I don't believe we can't find them. Yan Zixing had tried to use the self-destructing corpses to find the nest of the other party. In the end, he discovered that there was no information on these corpses, as though they had been erased. Whether the Avengers were real or fake, Yan Zixing had to take it seriously. If there was a first, there might be a second. He had to be cautious. Little Z, you are usually smart. What do you think these people are after? Or are they just trying to mess with the 5 top powers? Yan Zixing looked at his daughter, Yan Zi. Yan Hua's eyes flashed with displeasure. In the entire Yan clan, the only person he disliked was this sister of his. No matter if it was in terms of cultivation talent or intellect, she was better than him. She also had the support of a large number of strong cultivators in the Yan clan. Now, she was on par with him. Little sister, why don't you say something? Perhaps you can find something. Yan Hua said with a smile. Yan Zi did not mind. She frowned slightly. Father, I feel that they are creating a diversion. Yan Hua interrupted. Humph, creating a diversion. Little sister, are you muddle-headed? There doesn't seem to be anything in Yanhuang City that is worth their attention, right? Is there a need to create a diversion? I think there is no need at all. Yan Zi was used to her big brother's mockery. It was as though she would feel uncomfortable if she did not fight back. Father, why don't you think about it carefully? Why would those people make trouble at this time? What's the difference between a day earlier and a day later? In that case, it could only be said that what the other party was worried about was the Voidfire Mystery Realm. Since that was the case, it could only be said that the other party was not strong enough. Perhaps. Otherwise. Just based on these assassins, they can move stealthily. As long as they target those below the level of an unparalleled expert, how many people in Yanhuang City can stop them? Yan Zisheng had been pondering all this while. There had to be something wrong with this assassination attempt against Yanhuang City. For example, there was no need to assassinate third-step experts like them. It was completely unnecessary. Yanhua laughed coldly. Little sister, what you said is correct, but why do I feel that something is wrong? Do they need a reason to make things difficult for us? Our Yan family is one of the top 5 forces. Perhaps, it's just some of our enemies from back then who still hold a grudge and want to attack our Yan clan at this time. They're just a bunch of shameless and useless people. Lord Father, you don't need to care about them at all. I'm willing to investigate the whereabouts of these people. Capture them one by one and use their blood to atone for their sins. Yan Zi indeed felt that there was another motive behind this incident. It seemed to be attracting everyone's attention. If Yan Zi really wanted to find the crux of the matter, she really had no idea. Her instincts told her that this was a diversion, but she did not know if the other party had achieved their goal. In the end, Yan Zisheng handed the matter over to Yanhua, leaving Yan Zi in the room. This made Yanhua very uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had taken responsibility for this matter. As long as he did it well, he would definitely leave a good impression in his father's eyes. Little Z, your big brother's temper is like this. Don't take offense. Yan Zisheng laughed. From the bottom of his heart, he still liked his daughter a little more. His eldest son's ability to handle matters was more or less questionable. I won't. Yan Zi laughed. However, father has to pay attention to the matter of the Avengers. From their actions to their self-destruction, it's easy to see that they are not an ordinary force. Perhaps they are a strong force that has been hiding for a long time. They are indeed not ordinary. Yan Zisheng sighed. The future of the sacred world will not be peaceful. This trip to the eerie flame mystic realm is also your chance. You must grasp it. Yan Zi looked at her father's serious expression. It was an expression that was rarely seen. She could not help but ask, Father, the future of the sacred world, will it really? Yan Zisheng stretched out his hand and set up a restriction, isolating all sound. Even a third-step expert would not be able to hear anything. Do you know what will happen in 100 years? 100 years? Yan Zi hesitated for a moment. Then, a thought flashed across her mind. Father, are you talking about that prophecy? You are very smart. Now, there are probably only a few people who still remember this language. Yan Zisheng seemed to be reminiscing about something. In 100,000 years, we will rule over this world and reform the land. Father, could it be true? Yan Zi's eyes flashed with shock. Lin Fei did not know that someone had almost guessed the truth based on some clues. The modified human is quite useful. As long as I don't make a move, no one will be able to see anything wrong. After returning to the VIP building, Lin Fei put away the modified human and was completely relieved. In the courtyard of the VIP building, Lin Fei had set up some equipment. He could clearly see that after the assassination attempt, this place had indeed been searched by divine senses. There were still 5 extremely tyrannical and terrifying auras. Apart from those 5, there was no one else. This trip is a great harvest. Each of the 35 blood words is priceless. There is also this tyrannical corpse. It is time to transform and refine it. This was the most powerful corpse that Lin Fei had obtained. When the strength of the corpse reached a certain level, it could also be transformed into a terrifying existence. Taking advantage of the limited time, Lin Fei began the transformation process. Fortunately, Little Fiend could undergo the transformation automatically through the system and did not need to be brought outside. This saved him a lot of trouble. He was really worried that the aura would leak and attract the 5 third-step experts. Little Fiend, your appearance must be ferocious, the kind that will scare people at first glance. The remnant aura on your body must be wiped clean. I don't want to be recognized by others. If that happens, it will definitely be a big problem. Lin Fei requested Little Fiend to carry out the transformation. In order to transform this corpse, it was worth it. This level of corpse would be useful to anyone, but the greatest use was in Lin Fei's hands. Chapter 23:15. The Avengers were well known in the sacred realm. No one knew the true background of the Avengers. In fact, this was the first time they had heard of it. Yanhuang's city had been locked down for a few days. After confirming that there was no danger, the lockdown was lifted, and Yanhuang city regained its freedom of entry and exit. Privately, a group of people were studying the assassin from that night. No matter how big the matter, it was quickly replaced by the eerie flame's secret realm. Everyone knew about the savage sacred mountain. It was the most glorious place in history. Those who established a sect there all had deep backgrounds. If not for the Great War, the savage sacred mountain would still be the most sacred place in the world. A secret realm on the wild sacred mountain, no matter how long it had been, was always filled with endless temptation. Even if it was an old treasure, its power was still not to be underestimated. The day of the eerie flame's secret realm drew nearer, and everyone's thoughts were on it. This time, the 5 top powers had publicly announced the location of the secret realm, allowing anyone to enter. This was a sensational event no matter where it was. Some people suspected that the 5 top powers were plotting something, but they were quickly drowned out. The 5 top powers coveted you. Go or not, no one was forcing you. With everyone saying this, those who had doubts were no longer suspicious. No one was forcing them to go. Whether they went or not was up to them. It was time for the eerie flame's secret realm to be opened to the public. Countless powers, big and small, had gathered in Yanhuang City. Without exception, they were all aiming for the eerie flame's secret realm. Everyone wanted to find some treasures in the secret realm. Even if it was a low-grade treasure, it would still be worth a lot outside. The appearance of the 5 top holy masters on the square set off a wave of cheers. The eerie flame's secret realm is rumored to have been established on the wild sacred mountain by a powerful force called the eerie flame sect. It has been passed down for millions of years. Yan Zisheng briefly explained the history of the eerie flame's secret realm. For this trip to the eerie flame's secret realm, our 5 top powers will open up a transmission channel on the square. Everyone can use the transmission space to reach the outer region of the eerie flame's secret realm. Yan Zisheng's words excited everyone again. Who didn't know how dangerous the savage sacred mountain was? Very few people dared to enter the savage sacred mountain. Out of 10 people who entered, at least 9 would lose their lives. It was said that back then, when the savage sacred mountain shattered, it was demonized by a mysterious power. That region produced a terrifying demonized black wind that was extremely powerful and could even form a demonized storm. Everyone was excited that the 5 peak powers had opened up a teleportation channel. It would save them a lot of trouble. As long as they searched for treasures in the outer regions, they might be able to obtain a good harvest. 5 spatial portals appeared. The foundation of the 5 top forces was once again verified. This kind of teleportation array was not that easy to build. Only the top 5 forces could do such a thing. Void Fire Mystic Realm, here we come. Charge. Fortune comes from danger. Let's go all out. One by one, the forces rushed into the portal. Every time there was a flash of light, someone was teleported over. I wonder how many of them will make it out in the end. The fat on Bai Lang's face jiggled as he watched them rush into the portal. That's their choice. We gave them a chance. Luo Xing laughed coldly. So what if they sacrifice a few lives? They're all useless trash anyway. It's better to help us. I don't know if this method will work or not. We don't have much time left, Wan Taijun said slowly. I hope that we can succeed in one go. Why not? We've prepared for so long for this. The chance of success is very high. Sacred Lord Blood Prison wasn't worried about this. That's true. It's fine as long as the Avengers don't appear again. Outsiders couldn't hear what the five of them were saying. In the sacred world, there weren't many forces that had the ability to listen in on their conversation. They had set up layers of arrays and restrictions around them. What they didn't know was that there was a person in a not-so-far corner of the plaza who could hear them clearly. Damn, I told you that the Voidfire Mystic Realm wouldn't be so kind as to open it to the public. As expected, there's something fishy going on. It seems like we're going to sacrifice a bunch of people. Lin Fei's system wasn't within their range of restrictions. They would never have thought that someone would eavesdrop on their conversation right under their noses. Actually, Lin Fei didn't want to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, they were too close to him, so he had no choice but to eavesdrop. He just didn't expect to hear something unexpected. Master, you have 35 blood words now, which means that you can unleash 35 attacks of a second-step expert, Little Fiend analyzed. The modified human is almost complete. Master can really make a trip to the Voidfire Mystic Realm. I've locked onto them. As long as they enter the Voidfire Mystic Realm, Master can follow them secretly. At that time, you'll know what they're up to. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. In fact, he wanted to know what was in the Voidfire Mystic Realm that was worth the attention of the 5 third-step experts. As one of the sacred lords of the small sacred world, Lin Fei didn't need to squeeze into a space portal with others. He had his own space portal. At the space portal, Lin Fei saw Yu Mingzi and his group. After being chased out of their positions, the two of them were extremely jealous of each other, especially Yu Mingzi. Tian, the Voidfire Mystic Realm is very dangerous. You have to be mentally prepared. Yu Mingzi chuckled, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. If you go in and can't come out, you'll really become a big joke in the sacred world. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Fei said with a smile. You guys have to be careful. Threat? Who's threatening who? Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Yu Mingzi laughed and said, let's wait and see. Yu Mingzi and his group went in first, and Lin Fei followed. With a flash of brilliance, they arrived at the periphery of the Voidfire Mystic Realm. This place was at the foot of a mountain. In front of them was a boundless mountain. Outside the mountain, the demonized black wind whistled past and hit the protective layer of the mystic realm again and again. Everyone was alarmed when they saw this. Lin Fei stood at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, there were many people on the way up. Before the wild sacred mountain was destroyed, this place should have been a forest. In the depths of the mountains, the Void Fire sect is located. Lin Fei thought to himself. Little devil, monitor the Void Fire mystic realm carefully and see what's different about this place. No problem. Monitor the Void Fire mystic realm immediately. Chapter 23:16. The Void Fire secret realm was filled with danger. Lin Fei wasn't really interested in the treasures of the Void Fire secret realm. Even if there were, it wouldn't be his turn to enjoy them. The 5 top factions would have already swept through the place. He might not get anything good if he went. While no one was paying attention, Lin Fei found a safe place to hide. Little Fiend blocked all traces of Tian's aura and completely disappeared from the Void Fire secret realm. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He kept observing the Void Fire secret realm. Yu Mingzi, Mo Yuan, Yanhua. Through the system, Lin Fei saw a group of familiar faces at a certain location in the mountains. There were at least 100 of them, and they were all elite experts. Is young master's information correct? Will Tian pass through here? Yu Mingzi asked. Almost half a day has passed. Could it be that Tian has changed his direction and isn't passing through here anymore? If he doesn't pass through here, we might have wasted our efforts. These people hid in the surrounding void and concealed their aura perfectly. They had put in a lot of effort. Everyone, please calm down. In the crowd, a middle-aged man said unhurriedly, "Young master said that Tian will definitely pass through here. Everyone just needs to be prepared. I believe that everyone doesn't want to be labeled as incompetent in the eyes of young master." The middle-aged man was sent by young master, so everyone had to give him face. Before the ranking competition started, they might have been able to put on airs. Now that everything was gone, they had fallen from the clouds. How could they give up now that they had finally found a big tree to lean on? The sacred world was very realistic. They used to be holy lords and were high above. Now that they had lost their holy lord status, the factions that were on good terms with them started to reject them. Some of the factions that they had offended were eyeing them covetously. If they didn't lean on young master, when would they wait? After the middle-aged man said that, everyone didn't dare to ask any more. They just waited obediently. Young master, it should be young master Yanhua. That guy is just like what the outside world says, petty. I just rejected him, but he actually set up a trap here to ambush me. Lin Fei was now rich and overbearing. He could carry out a simple surveillance of a place, and the effect was extraordinary. For example, he found a few acquaintances lying in ambush in the dark. After listening for a while, Lin Fei knew that the person they were dealing with was him. He took their words to heart. That young master invited an expert. He seemed to have predicted that I would head in this direction. He should be an expert who has condensed a special great Tao. Master, are you going to deal with them now, or? The little demon waved the small steel fork. Although the small steel fork looked good, its power was not to be underestimated. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need. It's enough to scare them. Anyway, I haven't tried this function yet. They can be my guinea pigs. In Lin Fei's eyes, killing a few fellows who were only at the first step of being unrivaled was not difficult. Master is too sinister, creating a mysterious peerless expert unknowingly. Interesting. The little devil laughed sinisterly, I'll help Master prepare immediately. Lin Fei did not deal with them, but he did not intend to let them go easily. The middle-aged man and his group continued to wait in the dark. After half a day, even he began to doubt himself. Did that Tian change his direction? You people are quite interesting. Are you planning to ambush someone? Just as everyone was getting impatient from waiting, a tyrannical divine sense swept over them. Immediately, a gloomy voice sounded in their ears, as if a demon had appeared beside them. Who is it? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. His huge divine sense followed, but he did not find any traces of the other party. A passerby. It was still a sinister voice, looking at your posture, this old man is quite interested. I might as well stop and take a look. You don't mind, right? The middle-aged man almost said that he minded very much. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart. This place was specially chosen, and a high-level array had been set up around it, isolating all auras. Except for those who were proficient in arrays, outsiders would not be able to see anything. But now, the other party had easily discovered their group, and their strength was at least at the second step, or perhaps even higher. Yuming Zi and Mo Yuan's group were the same. They felt a chill in their hearts. The other party could discover their position, but they could not find the other party's whereabouts. The strength of the other party could be imagined. Senior, we are just resting. The middle-aged man laughed dryly. Ambush someone? He did not dare to say it. Who knew what the other party would think? What if, through the change of vision, Lin Fei could see their expressions clearly? This feeling of acting mysterious was quite good. With the change of special energy, no one would be able to find his position. It would only leave an impression in their hearts that he was an otherworldly expert. Oh, so you are resting. Lin Fei said, "Hee, you really lie without beating your heart and blushing your face. You have the demeanor of me in the past." The middle-aged man looked embarrassed, but he did not dare to say a word. He searched with his divine sense, but there was no trace of the other party. In other words, the other party was very strong. It should be known that the middle-aged man was also a first-step expert, and he was at the peak, but he still could not find the other party's position. In front of this kind of expert who was not happy or angry, the middle-aged man put away his posture and mentioned the Yan family behind him. It was not a wise move, and it might even attract a strong enemy. "Seeing all of you, I suddenly thought of something," Lin Fei said gloomily. "You are lucky. If it was me 10,000 years ago, I would definitely die. I hate people who lie the most." The middle-aged man and everyone present instantly felt a terrifying killing intent sweep over them. All the hair on their bodies stood up, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss, and they could not use any strength to resist. "Thank you for not killing us, Senior. If you have anything, just tell us. We will not refuse." The middle-aged man's attitude towards this mysterious person changed. He was not surprised at all. He hurriedly nodded and said, "I heard that the holy leaders of the 5 top forces are here. I'm quite interested in them. Bring your people and help me tell them that the leader of the Avengers is here and wants to have a good chat with them." The middle-aged man's body went limp, and so did the people behind him. Only a few of them could keep a straight face, and they were all frightened. The leader of the Avengers. The middle-aged man's breathing quickened. He could not believe that he had encountered such a powerful person. Ever since that night, the Avengers had launched an assassination on the top forces. The next day, the news had spread throughout the sacred world. How could an ordinary person dare to provoke the 5 top forces in public? Why? Are you not willing? A formless pressure came crushing over. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. "We are willing, 100% willing." The middle-aged man could not care so much, and he could only sigh that he was unlucky to encounter the leader of the Avengers. "Okay, you can get lost." Chapter 23:17. The middle-aged man and Yuming Zi had never felt such a terrifying coldness before. Just what kind of identity was the leader of the Avengers? At the very least, the leader of the Avengers possessed quite a background in the Saints' world right now. He would definitely be feared by everyone, and he seemed extremely mysterious as well. They would never have thought that the leader of the Avengers would be able to sneak in without a trace. This was definitely something major. With Lin Fei's "piss off," the middle-aged man could not care so much. He did not even put away the formation. Everyone dispersed. No one knew if they would be mercilessly slaughtered if they continued. It feels good to pretend to be a mysterious expert. This was Lin Fei's method. He had given them great pressure unknowingly. At the same time, he had used them to send a message, "I'm here." Lin Fei could imagine that this news would definitely be very interesting once it spread. This was the result he wanted. Let's just destroy this formation. After the middle-aged man and the others dispersed, they felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at them from behind at all times. They felt uneasy. Without any hesitation, they contacted the eldest young master Yan Hua and gave a simple report. The eldest young master Yan Hua could no longer remain calm. The leader of the Avengers has entered the Void Fire's secret realm? The eldest young master Yan Hua did not dare to hesitate either. He knew the strength of his trusted aide very well. A mysterious existence that the other party could not detect had to be above the second step at the very least. Since the other party dared to say that he was the leader of the Avengers, he had to be at the third step no matter how weak he was. The eldest young master Yan Hua did not dare to hide this matter. Who knew if the leader of the Avengers was nearby? He did not want to be hated by a mysterious expert. Most importantly, the other party had always been extremely mysterious and had never revealed his true identity. The eldest young master Yanhua passed on the news as soon as possible. He did not need to worry about how to deal with the mysterious existence. What? The mysterious leader of the Avengers has already entered the Voidfire's secret realm? When Yan Zixing heard the news, he revealed a rare look of shock. To be able to sneak in right under their noses, this was indeed not ordinary. When the other 4 Saint Sovereigns heard this, they all had different expressions. In truth, they were all a little shocked. While they had arranged for spies to search for the other party had quietly entered the Voidfire mystic realm. One had to admit that this fellow was very courageous. He was so bold that he wasn't afraid of being discovered by them. This was the reason why they valued him so much. "We've met our match this time," Bai Lang said. "He's telling us that this is the first time I've met such an opponent." "Humph, so what if he's mysterious? In the end, he's just a coward. As long as he comes out, I guarantee that he'll die a horrible death." Luo Xing of the Blackwater world did not take him seriously at all. "Brother Luo, you're still so arrogant. Even if he doesn't come out now, there's nothing you can do." Wan Taijun chuckled and said, "We can't just keep waiting, right? Who knows how long that would take? Don't forget that the assassin that night is proficient in stealth. We definitely can't catch up to him in this aspect." From the words that Yan Zixing brought, they could clearly tell that the opponent that they had never met was at least a 3rd-step expert. If the great Tao that he cultivated was terrifying, then it would be very troublesome. At their level, they were at the peak of the 3rd step, and they were only 1 step away from the 4th step. However, this step wasn't that easy to break through. Any unparalleled 3rd-step expert was a potential opponent. No one knew what kind of great Tao the other party had, and the different grades of the great Tao affected the evaluation of the other party's strength. "We need to look at this matter seriously." Sacred Lord Blood Prison had a solemn expression. "Not many people know about the Voidfire's secret realm. Maybe this mysterious alliance master is also after that thing." Sacred Lord Blood Prison's words made the other 4 feel a little unnatural. This matter was too important to them, and they couldn't be careless at all. "If the Alliance Master doesn't show himself, we won't be able to find him with his mysterious concealment technique." Yan Zixing was also anxious. They didn't want to waste so much effort and end up giving it to an outsider. A divine sense that flowed like water suddenly swept over everyone. The expressions of the 5 peak sacred lords became ugly when they sensed the powerful divine sense. 5 powerful divine senses instantly surged in the direction of the divine sense. "No one. It's not here. How is this possible? No, it's somewhere else. That's not right either." The 5 peak saint sovereigns reacted quickly, but the result was terrible. In their divine senses, the other party's divine sense had silently retreated like a receding tide, retreating extremely quickly. The scariest thing was that they couldn't find any trace of the other party. Although their powerful divine senses couldn't cover the entire Voidfire's secret realm, they could at least cover more than half of it. However, the other party still didn't show himself. There wasn't even a trace of him. This was absolutely unbelievable. Is this how the 5 peak experts greet me?" Without warning, a sinister voice rang in their ears. When they focused, they heard the other party's voice. It seemed to come from all directions, and they couldn't pinpoint the exact location. This made their expressions change. "What kind of technique is this? I can't even find where the other party is. What kind of grand Tao power is this?" The 5 of them used their divine senses to communicate. "You are the Alliance Master?" Sacred Lord Blood Prison stared into the air and asked. "Don't you all know in your hearts?" It was still the same voice. It was still coming from all directions. "I remember that someone should have sent you a message." They had already thought that the other party was the Alliance Master, but when they confirmed it, they still felt extremely uncomfortable. They could feel a dangerous aura coming from the Alliance Master's body, and they knew that the other party was definitely a difficult person to deal with. What they didn't know was that Lin Fei was secretly laughing. The 5 peak sacred lords could clearly see the expressions on their faces. Once this got out, it would definitely be very interesting. Then, why did you come here? Sacred Lord Blood Prison was very straightforward and didn't want to beat around the bush with this mysterious alliance master. I am quite interested in the Voidfire secret realm. Lin Fei smiled and said, I came to take a look. Could it be that you don't agree? I don't seem to remember that the Voidfire secret realm belongs to you. They didn't come with good intentions. Chapter 23:18. The 5 peak sacred lords had planned for such a long time and were about to reap the fruits of victory. However, an unforeseen event occurred, and the one who came was an unknown Avengers Alliance leader. To them, this was as disgusting as eating a fly. From the other party's voice until now, they were still helpless. They couldn't find any trace of the other party, not even a trace. From this point, it proved that the other party was not weaker than them. The 5 of them were publicly recognized experts in the sacred world, but they couldn't find the other party's location. One could imagine how difficult it was to deal with this person. There was nothing more helpless than the current situation. If they couldn't find the other party, even if they were strong, they could only stare. Alliance leader, since you are here, you must know about the Voidfire mystic realm. We won't say anything more. Sacred Lord Blood Prison said, there is indeed a treasure in the depths of the Voidfire mystic realm. It is a great Dao origin heart. We can give you 1/6 of it to show our sincerity. Lin Fei suspected that there was a top treasure in the Voidfire mystic realm. This was the first time he had heard of something like the great Dao origin heart. Even the secret scriptures didn't mention it. 1/6 is not enough. Lin Fei said forcefully, this seat wants at least 3/6. As long as you agree, this seat won't do anything rash. Otherwise, everyone's efforts will be in vain. The 5 sacred lords revealed angry expressions, but they suppressed it. Alright, 3/6 it is. Let's treat it as a friend. Sacred Lord Blood Prison agreed without any hesitation. Alright, because of this, we are friends from now on. Ha ha ha. When they wanted to contact him again, the other party seemed to have disappeared from their divine senses. They didn't even feel anything. This was too unbelievable. He left? They didn't dare to be sure. Let's change to another place first. Yan Zisheng suggested, and everyone agreed. Soon, everyone changed to another place and set up layers of arrays and restrictions. It seemed like this was the only way they could relax. What they didn't know was that Lin Fei was watching. Change location? Hee, isn't it the same? Brother Shui, if we really hand over 3/6, that's almost equal to 1/2. Luo Xing's face darkened. That's too big a loss for us. That's right. We all know the importance of the Great Dao Origin Heart. If there were several Great Dao Origin Hearts, perhaps it wouldn't matter. But now, there is only one Great Dao Origin Heart inside, and everyone can only take one. I'm afraid that the effect of increasing the grade of the Great Dao will not even reach 10% of the usual effect. Yan Zisheng's expression was solemn. In fact, no one was satisfied with Blood Prison's agreement. Why don't we listen to what Brother Shui has to say? Wan Taijun knew the other party very well. He believed that he wouldn't give up such a huge benefit. Sacred Lord Blood Prison glanced at Wan Taijun. It seems like Brother Wan understands me the best. I know what everyone is thinking. That Alliance Master hasn't revealed his whereabouts and is just a rat hiding. How could I give away such a big benefit? In reality, I just want to lure that Alliance Master out. Everyone immediately understood. Luo Xing's complexion brightened up. Brother Shui is indeed wise. As long as that Alliance Master dares to show himself, we can join hands to kill that fellow. Daring to snatch food in our territory, he's too bold. Everyone thought that this plan was feasible. I don't believe that the Alliance Master's Great Tao is of a higher grade than ours. In any case, our Great Tao is also an 8th grade Great Tao. Unless he has a 7th grade Great Tao, he will definitely lose. Bai Lang said confidently. The few of them discussed in detail how to ambush that Alliance Master. Every word they said fell into Lin Fei's ears. Humph, I knew that you guys didn't have any good intentions. Lin Fei sneered, you want to lure me out? Don't even think about it. Lin Fei still heard some useful information, such as the grade of the Great Tao. This was the trump card of some experts. The strength of a Great Tao was related to the extent of one's strength. The 5 sacred lords were boastful, but there was also a trace of fear, such as the grade of the Great Tao. Their Great Tao is an 8th grade Great Tao. Their achievements are ordinary. No wonder they haven't developed much. Lin Fei thought. He was very clear about the grade of the Great Tao. The Great Tao was a new kind of energy. The most basic was the 5 major attributes, which were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was the most common Great Tao. Basically, people without much talent would condense this kind of Great Tao. According to the grade, the highest was a 9th grade Great Tao, and the strongest was only around 8th grade. The more powerful and higher the grade of the unpopular Great Tao, the greater the difference between the grades of the Great Tao and the greater the disparity in strength. Basically, there was no need to contend against them. They could be killed in one move. This was also the reason why the 5 apex experts had fear in their hearts. The mysterious Alliance Master of the Avengers had come to the eerie flame mystic realm. The 5 apex experts did not dare to underestimate him anymore. They immediately headed to the depths of the eerie flame mystic realm. With their strength, few could keep up with them. Lin Fei followed unhurriedly, not daring to waste any time. In the mountains, many cave abodes appeared. Outside the cave abodes, there were array restrictions. Many factions occupied a cave abode. A group of people attacked the array restrictions and then rushed in excitedly. Lin Fei was not interested at all. These things were all ordinary items without much value. Only the Great Tao origin heart that they mentioned was the real good stuff. Very quickly, Lin Fei discovered something. For example, the people who died outside the cave abode quickly turned into dry corpses. Their blood essence disappeared without a trace. Master, the eerie flame mystic realm is really weird. The lost corpses have their essence blood sucked clean. Maybe this is the reason why they opened the mystic realm to the public. 7 analyzed. Lin Fei also felt that it made sense. At this height, how could they do something meaningless? Forget it. Our goal is them. We don't need to get involved in other matters. Lin Fei continued to catch up with them. Under the surveillance of the system, the 5 top holy lords came to the depths of the eerie flame mystic realm. Here, the demonic black wind was rampant, turning the entire area into demonic black wind. There were whistling demonic black wind everywhere. The ground was torn apart, and the entire area was a void. Only the demonic black wind came and went. When they came to this area, their faces turned serious. They each opened their Tao, protected themselves, and moved forward in the void. This place is very dangerous. The attack of the demonic black wind is at the second step of the Great Tao. No wonder they are so careful. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Fortunately, the system did not affect them and kept following them. If it was before, Lin Fei might have had a headache. Now, he did not need to have a headache. He had a way to enter. What a cunning guy. He actually set up a trigger restriction in the void. The 5 of them did not let go of any opportunity. They quietly set up a trigger restriction. It was very inconspicuous. They also suspected that the other party was following them. Once it was touched, they would know and make arrangements in advance. Chapter 23:19. After passing through the void, the 5 top experts appeared on a barren mountain. This was the only mountain in the void. The endless demonic black wind wreaked havoc mercilessly. However, this mountain was like a boulder that hadn't been destroyed until now. Lin Fei knew that this mountain should be made of a special material with unusual special effects. He immediately let Little Devil start to analyze it. No matter what, for it to be able to last until now, it was definitely not an ordinary item. If it could be forged into a divine weapon or treasure, that would be for the best. The more of these items, the better. Someone had opened a cave at the top of the mountain. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others opened the restrictions and entered the cave. Lin Fei looked down. They were very cunning and had also set up restrictions. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to stop the system. The cave abode on this mountain was very deep. Lin Fei suspected that it was not created by a hidden cultivator in the past. On the savage sacred mountain, there were many similar cave abodes. Lin Fei was even more curious about the heart of the Great Path original path. What kind of nature-defying use did this thing have that it was worth them spending so much effort on it? According to the passageway of the cave, Lin Fei could easily tell that this place was definitely not safe before. There were many marks left on it. They must have worked together to break it open. Soon, they arrived at the end of the cave. However, at the end of the cave was not the treasure that Lin Fei was expecting. Instead, it was a sturdy stone door that was carved with ancient runes. It can't be, they are blocked by this stone gate. Lin Fei was very curious. No matter how powerful a mere stone door was, it would not be able to block the attacks of 5 peak experts. However, when they arrived in front of the stone door, their expressions became much more solemn. Our method is indeed effective. Yan Zixing stared at the stone door and revealed a look of joy. The patterns on it are starting to be filled with essence blood. As long as the essence blood covers the entire stone door, we will be able to move this final obstacle. They held a deep grudge against this stone door. Ever since they found out about the Great Tao Primordial Heart, they spent a lot of effort and finally found this place. They barged their way in and were finally stopped by a stone door. That's right, it was this stone door. No matter what method they had, violence or other methods were better. He was unable to damage the stone door at all. In order to deal with this stone door, they had indeed put in a lot of effort. Later, they finally found relevant information in a place in the Voidfire Mystic Realm, which led to this scene. All we need to do now is wait. A smile appeared on Bai Lang's face. I'm really looking forward to the moment when the stone gate opens. However, will there really be a Great Tao Primordial Heart inside? Luo Xing was a little worried. After all, we were only able to confirm it through clues. No one can guarantee that the Great Tao Origin Heart is really inside. Yan Zixing shook his head. I don't think so. According to some information about the Voidfire Mystic Realm, this cave abode should be the cave abode of the strongest expert in the Voidfire Mystic Realm. Rumor has it that he was a 4th-step super expert with a Great Tao. His Great Tao was the legendary 6th-grade Great Tao. In the end, he secluded himself in the cave abode, and it is highly likely that the Great Tao Origin Heart was left behind. Sacred Lord Blood Prison didn't think too much about it. Since we're already here, we just need to wait. I'm sure we'll know soon enough. Everyone stopped arguing and sat down cross-legged. Could the Great Tao Origin Heart be something formed by the Great Tao of an expert after his death? Lin Fei had a rough guess. It should be like this. Oh right, can you see the situation inside through the stone gate? Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could he forget such an important thing? He just needed to take a look and he would know. They might not be able to do anything, but it wasn't a big problem for Lin Fei. The system's scanning ability was peerless, and it wasn't something that divine sense could compare to. Lin Fei was looking forward to seeing the situation inside the stone gate. If he knew the situation inside, he would be able to make arrangements as soon as possible. Let me try first. Lin Fei believed that the system would be very helpful. It's a little difficult. This stone gate isn't ordinary. It seems like it was refined using a special method. Little Devil controlled an invisible force and started to permeate it. Immediately, he felt a resistance. I should be able to enter, but it will take some time. It's fine. I'll wait. Little Devil began to control this force and began to permeate the stone gate. Lin Fei continued on his way. He didn't want to miss the opportunity at the last moment. That wouldn't be worth it. The reason behind the opening of the Void Flame Mystic Realm to the public. Lin Fei had figured it out. It must be those who wanted to obtain the Great Tao Origin Heart to break through their current realm and rush to the fourth step realm. These big and small forces that entered were nothing more than throwing their lives away. After they died, their blood essence would be absorbed and used to open the stone gate. A day later, 1/3 of the patterns on the stone gate were submerged in scarlet. According to the time, it wouldn't be long before they could enter the stone gate. Little Devil's speed was very fast, but he couldn't withstand the obstruction of the stone gate. The obstruction was invisible and not deliberately targeted. In addition, they couldn't make too much noise, so their progress wasn't very fast. However, compared to Yan Zisheng and the others, their speed wasn't ordinary fast. At most, 2 more days should be enough. 2 days was acceptable to Lin Fei. According to Little Devil, if they relied on this method, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. This was still relatively fast. Lin Fei kept rushing to the depths of the Void Fire Mystic Realm. Along the way, he avoided the traps that they left behind. Unknowingly, he was about to reach the depths of the Mystic Realm. From time to time, the demonic black wind whistled past, and he would die if he wasn't careful. Along the way, Lin Fei was more or less exhausted. This was much more terrifying than dealing with enemies. No one knew when they would fall into this kind of limitless danger. When he was about to enter, Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. A stream of light attacked from afar, emitting a terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Fei. It turned out that it was formed by the power of the Great Tao. Lin Fei instantly activated the invincible defense and the body of 10,000 curses. The other party's attack was very sudden. When the body of 10,000 curses was activated, the mantra was broken. The stream of light circled around Lin Fei, and the power of the Great Tao surged. This was instantly crushing Lin Fei's body. Hua hua hua. A large number of energy units were instantly consumed, and the attack of this power was completely cancelled out. As expected of Di Tian, he even blocked this. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man. It was the trusted subordinate of young Master Yen Hua, whom he had seen in secret. Di Tian, you won't be able to escape today. Yu Ming Zi came out from behind. In order to wait for you, we gave up all our missions and waited for your arrival. Don't you feel honored? Chapter 23:20. He had been ambushed. Lin Fei never thought that he would encounter Yu Ming Zi and Mo Yuan's group again, especially under such circumstances. He became extremely interested in the mysterious unparalleled expert. Yu Ming Zi, Mo Yuan, and some unknown expert surrounded Lin Fei in a square formation. In an instant, they set up a powerful formation to seal this space, forming a unique existence. Even if they fought a great battle inside, they wouldn't have to worry about their aura leaking out. They didn't want to be discovered by others. If someone got here first, it would be a waste of time. You guys are really persistent. To ambush me, you must have waited for a long time. Lin Fei smiled. Lin Fei's smile was undoubtedly a mockery of them. When this was mentioned, they couldn't help but think of the leader of the Avengers Alliance. They almost didn't have the chance to stand here. In their hearts, they blamed this on Lin Fei. To deal with you, so what if we waited a little longer? Yu Mingzi stared at Di Tian fiercely. Netherworld River, overturn the heavens and seas. Yu Mingzi was the first to make a move. Under his rage, the Netherworld River swept over majestically. If one was swept by it, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. As the Netherworld River swept over, the void constantly exploded. Once the astral winds appeared, they were suppressed by the Netherworld River. Everyone knew that Di Tian was mysterious and his strength wasn't ordinary. In order to not give Di Tian a chance to resist, they all decided to attack together and try to injure Di Tian heavily. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time here. His target was the Great Dao origin heart behind the stone door. You guys want to be my lab rats? I've decided to fulfill your wish. Yu Mingzi was the first to rush over. When he heard the words of the lab rats, his face turned sinister. You guys are about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Lin Fei calmly took out a blood character. When this character was taken out, it emitted a chilling killing intent that engulfed the entire area. The seal on it was also undone. Yu Mingzi was the first to bear the brunt of it, and his hair stood on end. Not good. A blood-colored light wave swept over. Lin Fei activated the blood character and completely activated it. Although Yu Mingzi's Netherworld River was a pretty good treasure, it was torn apart by the blood-colored flowing light on the spot. It rolled over his body, and its might didn't stop there as it continued to roll over their bodies. Cough, cough, cough. Those people all vomited blood, and their faces instantly turned pale. This is the attack of a second-step expert. Damn it. We've been tricked. Di Tian has a trump card left behind by a second-step expert. Everyone's pupils shrank. In their eyes, Lin Fei had become a terrifying existence. Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything else, but he was very interested in the guy who predicted his location. This kind of person was very dangerous. If possible, Lin Fei definitely wanted to kill him first. Yes, that bastard Yanhua has a total of 3 advisors by his side. This time, it was arranged by one of them. He is a second-step expert, and the Dao he condensed is a support type 1. He can predict everything. Lin Fei was still puzzled as to how his location could be predicted. Indeed, these special support-type second-step experts weren't easy to deal with. They could take your life unknowingly, and it was really impossible to guard against them. You don't need to follow me now. After this trip back, continue to hide by young Master Yanhua's side. I believe he won't suspect you. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. He simply mentioned his future mission and sent Zhang Feng back. Little devil, the other party can predict my location. Is there any way to interfere with him? Lin Fei didn't want to be predicted by others all day long. That would be really troublesome. Lin Fei more or less knew how terrifying a second-step expert who condensed a special Dao was. If he underestimated them, he would definitely regret it. Although their combat strength wasn't strong, they were treasures to the major forces. I can disrupt this area for Master, but it needs to consume a large amount of energy. It can't be intermittent, and you have to maintain the output at all times. What a bottomless pit. Lin Fei thought for a while. Forget it. If this continued, it would consume a lot of energy. Chapter 23-21. After dealing with Yu Mingzi's ambush and harvesting the corpses of 7 or 8 first-step experts, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. It was not bad to be cannon fodder. Lin Fei continued on his way. When he arrived at the void space, the little devil sent good news. Lin Fei found a safe place nearby and opened up a temporary cave abode. He set up an array to isolate the aura and prepared to see what was inside. The 5 top-notch sacred lords had put in a lot of effort to open the stone door. Lin Fei really wanted to know the situation behind the stone door. In the entire ethereal flame mystic realm, only the secret behind the stone door could interest him. 10 more breaths, and we can pass through the stone door, the little devil said. What about them? According to the analysis, they still need 12 days. This is still considering the number of people who died outside. Lin Fei chuckled and said, to think that they thought of such a method, using human lives to open the stone door. Unfortunately, they missed the best opportunity. At this moment, Lin Fei thought of a good idea. The first step was to see what was behind the stone door. If it was really the great Tao primordial heart, Lin Fei didn't mind fighting for it. He now had the capital to contend with it. I passed through. Lin Fei immediately shifted his gaze to the system vision. The originally dark scene suddenly became clear, and the surrounding things appeared in front of him. This was a large stone room, but it seemed spacious. On the surrounding stone walls, there were pieces of shiny crystals. Lin Fei couldn't recognize the origin of the crystals. There were at least thousands of crystals on the stone walls. They were bright and not dazzling. Instead, they looked very gentle. Master, this place is not ordinary, the little devil said. I don't know if Master has noticed, but time is stagnant here. Lin Fei squinted. After observing for a while, he couldn't help but be shocked. What a powerful method to completely stop time. Ordinary people can't do this. Even the current me can't reach this level. Lin Fei could move time forward or slow it down, but to keep time still was extremely difficult. And in this place, to be able to stop time in a place like this, that was truly amazing. He was originally curious about what was behind the stone door, but now, in Lin Fei's eyes, this place seemed unusual. Master, I know what this is. The little devil suddenly said, if I'm not wrong, this should be a time crystal. Each crystal contains an infinite power of time. Time crystal? Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. In one of the tattered records he had read, there was information about time crystals and space crystals. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to it. According to the records, whether it was time crystals, space crystals, or other types of crystals, they all had extraordinary origins. Wanting to obtain them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the stone room in front of him, there were more than 10 time crystals arranged on the stone walls. It could be imagined that the person who arranged it must have had extraordinary abilities. Lin Fei took a deep breath and turned to the center of the stone room. There was a huge stone coffin. The entire stone coffin was golden. He didn't know what material was used to make it, but it instantly gave people a feeling of grandeur. To arrange so many time crystals, I'm afraid it was for this golden stone coffin. Could it be that the great Tao origin heart is inside the stone coffin? Lin Fei analyzed, can I invade the stone coffin and see what's inside? I'll try. Soon, the little devil regretfully told Lin Fei, Master, the material of the golden stone coffin is a rare material in the world. It prevents me from invading. I can't see through the stone coffin for the time being. Lin Fei was somewhat disappointed, that's right. To be able to arrange such a place, it's definitely not something mortals can do. The golden stone coffin must have a great origin. Could it be the tomb of those super powerhouses when the wasteland continent shattered? No, that's not right. If it's really those people's tombs, they shouldn't be placed in such a place. It would be strange if Lin Fei didn't think too deeply about such a grand arrangement and special material. Carefully analyze the structure of this stone room. Lin Fei didn't have the ability to get to the bottom of it, but the little devil could. All he had to do was pay some energy units. Even if it was not a small amount, in his opinion, it was completely worth it. Lin Fei came to know many things about the wild continent from the books. That was an era of turbulent times. Experts could be said to have reached the clouds. It could be said that combat emperors were everywhere. Giants roamed the streets. Matchless experts could be seen everywhere. There were even some powerful giants who could easily kill matchless experts. In the current holy world, the peak strength was not even 1/100th of the peak strength of the wasteland continent. If a mere third-step expert dared to call himself a peak expert, he would definitely be laughed at to death in the past. In this mysterious stone room, just the time crystals alone were worth cities. Any one of them would be extremely useful. Lin Fei didn't think that this place would be useless. Lin Fei decided to rest in the temporary cave abode and wait for the 5 peak experts to go in and understand the situation. It would be great to have a lab rat to check out the situation. If Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others heard this, they would definitely vomit blood. They were peak experts. When did they become someone else's lab rats? Only someone like Lin Fei could say something like this. Around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn later, the little devil had a new discovery. Master, through the system's analysis and calculations, I discovered that this place isn't simple, the little devil said. The little devil said, according to the analysis and 3D scan, there should be a corpse inside the golden sarcophagus. No, it's not completely a corpse, but a corpse with a trace of vitality. The stone room is like a special balanced space, isolated from the flow of time. The most special thing is that the stone room is set up with array restrictions. There are more than 100 million array restrictions. In addition, the stone room, through the powerful array, secretly absorbs the free origin energy, which finally enters the golden sarcophagus. Finally, the result of my analysis is that the golden sarcophagus. The corpse in the golden sarcophagus isn't completely dead. The person who set up this stone room should be this corpse with vitality. Lin Fei was really shocked. What kind of joke is this? The possibility is very high. It's more than 90%. The little devil was very serious. Master, it's best not to go up. This place is very dangerous. If those idiots really go in, they might have the Grand Dao origin heart, but they might not have the life to get it. Lin Fei had seen many powerful corpses, but none of them could compare to this one. He hadn't opened the golden sarcophagus yet, but he had an impression based on the little devil's words. Chapter 23-22. Outside the stone door, the 5 sacred lords all opened their eyes and stared at the lines on the stone door. They finally revealed a look of joy and closed their eyes once more. The stone door would completely open in another 1 or 2 days. The lines on the stone door started to form a complex picture as the blood-colored power invaded it. The Void Fire secret realm was filled with robbers, and it was either you die or I die. This was especially true for the 5 top forces. They were extremely vicious and killed anyone they saw. No one was able to escape from them. When the last line was covered by the blood-colored power, a weird picture appeared on the stone door. What a weird picture. I've never seen it before. It's not normal. They all opened their eyes, and they revealed puzzled expressions. They couldn't recognize the picture on the stone door, but the feeling they got was that it was not normal. This should be one of the races that existed on the wild continent at the very beginning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison stared at the stone door and said. The picture of a special race appeared on the stone door. Who cares what they're doing? Let's go in and take a look first. Luo Xing couldn't take it anymore and was the first to push against the stone door. With a loud explosion, the stone door that didn't move at all was finally pushed open, and the stone door fell down. Luo Xing was the first to charge into the stone room and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Time crystal. This is a time crystal. Luo Xing's reaction alerted the others behind him. They also charged in and were stunned by the scene in front of them. The time crystals glowed brightly and were covered by an invisible power. Lin Fei received a new piece of information after they entered the stone room. Master, the stone coffin is starting to change. It seems to be caused by them entering, little evil demon said. I can guarantee that they're going to be unlucky. It's good that they're unlucky. I'll just stay behind and enjoy the show. Lin Fei also started to laugh. Don't stop. You must monitor the stone room at all times. Lin Fei's guess was correct, there was indeed a problem with the stone room. After a short moment of shock, the five-peak Sacred Lord stared at the time crystal. This thing was extremely precious, and it was something that could only be found by luck. If they hadn't seen it before, they wouldn't have been able to recognize it. We've found the right place. This should be the tomb of a top-tier expert. In order to prevent the corpse from being eroded by time, they place time crystals around the tomb to ensure that time doesn't move. Bai Lang narrowed his eyes. Not to mention whether or not we have the great Tao origin heart, just these time crystals alone are enough for us to reap great rewards. There are over 1,000 time crystals here. If we divide it among the five of us, each of us will get around 200 pieces. Wan Taijun was very excited, which meant that he was going to divide it up soon. No one had any objections. After inspecting the stone room and confirming that there was no danger, everyone stared at the time crystals. Any time crystal was very useful. Whether it was forging treasures or other things, it was top-notch. After there were no objections, the five of them collected the time crystals. It was easy for third-step experts to dig out the time crystals. There was a total of more than 1,200 time crystals. When the last time crystal was dug out, time began to flow again. Little Fiend immediately noticed that the array formation restrictions in the stone room had started to change, which had actually escaped the attention of the five-peak Sacred Lords. They have stimulated the corpse in the stone coffin. Little Fiend said. The life force of the corpse in the stone coffin is starting to recover. Lin Fei sighed softly. He didn't have a good impression of the five of them. They were all cunning people, so he was very happy to see them suffer. Quickly open the stone coffin. The treasure might be inside. Luo Xing put away the time crystal and looked at the stone coffin with a fiery gaze. Just the stone wall alone was a bountiful harvest, so the treasure inside the stone coffin was not enough to make people go crazy. Open. Luo Xing's third-step strength surged into the stone coffin, wanting to open the lid instantly. The lid moved slightly and returned to normal. Let's do it together. Bai Lang came over to help. The two third-step experts opened the lid of the stone coffin and dropped it heavily on the ground. This was not the first time they had dug up a person's grave. Every grave left behind by a powerhouse would contain good things. Furthermore, the stone coffin in front of them was full of mystery. It was definitely a top-notch powerhouse when he was alive, and the weakest one was a fourth-step existence. That was an existence that they had to look up to. After the door of the stone coffin opened, Lin Fei was the first to see what was inside. Is this the great Tao origin heart? The stone coffin did not contain the corpse that he had imagined. Instead, there was a ball of soft light floating in the stone coffin, and there was a skeleton at the bottom of the stone coffin. Lin Fei had never seen the Great Path Primordial Heart before. However, from the moment he saw it, he knew that it was extraordinary. Does the life force in the stone coffin come from the Great Path Primordial Heart? Yes. This Great Tao Origin Heart does have life force, but it is very weak. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that a Great Tao Origin Heart would have life force, so the other explanation was that the owner of the skeleton had not died. Resurrection? A shocking thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. That's right, that's right. The person who set this up must be one of the top-notch powerhouses who were heavily injured when the wasteland continent was destroyed. Lin Fei's thoughts spun quickly, and he instantly understood many things. This was a trap. Bai Lang extended his hand, and energy surged out. The Great Tao Origin Heart was also drawn out, appearing in front of everyone. It was a ball of blue existence. Great Tao Origin Heart. A perfectly preserved Great Tao Origin Heart. The owner of this Great Tao Origin Heart must have been a powerful existence in the past. He must have been a fourth-step powerhouse or above. Only they had the strength to preserve a complete Great Tao Origin Heart. Sacred Lord Blood Prison also revealed an infatuated look. This is perfect. We finally have a chance to break through to the fourth step and look down on the entire sacred world. Bai Lang said excitedly. The fourth step. How many years has it been? If the complete wasteland continent still existed, it would not be difficult for us to break through to the fourth step. Right now, we really need to refine the great Tao origin heart of others. After all, the great Tao origin heart can only be condensed successfully at the fourth step. Wan Taijun sighed. After everyone sighed, Luo Xing reached out and grabbed the great Tao origin heart, preparing to divide it among the 5 of them. Under such circumstances, no one dared to take it all. Once they did, they would be attacked by the other 4, and they would definitely lose. There was no room for discussion. Chapter 23-23. The change was too fast. The blue great Tao primordial heart invaded Luo Xing's body. A blue light wrapped around Luo Xing, and he kept screaming. Oh no, this place is dangerous. Let's go. Holy Lord Blood Prison reacted quickly and didn't have the mood to help Luo Xing. He realized that this seemed to be a trap for them. Luo Xing's body was wrapped in blue light, and he kept screaming. Brother Blood, you can't leave. Save me. The blue light plundered Luo Xing's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It devoured Luo Xing's vitality and blood essence. In just a moment, Luo Xing was like a shriveled corpse without any vitality. The blue light exploded, and Luo Xing, a third-step expert, died instantly in front of the others. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerhouses before, but they had never experienced such a terrifying scene before. Luo Xing was a third-step expert, but he had been killed in less than a moment, and everything on him had been plundered by the great Tao primordial heart. This was simply unimaginable. Oh no, it's coming. Everyone, attack together. After the blue great Tao primordial heart plundered everything on Luo Xing, it didn't stop and flew toward them. Holy Lord Blood Prison and the others realized that they wouldn't have a good ending if they were entangled by the great Tao primordial heart. Everyone took out the treasures in their hands, and 4 terrifying forces crushed toward the great Tao primordial heart. In their opinion, no matter how strong the opponent was, he might not be able to withstand their joint attack. It's too late. On the other side, Lin Fei shook his head. Through the system, he could clearly see that the blue great Tao primordial heart's vitality was growing. In other words, its strength was increasing. If they had attacked ruthlessly at the beginning, they might have had a chance. Sure enough, as Lin Fei had guessed, when their attacks were about to land on the great Tao primordial heart, the resplendent blue light formed a barrier and easily blocked their attacks. Hua! 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 The great Tao primordial heart erupted with resplendent blue light, and the entire stone room was filled with blue light. Holy Lord Blood Prison and the others realized that under the influence of the blue light, their movements were getting slower and slower. It was as if they were being suppressed by an endless mountain. No matter how much energy erupted in their bodies, they couldn't break free from the blue light suppression. For third-step experts like them, this was simply unbelievable. They were third-step experts, and only fourth-step experts could suppress them. However, the Great Path primordial heart in front of them could actually unleash a fourth-step attack. After a short moment of shock, they didn't dare to hold back anymore. Sacred Lord Blood Prison burned the power of the Great Tao, and his vast energy tore open the seal of the blue light. He didn't care about the other 3 and flew out of the stone door. Blood Prison Holy Lord was the first, followed by Yan Zisheng and Bai Lang. All of them left the stone room with injuries. The power that erupted from them was completely at the fourth step of the Great Tao. Wan Taijun, the Holy Lord, moved the slowest. Endless blue light pressed down, and with a crack, both of his legs broke. The Great Tao origin heart tore through Wan Tiejun's defenses and entered his body. A moment later, Wan Taijun exploded, and the Great Tao origin heart flew out and floated in midair. Third-step experts are really not easy to deal with. They all have trump cards, and they can actually unleash a fourth-step attack and tear open the seal of the Great Tao origin heart. Amazing. Lin Fei was very impressed. What kind of trump card is this? It's just a method of self-harm. If they can get out alive, they will need at least a decade or even longer to recover their strength. Little Fiend didn't think much of it. A decade or more? Lin Fei smiled. Then they are really miserable. They finally expanded their influence with great difficulty, but they have to go into seclusion to heal their injuries. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others left the cave abode, but Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he focused on the Great Tao Origin Heart. Can you analyze the current strength of the Great Tao Origin Heart? I'll try, but I can't guarantee it. It doesn't matter. The Great Path Primordial Heart floated in the air. After a long time, the blue light in the stone room returned to the Great Path Primordial Heart. The Great Path Primordial Heart returned to the stone coffin and landed on the skeleton. Strands of blue energy attached to the skeleton, and soon, tiny blood vessels appeared. Good heavens! Is it going to be resurrected? Lin Fei stared at the skeleton. No matter how he looked at it, the possibility was very high. The Great Tao Origin Heart had plundered the life essence of 2 third-step experts, so it was very rich. If it was used, the effect would definitely not be bad. Master, I have good news. Little Fiend quickly came to a conclusion. According to the data analysis, the Great Tao Origin Heart's quality is very high. It just plundered Luo Xing and Wan Tiejuan's life essence because of the array restriction here, which caused a chain reaction. Its real combat power is not very strong. As for the blue light, it is a kind of Great Tao power. It is similar to gravity, but it is heavier than gravity. Its grade is higher than their Great Tao, so it can easily suppress them and make them unable to resist. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Get to the point. According to the analysis just now, the Great Tao Origin Heart has life force. It plundered all the life force in preparation for resurrection. According to normal development, the life force of the Great Tao Origin Heart will be absorbed by the skeleton. When all the life force is absorbed, the owner of the skeleton may be resurrected. To Master, this is a good opportunity. If it was before, I would not recommend Master to make a move. However, Master has absorbed the energy of the Yan Huang statue and has the ability to fight. With my help, you should be able to suppress the other party, Little Fiend said excitedly. This is a rare opportunity. After subduing it, Master will have a 4th-step expert by his side. Lin Fei was indeed tempted by what she said. Although he now controlled the power of a 4th-step expert, the number of times he could use it was limited. Unless it was a critical moment, he would definitely not dare to use it. With a 4th-step expert by his side, it would be different. That was a gold standard fighter. What are my chances of success? Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart. About 50 to 50. Little Fiend said. In order to increase our chances of success, Master should first completely understand the restrictions of the other party's spirit design. As long as we destroy the spirit design restrictions, Master will attack ferociously and not give him a chance to retaliate. There should be a 60% chance of success. 60%. Very high. Then immediately start studying how to destroy the spirit design restrictions. Lin Fei did not intend to go over now. According to what Little Fiend had said, the other party would definitely not be able to recover his flesh and blood body in a short period of time. There was no point in going now. Instead, it would alert the other party. As long as Little Fiend continued to monitor the situation, it would be fine. Holy Master Blood Prison and the rest should be frightened. Why don't I find them and have some fun? Chapter 23-24. The change in the stone room caused Sacred Lord Blood Prison, Sacred Lord Yan Zisheng, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang to run out of the cave. Their faces were abnormally pale. They took out pills and swallowed them after running out of the cave, but they didn't stop moving. They almost ran into spatial cracks several times, and they were like startled birds. They didn't catch up. We're safe now, right? Too scary. The three gathered together again after confirming that they didn't catch up. Their faces were pale, and they still had lingering fear from what had happened. Ever since they reached the third step, there wasn't anything that could scare them. Brother Luo and Brother Wan, Sacred Lord Blood Prison, felt lucky. At the start, he was the first to collect the Great Tao Origin Heart. If he could comprehend something from it, he would have gained a lot. I didn't think that we, third step experts, would fail miserably and almost die in the stone room. Yan Zisheng also had lingering fear. He originally thought that it was a fortuitous encounter, but it turned out to be a trap that took their lives. If it was any other time, they would at most send a clone, but this matter was too important. In the ethereal flame mystic realm, the battle power of a clone wasn't enough, so they had to come with their true bodies. No one expected that they would almost die because their true bodies came. Bai Lang's face was pale, and his pupils constricted. That stone room should have been set up by an expert. The Great Tao Origin Heart stole the essence blood of Brother Luo and Brother Wan. The owner of the Great Tao Origin Heart will probably use this power to revive. Revive. The meaning of these two words was so great that it had a huge impact on them. Could it be that the prophecy from back then is going to come true? Sacred Lord Blood Prison's body trembled slightly, and he could no longer maintain his calm. Revive, a true revival. Even if they didn't have the ability to do so, their expressions became solemn when they thought about what had happened. What should we do? Yan Zisheng seemed to have lost all his energy and was extremely powerless. They really couldn't think of a solution. Luo Xing and Wan Taijun couldn't even block one move from the Great Tao Origin Heart. They couldn't do anything even if they went up. Let's wait and see. Sacred Lord Blood Prison said in a deep voice. If the prophecy from back then is true, maybe we don't need to worry. Even if the sky collapses, someone will come out. The three of them more or less knew about the prophecy that had been passed down in the past. If it was true, the future sacred world would definitely. The three of you seem to be in a good mood. Who are they planning to ambush? An untimely voice suddenly exploded in their ears, interrupting their thoughts. It's you. Sacred Lord Blood Prison was stunned. He didn't even sense the other party's appearance, and he started to feel wary. Yan Zisheng and Bai Lang were the same. In front of them was the Great Tao Primordial Heart's attack, and behind them was the mysterious Alliance Master. Their hearts sank. That's right, it is me. Lin Fei said with a smile, I just happened to pass by here and saw the three of you together. I mistakenly thought that you wanted to deal with me, so I specially came to investigate. I hope the three of you can give me a good explanation. Boom. An invisible cold killing intent came crushing over. This killing intent was formed from origin energy, and it instantly reached the third step. The strong killing intent swept over. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company were already heavily injured, but when this killing intent swept over them, their blood started to boil, and their faces instantly became pale. Oh, so you're injured. Lin Fei's words once again attacked the three third step experts. Normally, they wouldn't be afraid of this killing intent, but today was different. All of them were heavily injured, and it was extremely tiring for them to block it. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company knew that things weren't going well. They didn't expect this mysterious Alliance Master to show them his strength right from the start and see through them. This was under the situation where they hadn't even fought yet. They really didn't want this mysterious Alliance Master to see through them. They didn't even have half of their peak battle power when facing someone they didn't know anything about. If they really fought, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Alliance Master, what do you want to do? Sacred Lord Blood Prison said coldly. Don't think that you can defeat us just because we're injured. Don't forget that even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Actually, this seat isn't unreasonable. Lin Fei said faintly. I heard that you guys obtained a lot of treasures in the stone room. This seat doesn't want much. I just want 2/3 of what you have, and this seat will leave immediately. What do you think?" The hearts of the 3 sacred lords sank. The Alliance Master had indeed followed them and seen what had happened in the stone room. Now, they were unable to remain calm. To be able to hide this from them, it was extremely likely that this person was a 4th-step expert. A 4th-step expert. This was the first time they had been threatened by someone. Their first thought was that they were unwilling. It wasn't easy for them to take out those time crystals. They had almost died there. Asking them to hand over 2/3 of the time crystals was like cutting a piece of meat from their hearts. This seat's patience has a limit. The 3 sacred lords felt extremely conflicted. Right now, they really might not be this mysterious Alliance Master's match. Revenge Alliance Master, you win. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they learned to be patient and compromise. The mysterious Alliance Master in front of them had never revealed himself, and if they really fought, it would be very disadvantageous for them. If they couldn't make him stay, he would just need to leak the news that they were heavily injured, which would be very disadvantageous to the small sacred world that they controlled. Although the 5 top factions had always stood strong, it was because they were the 5 sacred lords. They had always been united against outsiders, but any faction that tried to catch up to them would be suppressed by them in the dark. In the entire sacred world, the 5 top factions had always maintained their position at the top, and no one had ever been able to compare to them. If the news that they were injured spread out, regardless of whether it was true or not, they would definitely come to test them. They didn't dare to really make a move and could only choose to compromise. Lin Fei was indeed interested in the time crystal. Now that someone had given it to him for free, it couldn't be any better. Even if they were resentful now, they didn't dare to do anything because he had the other party's weakness. Don't think that the sacred world was calm and peaceful. In fact, there were undercurrents surging in secret. From the ranking of the small sacred worlds, one could see some clues. The top 10 of the small sacred worlds were all very powerful, and they were infinitely close to the top factions. If the 5 top factions hadn't joined forces to prevent them from rising, the top 5 small sacred worlds would probably have changed their positions. Lin Fei had predicted that they would agree. Compromise was the best choice. Chapter 23-25. Lin Fei was in a good mood after obtaining the time crystal. Everyone would be shocked if they knew that he could make a 3rd-step expert hand over the time crystal. The 3 of you, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lin Fei's voice sounded again after Sacred Lord Blood Prison left. What? Are you regretting it? Sacred Lord Blood Prison stared at the sky. Yan Zisheng and Bai Lang were also prepared to attack with angry expressions. It wasn't that they were afraid of the other party, but they wouldn't attack unless it was absolutely necessary. If they attacked, they would suffer a great loss since it would affect the small sacred world they controlled. I will keep my word. I will definitely not attack you after taking your things. Lin Fei didn't want to make a move either. Only a fool would waste the origin energy that he had obtained with great difficulty. It's just that I'm quite interested in the prophecy you spoke of. I wonder if you can tell me about it. The expressions of Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other 2 changed slightly, and they let out sighs of relief. They then looked at the sky with a strange expression. The prophecy wasn't a secret to the people at the top. This mysterious Alliance Master actually didn't know about the prophecy. The foreign races? The word adventure immediately appeared in the minds of the 3. The prophecy of the Wild Continent was left behind by an extremely powerful person when the Wild Continent was destroyed. Basically, all the top figures in the sacred world knew about it, but whether they believed it or not was another matter. However, the foreign races were different. The barbarian continent was the largest world in the past, and its influence was also the greatest. In this region, there was more than one barbarian continent. There were many other worlds of various sizes, but none of them could compare to the barbarian continent. In the eyes of the people of the barbarian continent, they were just a bunch of outsiders. This was why Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others said the words foreign races, because the foreign races didn't know about this secret. When the war broke out back then, the foreign races suffered heavy losses. All of them hid in independent spaces and sealed themselves for tens of thousands of years. Of course, some people didn't know about the prophecy left behind. Luckily, the three of them didn't say it out loud, but they were even more wary. When did such a mysterious expert appear in the alien world? They didn't even know about it. Among the alien experts, Black was one of the best in the world of assassins. This prophecy is just a joke, Sacred Lord Blood Prison said casually. At the start, this was indeed a joke. However, the person who made the prophecy was a peak expert who had appeared after the wild continent had shattered and was skilled in divination. After that divination, that expert had fallen. No one knew why he had done that or why he had fallen. It had been a very long time since then. Everyone believed it to be true. As time passed, generation after generation, the prophecy became an impossible joke. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others happened to be in the prophecy period, so they instinctively resisted it and didn't take it too seriously. If they had such thoughts, they might as well worry about the mysterious force appearing. What a joke. I also find it quite interesting. Sacred Lord Blood Prison told Lin Fei about the prophecy. Lin Fei thought about it and let them go. He didn't do anything from start to finish. An expert will descend upon the world and rebuild the wasteland continent? After they left, Lin Fei was also stunned by the prophecy. No wonder there was a strong consciousness when I obtained the treasure. For example, the Yellow Springs Patriarch and the Blood Demon King should be able to revive. Lin Fei immediately thought about the strong consciousness that appeared when he obtained the Blood Sky Seal. According to what they said, those experts will reappear in another 500 years, and the wasteland continent will reappear as well? Lin Fei couldn't believe it no matter how he thought about it. Master, don't worry. If you want to know the specifics of the prophecy, that person might give Master a satisfactory answer, Little Evil Demon reminded. Lin Fei thought about it and realized that it was true. He didn't know much about that era. If he could control that person now, wouldn't he be able to know whatever he wanted? I need to make some preparations. Eerie Flame's secret realm, in the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. During this time, countless people died in the Eerie Flame's secret realm, but there were also countless people who obtained fortuitous encounters. Not bad, young master. In such a short period of time, your strength has broken through again and you have reached the late stage of the giant realm. In a small valley, a young man walked out with a majestic gait. An old man next to him came up and greeted him. Jianghu was very satisfied with his advancement to the late stage of the giant realm. Although it seemed like a small step, it was actually a huge step. His strength had increased by a few times and he had even obtained a good treasure. Advisor Li, has Di Tian been killed? Young Master Jianghu was very concerned about this matter. It was like a thorn in his heart. Those who didn't work for him deserved to die. Advisor Li was an old man. His cultivation level wasn't high, barely at the early stage of the giant realm. However, no one dared to underestimate this old man in gray robes. He could kill you with a flip of his hand. Jianghu had paid a huge price to invite him back. It was because of Advisor Li's help that Jianghu and Yan Zi were on the same level. Young master, the mission has failed. Yu Ming Zi and the rest must have been killed. Failed? Young Master Jianghu was very surprised. I didn't expect Di Tian to be so capable. Advisor Li, you don't have to worry about him. After all, he is not easy to deal with. Thank you for your forgiveness, young master. Advisor Li was also very curious. There shouldn't have been any problems with his calculations. The only thing he could be sure of was that everyone had a different understanding of Di Tian. Next time, Di Tian won't have such a good chance. Yanhua was not happy that Di Tian was still alive. Sooner or later, he would have time to deal with that brat. Let's go somewhere else. How is my second sister doing? Lin Fei waited in the ethereal flame mystery realm for a month. Everything in the stone room was under surveillance. The skeleton was covered in blood vessels and it was in the process of reconstructing its flesh. According to Little Evil Demon's analysis, it would take at least a few years for it to reconstruct its flesh. This result made Lin Fei very unhappy. He had no choice but to leave the ethereal flame mystery realm. From Lin Fei's point of view, the only thing that caught his eye in the ethereal flame mystery realm was the skeleton in the stone room and the great Tao primordial heart. He didn't care about anything else. The ethereal flame mystery realm was just a scheme used by the 5 holy masters to open the stone door. Lin Fei returned to the sealed world immediately to prepare for the next important matter. Chapter 23-26. The illusory flame mystic realm had always been lively. From time to time, there would be heart-stirring good news. For example, someone had obtained a special gem, or an expert had obtained a precious treasure. However, he had also started a massacre and offended several forces. Aside from these news, the direct descendants of the 5 organizations performed extremely well. For example, Yanhua of the Yen family had successfully become a late Titan expert, suppressing a first-step expert and shaking up the Saints' world. He was known as a super genius of the Saints' world. A few days later, the young lady, Yen Zi, was unwilling to fall behind. She also successfully broke through to late Titan expert, displaying her extraordinary talent. The direct descendants of the Yen family were like that, and the direct descendants of the other peak organizations also performed dazzlingly. They quickly became the cream of the crop among the younger generation, and their name spread across the entire Saints' world. I don't believe I can't get in this time. Lin Fei was not interested in the various news about the Voidfire secret realm. Super genius? Lin Fei sniggered after hearing that. Don't offend me when the time comes, or I'll kill you all the same no matter how much of a super genius you are. Open. In the central region of the World Wall battlefield. In order to enter the central region, Lin Fei had tried countless times. He was just a little bit off every time. This time, Lin Fei was confident that he could get in. A huge, blood word turned into an invisible force, blocking the incoming force. The pressure on Lin Fei immediately decreased, and he moved forward quickly. This was not the first time Lin Fei had come here, so he was very familiar with this distance. At the same time, the little demon had calculated the exact steps. As long as the pressure from the central region was suppressed, it would be much easier with the body of 10,000 curses and invincible defense. Everything went as planned. Lin Fei only used the word blood to successfully pass through the most important region. He was extremely close to the central region. When Lin Fei approached the central region, a terrifying pressure surged over like a boundless ocean. Before he even got close, Lin Fei seemed to lose control of his body, and the presence of death emanated from the bottom of his heart. Spatial transfer. Lin Fei bellowed. He used the origin energy he had collected and unleashed a powerful attack. In the air, a gigantic door opened, blocking Lin Fei's path. Boundless energy surged into the door, but not a single bit landed on Lin Fei's body. Even so, Lin Fei could still feel the aura of death, how close it was to him. Success. In a dozen or so seconds, the violent power vanished. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile, knowing that he had succeeded. Using a simple spatial transfer actually costs so much. It's almost the full power of a third-step expert. Lin Fei felt a pang in his heart. For the sake of the massive skeleton in the central region, this price was nothing. After dispelling spatial teleportation, Lin Fei successfully arrived at the central region. Body of 10,000 curses and invincible defense activated at the same time, blocking most of the attacks. This was the first time Lin Fei had entered the central region. Is this the corpse of a divine dragon? Standing in the air, Zhang Xian could see numerous skeletons in the central region. Each of the skeletons emanated boundless pressure. Fortunately, they were limited to one another, so the area of influence was very small. Master, this giant dragon should have been a fourth-step expert when it was alive. Someone punched it in the head and killed it instantly. Little Devil analyzed and pointed at the dragon's head. There was a huge dent on the dragon's skull, which looked very glaring. How savage. To be able to kill a fourth-step realm giant dragon with one punch, he must be at least a fifth-step expert. The defense of a giant dragon in its original form is widely acknowledged. Lin Fei took a deep breath. It was the right decision to come here. Apart from the central region of the boundary wall battlefield, the rest of the battlefield was under Lin Fei's control. The specters that appeared from time to time became insignificant. The central region had always been a place that Lin Fei attached great importance to. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this giant dragon skeleton alone can make a third-step expert at the very least. Although I can't use any cultivation techniques, I can rely on this indestructible skeleton to become a top-notch fighter. After learning about the prophecy left behind by a certain expert from the Blood Prison Holy Lord and the others, Lin Fei began to attach importance to it. Regardless of whether it really appeared or not, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen himself first. Let's collect it first. Little Devil was constantly monitoring the movements in the central region. Lin Fei was not afraid that someone would sneak in and attack him. Lin Fei was not anxious at all to collect a giant dragon skeleton. Collecting a giant dragon skeleton wasn't difficult. Lin Fei easily blocked the pressure emitted by the skeleton. After consuming some Heaven's Mandate energy, he successfully collected the first giant dragon skeleton. The central region wasn't small, so Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. If he was attacked by the skeleton, it wouldn't be a good thing. After collecting the first giant dragon skeleton, Lin Fei searched again. He didn't want to miss any powerful skeleton. After all, if he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. It can't be, it's so far away, and there's only one giant dragon skeleton just now. Lin Fei flew carefully. The number of skeletons on the ground could be counted on one's fingers. He found some along the way, but they were all ruined and obviously useless. He could completely imagine that the people who fought in that war were all very cruel and violent. It was almost a one-sided suppression. Only those peerless experts could do such a thing. Along the way, the skeletons on the ground piled up like a mountain. It wasn't hard to imagine the intensity of the war back then. It was absolutely unimaginable. As he continued forward, the number of skeletons on the ground increased. They began to pile up until they reached the depths. A cold aura constantly shrouded the central region. Lin Fei didn't expect that there would be a mountain of bones in the central region. How many skeletons were needed to pile up like this? Lin Fei's scalp went numb just thinking about it. Master, be careful. This place is a little strange. Although there's no aura of life, it gives off an unusual feeling. Lin Fei secretly raised his guard. He simply used his divine sense to cover the distance, to confuse the mysterious existence of the White Bone Mountain. No one would know that he was relying on the system. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately be able to detect it. There were many mountains of bones, one after another. Each one was covered with skeletons. Lin Fei didn't find anything for the time being. He couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. That's not right. I heard those people say that very few people come to this place. The skeletons of those fallen experts shouldn't be missing. As soon as Lin Fei entered the central region, he had Little Fiend shrink the location of those skeletons. Every powerful skeleton would instinctively release a pressure. Through this, he could find them. But until now, those skeletons seemed to have disappeared. This gave Lin Fei a strange feeling. Ha ha ha, it's not easy. Another junior has come. Crash. Chapter 23-27. Master, this is a mental attack. It's an attack from a third-step expert. Lin Fei seemed to have lost control of his body. The opponent's attack was too terrifying, and he had no chance to defend himself. His head felt like it was going to explode. Bang! Lin Fei smashed into a white bone mountain, and the entire white bone mountain collapsed with a loud bang, turning into ruins. This kid is a little strange. He's only at the giant realm, but he can actually barge in. He. No matter how you defend yourself, in the end, you'll still fall into my hands. A sinister laugh came from a mountain of bones. Shortly after, the mountain moved, and a white skeleton walked out. 2 soul fires floated in its empty eyes. Its figure flashed, and it arrived above the ruins of bones, looking for the kid's body. Found it. In the white bone ruins, the boy's physical body appeared in front of the skeletons. There was a hint of joy in his voice. I've waited for so long, and I can finally possess a body and leave this damned place. Ha ha ha. The skeleton man arrived above the body. He was very confident in his previous attack, especially in a situation where there was no warning. Even if there were 100 of him, he would be finished. Possess. The 2 soul fires in the skeleton man's eyes left the skeleton and turned into one, heading straight for the body above the ruins. As long as he possessed the body, he could leave this place. You've been tricked. Just as he was about to possess the body, a terrifying killing intent attacked him. A blood word appeared in the sky and crushed the soul fire. The soul fire let out a painful cry, and a third of the originally large soul fire dissipated. Brat, how dare you trick me? The soul fire roared, and he once again used mental rush. This was his killing move, and ordinary people couldn't block it. Mental Pierce was also a special Great Dao. Its grade wasn't very high, but it was very powerful. It was hard to defend against, and if one wasn't careful, one would fall into the opponent's trap. Against this kind of mental pierce, there was basically no treasure that could block it, unless it was a special mental treasure. Unfortunately, this time, the opponent had encountered Lin Fei, a fellow that couldn't be judged by his eyes. Another bloody word blasted out. That ball of soul fire was startled. The first attack was because it had been caught off guard. However, the second attack was at the second step, so it was more or less startling. Empty net. The soul fire did not evade. Instead, it activated its mental energy once again and bound the power of the bloody words, preventing them from erupting. Brat, I have to admit that you are very powerful. I like such a body very much. When the time comes, everything you have will belong to me, ha ha ha. The spiritual force pierced into the space between Lin Fei's eyebrows once again. After using his spiritual force 3 times in a row, his soul flame had clearly become much dimmer than before. This time, he attacked out of rage. He believed that this body wouldn't be able to withstand his spiritual force piercing. Now was the best time to possess a body. This was also the preconceived idea of any expert, especially when facing a little guy in the giant realm. When the soul fire tried to possess him again, a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. His aura immediately soared to the 4th step. The soul fire exploded on the spot. The power dispersed the soul fire like a gale, and miserable cries echoed continuously. The attack of a guy at the 3rd step is really ferocious. Fortunately, I used the destiny energy to construct a blockade. Otherwise, I would have failed miserably today. Lin Fei crawled out of the ruins, his face slightly pale. Little devil, where did that guy go? He had been ambushed and almost died. Lin Fei was very angry. His opponent had made him lose 2 bloody words, and he had also been attacked by a 4th step expert. Under such circumstances, a 3rd step attack couldn't hurt him at all. The materialization of his mental energy was very terrifying. Little Devil was also very angry. Don't worry, Master. This time, he has nowhere to hide. He has no chance. There won't be a second chance. Lin Fei and Little Devil were very angry. There was no aura of life in this place, so they subconsciously thought that there wouldn't be any living people. They didn't expect that there would be someone proficient in mental energy. It could be considered a kind of extension of life. Zhou Zhou couldn't wait any longer, and Lin Fei was hit. Master, he is on your left, on the seventh skeleton. Lin Fei was very shocked when he received this information from Little Devil. There was a scattered skeleton there, and it was not very complete. It was hard to suspect that the other party was attached to it. Chase. Lin Fei pretended to chase forward. He didn't look at the skeleton at all, and his actions made it seem like he was going to chase. He knew that this powerful concealment ability was the other party's greatest trump card. According to Little Devil's analysis, the other party's soul fire was different from the physical body. Any damage would take a long time to recover. If he couldn't kill him in one attack, it would be troublesome to find him later. Lin Fei planned to make a feint. Brat, you are still too inexperienced. I lost my physical body and preserved my mental energy, which is the perfect counter to mental energy. Don't even think about finding me. The other party was clenching his teeth in anger at this brat. A little brat had actually caused him to suffer such a huge setback. His vitality was greatly injured, and if he wanted to recover, he would need at least a few hundred years. This setback was a bit too big. After seeing the other party leave, the other party secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't been discovered, he had ways to deal with this brat. Found you. A thunderclap sounded in the clear sky and exploded beside the skeleton. Lin Fei returned again and punched the skeleton. This was the most basic attack, but it couldn't withstand the explosive power of the fourth step. In the face of this power, even the most ordinary move could erupt with a fierce power that could destroy heaven and earth. How did he find me? The other party's mind went blank. He hadn't expected that he would be exposed. I've been exposed. In the next second, a terrifying power crushed the body of the soul fire. The soul fire, which had consumed a lot of energy, was now on the verge of collapse. It seemed like any random attack would completely disintegrate it. To put it bluntly, it was like the clouds in the sky had scattered. The attack of Lin Fei's punch caused the soul fire to howl. It was a tragic sight. Continue to hide. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the tottering soul fire. When he released his origin energy, the soul fire began to evaporate. A ferocious face appeared on the soul fire and roared at Lin Fei. Brat, stop. I told you to stop. Lin Fei was unmoved. Ha ha. Ah. Stop. You bastard. If you continue, I'm done for. The soul fire kept struggling and gradually became transparent. Chapter 23-28. The soul fire started to turn dim, and it was about to become transparent, which scared the other half to death. Brat, stop. The man's face showed a trace of despair, and at the same time, he became extremely violent. Do you know what you are doing? You are offending a great super expert. If the expert is angry, he will make your whole family bleed, and you will never be able to reincarnate. Lin Fei's face sank slightly. Humph, you are about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. You don't know what's good for you. As he increased the power output, the soul fire started to shake violently, and its color started to become transparent. It screamed, I am a super expert, and you still dare to it hurts, stop. Stop. Lin Fei clearly realized that this guy should be a wily old fox. To deal with such a person, he should be heavy-handed, and he had to make the other party remember. The torture continued. The soul fire became smaller and smaller, and its color became translucent. The other party's screams gradually became weak. Under such torture, it would be strange if the other party could still hold on. Is this the attitude you use to beg? Lin Fei said coldly. He felt that it was about time. Lin Fei said. The soul fire didn't expect that the other party wasn't afraid of its threat at all. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill it. It was a top expert, and even if time passed, it was still a super expert. Today, it actually failed because of a brat. It was completely unimaginable. Until the other party spoke, it had a glimmer of hope, and a thought appeared in its mind, maybe I don't have to die. Little brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Can you stop first? Waiting for the other party's power to increase, and the pain was like hovering between life and death. If it was a physical body, it would be fine, but now that it was a pure spiritual body, the torture it enjoyed would increase, and its sensitivity would increase infinitely. The pain would also become extremely terrifying. Senior, uncle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneak attacked you, and I shouldn't have threatened you. I beg you, please stop. Finally, the person chose to lower his head. At this point, it didn't matter what he could or couldn't say. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would completely disappear and lose all of his past glory. And here I thought you would continue being arrogant. Didn't you just say you wanted to wipe out my entire sect? If you have the guts, then continue. Lin Fei said coolly. Wasn't that just a misunderstanding? Little brother is so young, so you must have come from a powerful family. How could I threaten you? You also know that once a person loses his temper, he won't speak properly. That person gasped for breath. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate such a person. This guy was able to leave behind a complete spirit body, so he was at least a fourth step expert. Lin Fei wouldn't give up so easily. Little devil, how's the analysis going? It's best to immediately think of a way to control him. Lin Fei really couldn't bear to let this living map exist. Soon. Lin Fei was relieved. Misunderstanding? You really know how to talk. If my father hadn't given me a few treasures, maybe I would have fallen into your trap. How do you think you should compensate me for my loss? Lin Fei said fiercely. If you can't tell me, then don't even think about living. These words undoubtedly made the other party happy. This kid doesn't seem to have seen through this daddy's background. He should be a newbie, but the family behind him isn't small. It's really my bad luck to have such a treasure to protect me. However, being a thief seems to be an opportunity. Qi Lin was his name. Now that this name was mentioned, only a few people knew about it. But in the past, kid, you're torturing me like this. Just wait for your bad luck. Although he couldn't successfully possess this body, and the consumption was too great, Qi Lin didn't mind killing this kid. This place wasn't easy to come to, even if the other party had a powerful family behind him. Once he reached that place, Qi Lin's heart flashed with a trace of a smile. Little brother, as long as you let me go, I can take you to my old nest. There are all kinds of treasures collected in my old nest. Little brother, if you like something, just take it. Lin Fei didn't believe that the other party would be so kind. The little devil also followed up, Master, this guy's mood is fluctuating. He must have thought of a bad idea and wants Master to walk into a trap. However, he won't have the chance. Master, you might as well follow him and take a look. Perhaps there will be some good harvest. Lin Fei indeed had this idea. Previously, he was still wondering why there was nothing in the central area except some corpses. Perhaps everything was done by this guy. Old nest. You're very smart. Lin Fei laughed. This young master is happy and will naturally let you go. If you have any other ideas, this young master doesn't mind pinching you to death on the spot. You better not play any tricks. Little brother, my vitality is greatly injured now. My life and death are not in your hands. Even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare. Lead the way. Lin Fei grabbed the soul fire. At the same time, he secretly used his own energy to seal the surroundings. All of this was completed in an instant. Qi Lin didn't even notice that there was a seal outside. Qi Lin didn't know about this. He was very confident in that place. No matter who entered, if they didn't have him to lead the way, they would inevitably die. Relying on his familiarity with that place, he believed that he could regain his freedom once more. At the same time, he could also watch those unlucky fellows die. If their corpses were preserved well, he could still walk around with his flesh and blood. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He constantly learned about the central area from the other party. In order to make the other party believe in him, Qi Lin mixed truth and lies together. Most of them were true. In any case, he didn't believe that the other party could escape his calculations. The range of the White Bones Mountain was very large. According to the other party, this place had been condensed by someone in the past. And in the depths of the White Bones Mountain, there was a graveyard that those powerhouses had opened for those corpses. Those corpses that could be found in this graveyard were all people with great backgrounds. After hearing this, Lin Fei was greatly shocked. There was actually a powerhouse who had opened a graveyard. Lin Fei firmly believed this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only collected a single dragon corpse. Lin Fei was more and more glad that he hadn't used his own energy for nothing. Under Qi Lin's intentional flattery, Lin Fei roughly understood the situation. At the same time, he was getting closer and closer to that place. The surrounding White Bones Mountain began to lessen. "Brat, it's almost time for you to die. Without that treasure, let's see how you can resist." When Qi Lin saw a place in front of him, he laughed in his heart. That place was a trap left behind during the Great Battle. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the other party's movements. Although he couldn't see it through the soul fire, don't forget the powerful ability of the system, as well as Qi Lin's changes, he was the first to know. "Master, it's done. I have a way to control this guy." The little devil sent good news. This guy's mood fluctuated greatly just now. He was very excited. Something that could make him so excited must be related to Master. Let me carefully scan him. Maybe I can gain something. Chapter 23-29. I knew this guy wasn't honest. As expected of a guy who could survive all this time, he's full of dirty tricks. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. From the beginning, he didn't believe this guy. Plotting to kill him, dream on. Qi Lin's thoughts were very beautiful. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, the killing move nearby would have been enough to kill him. He remembered this place very clearly. Once this guy got hit, it would definitely be very interesting. Qi Lin thought happily. He didn't think that the opponent could discover the location of the trap. As for being discovered by the opponent before, it was purely a coincidence. Qi Lin kept telling himself that this guy didn't have the ability to see through everything. While the beautiful thoughts were still reverberating in his mind, the intense pain was like lightning. The opponent's voice sounded in his ear, "I knew you weren't honest. You wanted to set a trap to kill me. I'll kill you first." Boundless pain engulfed him. Under the torture of being magnified countless times, the color of the soul fire became fainter and fainter. Qi Lin's consciousness also began to fall into endless darkness. "Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender." In the face of death, Qi Lin didn't dare to think about how the opponent could discover that killing trap. Now, he only wanted to survive. It was such a simple matter. "If you don't want to die, release your spiritual power." The voice came again. Qi Lin's expression changed. No one knew better than him what would happen if he released his spiritual power. Without waiting for him to think, boundless pain continued to spread. Death was infinitely close. "Looks like you'd better die." No, I'm willing. Qi Lin shouted. He didn't dare to guarantee that the opponent wouldn't really kill him. He couldn't afford to gamble. Qi Lin released his spiritual power. The opponent's big hand withdrew its power. He seemed to have returned from hell. Ah! As soon as he opened his spiritual force, a tyrannical destructive force rushed into his spiritual sea. Before he could defend himself, that destructive force automatically arranged itself into a special mark. With a flash of light, it disappeared from his spiritual sea. However, he could clearly feel that there seemed to be a force controlling him. Qi Lin knew it. He was being controlled by someone. Moreover, it was a very overbearing restriction. Before Qi Lin could curse, pain came from the depths of his spiritual sea. A huge phantom appeared, and it was Lin Fei's appearance. It held a long whip in its hand and lashed out. The long whip struck the spiritual sea, and Qi Lin let out miserable cries, each cry more miserable than the last. More than 100 lashes fell. Qi Lin's soul fire had almost turned into nothingness. There was no doubt that a few more lashes would be enough for him to completely vanish into thin air. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything. Stop hitting me. Lin Fei was very clear that to deal with this kind of person, he needed to give them a fatal threat. The long whip and even the phantom that the other party had condensed in his spiritual sea were all the work of the little fiend. Every time he whipped Qi Lin, the little fiend would carry out a perfect calculation, not too much, not too little, just enough to put Qi Lin on the edge of death. That kind of feeling of death was enough to make a person collapse, let alone once or twice. Qi Lin had experienced several life and death crises. Even if he had a temper, he didn't have one. That was why Qi Lin said those words. He had no choice but to lower his head. The most frightening thing was that the other party had researched the imprint that could control his spiritual power. Even in the past, that was a secret that couldn't be passed down. Now, it had fallen into the hands of this young boy. Don't you think you should say something? Lin Fei released his soul fire, not worried that the other party would escape. He only needed a thought, or even a trace of malice towards him, and the other party wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, the current Qi Lin simply couldn't withstand any torment. My name is Qi Lin, and I'm now young master's man. I'll do whatever young master tells me to do. I won't dare to play any tricks. Qi Lin transformed into a small person and said respectfully. I don't care whether you're called Qi Lin or not. From now on, you'll have to obediently return it, and I won't treat you unfairly. It all depends on what you do next. Lin Fei didn't care what the other party thought. As long as the other party did his job well, the Central 100 Library's books would be very useful. He didn't deny this point. Young master, there's a killing intent left behind by a sixth-step expert during the Great War. It hasn't dissipated even now. I just wanted to use this killing intent to deal with young master. I hope young master can forgive me. Qi Lin accepted his fate. The other party's imprint was very mysterious, and he couldn't find it in the depths of his spiritual sea. It wasn't any of the restrictions he had seen so far. A sixth-step expert? Isn't it said that the strongest is only at the fifth step? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. In the entire sacred world, the strongest was only at the third step. As for the fourth step, there were definitely some. As for how many, no one knew, but there wouldn't be many. It could be counted on one hand. Now that there was a sixth-step expert, Lin Fei was truly shocked. Qi Lin coldly snorted, fifth step. What is that? Before Qi Lin could continue, he felt a whip in the depths of his spiritual sea. Qi Lin realized that he had said something wrong. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. To deal with a person like Qi Lin, Lin Fei felt that he had to deal with him slowly. After a long time, he would be 100% obedient. It seems that you should be someone who survived the Great War back then. Tell me about it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. This place was really not easy to enter. Now that everyone had gone to the Void Flame's secret realm, who would come here? Besides, even if they really came, he wouldn't be worried. Qi Lin seemed to recall something and simply said, "Back then, I was actually a fourth-step expert. The story was actually very simple. Back then, there had been a great war in the Wild Continent. In fact, it had been caused by ninth-step experts trying to break through to the Supreme Realm, which had caused a great war that had affected the entire continent. Qi Lin had been a core member of a sect back then, and he had just entered. He had been sent to the battlefield, and his body had been destroyed in the battle. He had been confined to a small area. The reason was very simple. In those years, there were monstrous killing intents left by experts everywhere. Qi Lin was lucky because he had mastered a special Dao. His body had been destroyed, but a small part of his mental strength had survived. This was also the reason why Qi Lin had wanted to seize Lin Fei's body. In the end, he had suffered a huge setback because of him. From Qi Lin's words, it was far clearer than the records. It was as if this area in front of him was the place where countless experts had fought bloody battles. A great war between ninth-step experts had destroyed a continent. It was indeed more terrifying than imagined. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of it. It turned out that the highest realm was the ninth step. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Fei now felt that fourth-step experts were infinitely powerful, let alone ninth-step experts. It was no wonder that they had caused such a huge commotion. Chapter 2330. A ninth-step expert. From a distance, Lin Fei really wanted to know what happened after that. Qi Lin shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I don't know. It's not easy to take that last step." In other words, the ninth-step expert didn't succeed. In other words, you don't have any experts outside. Lin Fei was prejudiced by his first impression and forgot one thing. They were all trapped here. How could they talk about leaving, let alone knowing the situation outside? Therefore, he briefly told him about the events in the sacred world, including some things about the Judgment Organization. "Young master, those who didn't succeed at the ninth step are not willing to have an invincible existence above their heads." After listening, Qi Lin sighed, "I didn't expect the glorious wild continent to become a broken world composed of fragments. If I'm not wrong, the Judgment Organization that young master mentioned should be the subordinates of a ninth-step expert. That's why they can easily suppress a fifth-step expert." Lin Fei frowned slightly, "That's not right. After that war, didn't the ninth-step expert fall? Will the subordinates of those experts still follow them after a long time?" At the beginning, Lin Fei really didn't think about the specific origin of the Judgment Organization. After hearing Qi Lin's words, he really thought of some things and quite agreed with Qi Lin's words. "Young master, every expert of the ninth step is a supreme existence. They can almost be said to be immortal. The great battle in the past only caused great damage to their vitality. It won't take their lives, but it will take a long time for them to recover." Qi Lin said. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Fei thought it through. It seemed that this was the explanation. Lin Fei talked about the prophecy of a certain expert. Qi Lin's face changed greatly, "Are you sure it was left by a certain expert? And then he fell?" "I can't guarantee this. It's something that has been circulating in the upper echelons of the sacred world. It should be true." Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. He had never seen this kind of thing. He had never heard of it. "It's true. It must be true." Qi Lin shouted, and was quickly whipped. "Young master, you don't know. Back in the day, the Wildland continent's most powerful divination grandmaster was a ninth-step existence. His combat prowess was average, but no one dared to offend him. He was an expert in divination, and could distort space and time to see the future. He was extremely terrifying, and was known as the #1 divination grandmaster. Lin Fei didn't expect that the expert who made the prediction would have such an amazing ability. Looks like it's true. Coming from such an expert, the possibility of the other party's prophecy was very high. Lin Fei then asked a few more questions, and Qi Lin answered in detail. Little devil, quickly scan this killing intent trap and see if you can remove it. Lin Fei quickly shifted his gaze. It was not easy for him to discover this kind of killing intent trap. If he did not get it out, it would be too much of a pity. Qi Lin did not dare to ask. The other party was young, but he acted decisively. One really could not judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that the other party would have such means? By the way, let me ask you, how many similar killing intent traps are there in this place? Qi Lin was obviously startled. Not many. As time passes, the power of the killing intent traps will weaken, and in the end, they will be swallowed by the spatial cracks. Come out. Lin Fei had just casually asked. A huge amount of energy came out, and his 5 fingers shrouded down. The surrounding void collapsed, and a terrifying killing intent shot out. Not bad, a 4th step attack. The killing intent trap was invisible and colorless, but it was very clear in Lin Fei's eyes. He forcefully dug it out from the void, and with a squeeze of his hand, the killing intent trap turned into an energy ball. The energy ball was the size of a fist, but it emitted a terrifying aura. What a terrifying method. He can actually use the killing intent trap for his own use. Qi Lin was shocked. Although it was only a 4th step attack, in fact, it contained the infinite killing intent left by a powerhouse. It was extraordinary. If anyone underestimated it, they would definitely be unlucky. Even Qi Lin himself did not have the ability to take it away. Qi Lin completely understood that the other party was unlucky to have encountered such a guy. Moreover, the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He could not understand how a giant realm powerhouse could burst out with such strength. This question really puzzled him. Lin Fei was not putting on a show for Qi Lin. It was not easy to find such a killing intent trap, and its power was extraordinary. According to the little devil's evaluation, this killing intent trap was completely comparable to the attack of a 4th step powerhouse. The terrifying killing intent contained in it was a bit stronger than the attack of an ordinary 4th step powerhouse. Continue to lead the way. After taking a powerful killing intent, he more or less made up for some of his losses. After understanding that the judgment organization was made up of 9th step powerhouses, Lin Fei felt that he had to have more trump cards in his hands. Along the way, Lin Fei took 3 killing intents. 2 of them were only 1st step attacks, and the other was a 2nd step attack. In his opinion, mosquito meat was also meat, and he could not let it go. Young master, the entrance is in the White Bones Mountain in front. Qi Lin pointed to a White Bones Mountain not far away. This White Bones Mountain was no different from the ones he had seen before. At least, in Lin Fei's eyes, there was no difference. When they arrived at the White Bones Mountain, Lin Fei realized that it was extraordinary. If it was not for someone leading the way, who would have known that there was another secret hidden in the White Bones Mountain? Young master, go in from this place. Inside is an alternate space created by a 9th step powerhouse. It is very stable. Qi Lin pointed to a location. The little devil's scanning ability fell on this place, and sure enough, it found something special. There was no spatial fluctuation in this place, and even using divine sense was useless. This was a special alternate space. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he threw a combat emperor in to understand the situation inside. Everything was as said, the alternate space was very quiet, and there was no danger. Let's go. Lin Fei brought Qi Lin to the alternate space of the White Bones Mountain. In the alternate space, there was a violent energy impact. Fortunately, this energy seemed to be limited by the power of some powerhouses, and it was limited to a certain area. Lin Fei's current position was considered good, and there was not much danger. This is the Green Bull Demon King of the variant human race. He was an 8th-step powerhouse in the past, and he was very powerful. He could face 6 8th-step powerhouses of the human race alone. Not far away, there was a huge green bull, which was very eye-catching in Lin Fei's eyes. The corpse of an 8th-step powerhouse. I'm going to be rich this time. Lin Fei was very excited. If he only needed to modify it, it would definitely be a nightmare for his enemies. He immediately tried to use the system to collect it. Ding! The power of the item exceeds the collection range, it cannot be collected. Chapter 23:31. Can't be collected? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Isn't the system invincible? Why can't it collect a corpse? Lin Fei was not willing to give up on the perfect corpse of an outsider king. With some modifications, it would become a powerful existence, a trump card for him to move about freely in the saints' world. Master, this corpse is still intact. It was sealed by a special power. Moreover, I don't know if there's a formation in this strange space that prevents the flow of time. Master, it's impossible for you to collect this corpse now. The imp's words were a huge blow to him. In that case, I can only collect corpses at step 4 or step 5 by relying on the system, right? Yes, if Master can accumulate more energy, it is not impossible to collect it. But at present, I do not approve of Master using this method. Lin Fei wasn't hot-blooded. He had to collect the corpse. Without the origin energy, the consequences would be too severe. He tried several corpses in a row, but the result was the same. Lin Fei completely gave up. Just as the little devil said, the corpses in the different space were all arranged with a very powerful array formation. It was not something that could be broken in a short time. Even if Lin Fei had the system to calculate, it would take a long time and consume a huge amount of origin energy. This kind of high-density calculation and analysis could not be stopped in a short time. There are more than 1,300 experts in this alternate space, and they were all top existences on the wild continent. Don't look down on them just because some of them are at the 8th step. In reality, every one of them is a top expert who is qualified to fight against a 9th step expert. Their Dermic Dao is also top. Lin Fei did not have the ability to collect these corpses, they were all perfectly protected. Young master, my nest is over there. Follow me. Soon, the two of them broke into a restricted area with corpses. Boundless pressure swept over, but Qi Lin easily led Lin Fei away from the pressure and came to a cave under the corpses. Young master, I spent 10,000 years to create this place. No one knows of its existence other than me. Lin Fei could feel a trace of pressure. It was not very obvious, but it could easily conceal his aura. He rejoiced in his heart. If he really hid in a place like this, it would be very troublesome. The cave abode wasn't very big, but Lin Fei was able to notice the differences in the cave abode. Master, these are some of the good things I've collected. On the other side of the cave, Qi Lin said proudly, from today onwards, all of these belong to this young master. Lin Fei said in an extremely tyrannical manner. He looked at the row of treasures that were laid out in a row. Although these treasures looked tattered, they contained a terrifying might within them. Needless to say, these were treasures that were infamous back in the days. These treasures were not bad, but Lin Fei was not interested in them. With a flash of inspiration, Zhang Xian took out the heavenly blood seal. Ever since he had more experts by his side, he had kept this treasure by his side. Endless Devour. The blood sky seal's quality had long since reached the level of a giant-level treasure, but it was definitely not an easy task to raise it to the next level. Young master, there seems to be the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura in these treasures. Your eyesight is not bad, there is indeed the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura. Lin Fei said. Qi Lin was surprised. Although the Yellow Springs cult leader was not the strongest existence, he was still an 8th step expert. His temperament was eccentric, and he hovered between the righteous and evil paths. He had never been welcomed by others. Lin Fei activated the heavenly blood seal, and the endless devour began. The pile of treasures was swallowed by the heavenly blood seal. In a short time, the heavenly blood seal had swallowed all the treasures. Almost all of them were tattered, leaving behind a few. The heavenly blood seal needed time to refine the treasures it had swallowed, but Lin Fei didn't mind. In any case, he would improve as much as he could, it would be a waste to leave them there. Young master, these are some of the better treasures we found in the past. Qi Lin took out the treasures from another location. The first one was a millstone-like object. It was green in color, but now its color was a little dim. This is a treasure that belonged to one of the Fortune Gate's ancestors. According to rumors, it was one of the Fortune Gate's greatest treasures, but it was heavily injured by an 8th step expert. Lin Fei had heard of the Fortune Gate before. One of the Holy World's top 10 cultivation techniques was called the indestructible fortune art. Once cultivated to a certain level, one would become immortal and indestructible. It was a terrifying technique. No way, there's such a thing? Lin Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Good luck. Lin Fei picked up the millstone-like object. Immediately, a terrifying pressure swept over him. After a long time, the pressure was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Lin Fei easily dealt with it. There is an independent space in the depths of the millstone-like object, and there is a powerful force guarding it. I suspect that if I can defeat that force, I might have a chance to obtain the indestructible fortune art. Even if it's not the complete one, it's still a secret. Everyone in the Holy World knew how powerful this cultivation technique was, and it had always been a secret. There were even rumors that the reason why the Fortune Gate could not rise to the top was because the cultivation technique was incomplete. This rumor had never been verified, and now, Lin Fei understood that the rumors might be true. It was precisely because the Fortune Gate lacked a complete cultivation technique that they were unable to take another step forward. Lin Fei did not plan to investigate the millstone-like object now. He put it away in the system space, where no one would be able to sense it, and there was no need to worry about the Fortune Gate's experts coming after him. Even if he did not get anything else today, even if there was only this treasure, it was already a great harvest for Lin Fei. Qi Lin's other treasures could not be compared to the millstone-like object, but they were still pretty good. Lin Fei kept all of them. After touring Qi Lin's lair, Lin Fei felt that he couldn't just leave like this. He needed to search for some weaker skeletons. He had no intention of taking the corpses, but he could still modify the skeletons. Even if they were just cannon fodder, at least they could still attack. There were no skeletons in this alternate dimension. It was just as Qi Lin had said. Basically, they were all the most powerful existences of their time. They were famous people who would tremble with just a stomp of their feet. As for the expert who had attacked the unknown alternate space, it was unknown. It had to be at least a 9th step expert. Ordinary experts couldn't do it. Young master, the strongest skeletons you mentioned should be in these places. They didn't have time to protect them, and their bodies have already rotted away. Chapter 2332. Outside the Sealed World. A group of people quietly arrived at the Sealed World. Through the Sealed City, they arrived at the Realm Wall battlefield. Moreover, they were heading in the same direction. Elder He, the place we are heading to is the core of the battlefield. Back then, our ancestors' elders should have fallen on this battlefield. The leader was a green-clothed man with a solemn expression. He nodded his head. As long as there is a 70% chance, we can't let it go. The sect needs that thing. The expression of the people behind him turned serious. Everything was for the sect. Central Region, White Bone Mountain. Lin Fei released 1,000,000 War Emperor experts and began to collect the skeletons on the plains. As long as they met the criteria, they would all be collected. I've finally broken through 100. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei was sitting on a white bone mountain. Hearing the little devil's words, he finally revealed a smile. This was the 10th day of collecting skeletons. How inefficient. 100 skeletons, after some transformation, had all reached the second step realm. To Lin Fei, this was a great harvest. Moreover, there was Qi Lin, who was once a fourth step expert, by his side. In the past 10 days, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had been studying the millstone and learning about the wasteland continent from back then. Qi Lin told him everything he knew. Lin Fei knew more and more information and had a clear understanding of the wasteland continent from back then. On the 15th day, 130 corpses. During this period, his luck was not bad. He had obtained the corpses of 3 third-step experts, which were well preserved. Master, someone has come in. Lin Fei lazily lay on the white bone mountain as he heard the little devil's reminder. It can't be, someone's coming. Lin Fei jumped up and opened the system. The scene changed and a group of 8 people appeared in his field of vision. The green-clothed man in the lead was at the peak of the 3rd step, and the 7 people behind him were all at the 1st step realm. This powerful lineup was somewhat shocking. His mind immediately turned, guessing the reason why they had come here. They should be here to look for something. Lin Fei thought quickly. After all, this place was the site of a great battle back then. Some 7th and 8th step experts had fallen here, so it was normal for them to come here to look for something. Young master, someone is coming in. Qi Lin quickly sensed it. His realm was no longer there, but the intuition of a powerhouse was still there. In particular, the spiritual great path that he had grasped was not an ordinary great path. I know. Lin Fei said faintly, go and warn them that they must leave this place immediately. Qi Lin's strength wasn't as good as before, so he braced himself and said, young master, the strongest among them is a peak 3rd step expert. I'm afraid I won't be their match if I go up like this. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't, I'll whip you to death. With Lin Fei's threat, Qi Lin had no choice but to go. He wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, but what he feared the most was the endless pain of the whip, especially when it was magnified countless times. It was simply a lifelong nightmare. Qi Lin was quite smart. His mental power quietly sneaked over and launched an attack in an instant. Mental Pierce. This kind of attack was unexpected and resulted in heavy casualties. Of the 7 first-step experts, 5 were severely injured on the spot, and the other 2 were killed. The green-robed elder he staggered as he blocked the attack. A trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Come out. The green-robed elder he realized that he had encountered an expert. He released his 3rd-step strength, and the surroundings turned into a lightning zone. Bolts of lightning struck down, and arcs of light flickered. Qi Lin suffered on the spot. With just a mental body, every strike from the lightning caused great damage to Qi Lin. His color also started to weaken, and he blocked all escape routes. When Qi Lin appeared, elder, he was very surprised, but he immediately revealed a smile. So it's a mental body. There really is such a thing. Haha, my luck is pretty good. The rumored mental body really exists. If he hadn't seen it in secret, elder, he wouldn't have been able to guess what it was. Come over here. Elder, he grabbed at Qi Lin, and the lightning that filled the sky surrounded him, forming a cage that firmly sealed Qi Lin inside. Every time Qi Lin charged, he was blocked by the lightning. Ha ha ha. Serves you right for being unlucky. My Thunder Light Great Tao is innately the nemesis of mental bodies like you. If you were at your peak, I would admit that I'm inferior. Now, I'm afraid you can't even use 10% of your original strength. You have nowhere to run. Elder, he laughed. The lightning kept compressing, limiting Qi Lin's range of escape. Young master, save me. Qi Lin begged for help like a hoodlum. Lin Fei had been observing. When the other party burst out with the Thunder Light Great Tao, he knew that he was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, he had mastered the Thunder Light Great Tao. Thunder had a terrifying destructive ability, and third-step experts of the same level were no match for him. Seeing that Qi Lin was about to be killed, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let the other party succeed. It was not easy to find a living fourth-step expert. In the future, if he could capture a person with a powerful mental body, he could easily create a fourth-step expert. Go! Lin Fei flicked his finger, activating a powerful strike that pierced through the air at the elder. Elder He's heart sank when he heard that. This kind of mental body actually had a master. That was not good, and the young master might be a tyrannical expert. You're dead. Once the young master makes a move, you won't be able to escape. Qi Lin shouted. Elder He suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and he raised his head to look. Not good, a fourth-step expert is attacking me. In the void, a thick finger suddenly stabbed out. Elder He's hair stood on end, and he quickly activated his most precious treasure to block the other party's finger. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We are from the Fortune Gate. The giant finger pierced through the air, stirring up winds and scudding clouds. A huge hole was torn in the great path of thunder. The lightning collapsed, and the treasures in front of it exploded into pieces. Boundless might enveloped Elder He in an instant, drowning him under the finger. Elder He exploded on the spot, his flesh a bloody mess. Fortune Gate? Lin Fei was slightly startled. He hadn't expected that the Fortune Gate would come. Could it be that they are looking for that millstone? To obtain the complete indestructible fortune art of the 10 great cultivation techniques? That must be it. Unfortunately, that person won't be able to live. Lin Fei regretted attacking too fiercely, but soon, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He actually didn't die. How is this possible? The attack of a fourth-step expert was incomparably terrifying, and Lin Fei knew it better than anyone else. It was amazing that someone had actually withstood it. The original place was razed to the ground by the finger. In the center of the ruins, a strange energy was injected into the void, and Elder He appeared once again. His face was abnormally pale. Chapter 2334. P.S. The content of the previous chapter is new, you can read it if you click on it again. I had a stomachache yesterday, so I couldn't update it. After dealing with Hishan, Lin Fei realized that the World Wall battlefield was going to become a treasure-hunting ground for some big forces, which made him very unhappy. Fortunately, he had received the news in advance, and after some consideration, he came up with a countermeasure. First, continue to modify the first and second step destruction skeletons. The destruction skeletons were naturally modified skeletons with a fixed will, acting as cannon fodder. Second, set up a new formation. Outside the center of the World Wall battlefield, he set up a powerful formation. Even if they came, they could only return empty-handed. 10 billion formations and restrictions. Lin Fei spent a large amount of destiny points and combined them with the formations and restrictions that he had deciphered before. He managed to deduce a set of 10 billion formations and restrictions. This set of formations was amazing. From Qi Lin's words, Lin Fei learned about the division of formations and restrictions. The division was very simple and not very complicated. It was calculated by quantity. Elementary array formation, 100 million inner Dao array formation restrictions. Mid-grade formations, 1 billion formations. Advanced formations, 5 billion formations and restrictions. Grandmaster array formation, 10 billion array formations. Grandmaster array formation, 100 billion array formations. Divine array formation, trillion array formations and restrictions. The basic formations were not difficult, but the difficulty of the mid-grade and low-grade formations was 10 times higher, not to mention the later formations. Lin Fei had set up a Grandmaster formation, which contained 10 billion formations. It was not easy to break it. Unless the other side sent out experts and used violent methods to deal with it. After setting up 10 billion formations, Lin Fei was relieved. He was not worried that someone could break in. At the same time, he arranged for destruction warriors to hide in the periphery. In a short time, Lin Fei had set up an iron fortress around the World Wall battlefield. Even if a fourth-step expert came, they would not be able to break through the formations easily. Once he was free, Lin Fei took out the grinding stone. Huang Xiaolong had mastered 7 stages of the Fortune Gates cultivation technique, which made him realize how extraordinary the fortune art was. As long as one cultivated to the 6th stage, the Fortune Gates people would possess the ability of immortality. There was a heaven-defying treasure in the Fortune Gate called the Fortune Pool. It was a very powerful treasure. The Fortune Gates elders would hang their condensed grand Daoist inside the Fortune Pool. As long as the Fortune Pool was not destroyed, they would not die and would be able to recover in an instant. The Fortune Gate had never been defeated, and the Fortune Gate's role could not be overlooked. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this kind of cultivation method, which was equivalent to full resurrection, could become one of the top 10 cultivation methods. Lin Fei planned to release the sealed space within the millstone. He found out from Hishan that the treasure in his hand was called the Good Fortune Disc, and it was one of the ultimate treasures that possessed unimaginable might. Open. Lin Fei opened the space between his eyebrows, and his divine sense entered the millstone. Inside the millstone, there were layers of powerful formations, and there were at least 100 billion of them. The strength of a treasure was also related to the arrangement of spirit formations and restrictions within it. The more spirit formations and restrictions it contained, the stronger the treasure would be. Passing through the layers of formations, Lin Fei easily arrived at the bottom of the millstone. With the system's analysis, Lin Fei was certain that the 100 billion formations did not hinder him. Here. Lin Fei saw a black bead at the bottom of the millstone, but there were no formations around it. Thinking about it, there were 100 billion formations in front of him. If it was someone else, they might not be able to enter even if they spent 100 years, or even 1,000 years. The existence of this bead was very safe. The cultivation method's chant is on the black bead? Lin Fei couldn't help feeling suspicious. Whether it was real or not, Lin Fei decided to give it a try. His divine sense turned into a giant hand and grabbed the black bead. Swish! When the divine sense giant hand got close to the black bead, the originally motionless black bead suddenly emitted a destructive light. A powerful suction force directly sucked Lin Fei's divine sense into the bead. The inside of the black pearl was not empty. Instead, there was a huge green lotus flower growing inside. Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. After learning the Fortune Gate's 10 great cultivation methods, Lin Fei had learned that the Fortune Gate was able to stand tall in this world because of a single lotus. This lotus was called the Lotus of Fortune, and it was a unique existence between heaven and earth. The Lotus of Fortune in front of him was not the Lotus of Fortune at its peak. It had 8 petals, and as its name suggested, it was a grade 8 Lotus of Fortune. Every layer of the Lotus of Fortune was condensed into a chant. That elder is really smart, he condensed his lifetime's worth of cultivation methods on the Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei was in a good mood as he focused on the 8th layer's chant. Compared to the first 7 layers, the 8th layer was on a completely different level. What a good cultivation technique! As expected of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Life and indestructibility. So from the 8th level onwards, this cultivation technique can absorb all the life essence within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, reaching the realm of indestructibility. What a tyrannical ability to plunder and devour. Lin Fei was also shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a tyrannical cultivation method. This cultivation method is equivalent to having 2 lives no matter where it is placed. It also says that if one's cultivation is lower than the others, they can use the devouring ability. Even if it is a super expert, if they don't die after the first time, they will definitely die the second time. After obtaining the cultivation method, Lin Fei transferred it to the system. Going back and forth, the 8th layer of the cultivation method that required deep comprehension was instantly grasped by him. The 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune allowed one to absorb life essence. With Lin Fei's current cultivation, he could only absorb life essence once a day. In order to test the power of this cultivation method, Lin Fei came to the netherworld's small sacred world and entered a forest. As soon as he circulated the 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune, the towering trees in his field of vision withered, and endless life essence entered his body. Lin Fei instantly felt as if he had eaten honey, very comfortable. So cool. The 10,000 li radius around Lin Fei turned into a dangerous place without any life aura, and this was because he had deliberately limited the absorption range. Master, do you want to store this life essence? Can I store it? Of course you can. The little demoness said, that fortune ancestor is indeed a powerful guy, to be able to create such a cultivation method, he is worthy of being an overlord. If this kind of person doesn't die, Master will definitely face a powerful enemy in the future. Lin Fei did not deny this point. Who cares if he dies or not, I still have several hundred years to prepare. When the time comes, who knows who will kill who? Chapter 23:35. Nether Realm. Lin Fei returned to the Nether Realm after setting up the World Barrier battlefield. Lin Fei did not hesitate to clean up the forces that had been secretly causing trouble. In less than 10 days, there was no longer any noise in the Nether Realm. All that was left was Lin Fei's voice. After taking complete control of the Nether Realm, Lin Fei began to ignore the spatial transmission array. His target was naturally Heaven Wasteland domain. Unknowingly, he had secretly taken control of 2 small sacred domains. Every day, Lin Fei could obtain a lot of origin energy units. This was because the fragments of the last 2 small sacred domains were relatively small and could not produce much origin energy. Lin Fei was very envious of the top 10 small sacred domains. For the time being, Lin Fei would not go against them. The exploration of the ethereal flame's secret realm lasted for a year. In the end, the 5 top forces removed the transmission array. Those who could come out alive had a great harvest, and their wealth had become rich. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. Even if the other party had turned off the teleportation formation, he could still locate it through Little Devil. He was prepared to find the Void Flame's secret realm, where there was still a powerhouse trying to resurrect. Fortune Gate. The creator of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Although the Fortune Gate's prestige was not as good as it was in the past, it was still a first-rate force with a 4th-step expert. Shan returned without any results and was criticized by some elders. If it was any other time, he might have argued, but it was different now. He was not a Fortune Gate member, so he did not defend himself. In the end, Shan was labeled as incompetent. His authority in the Fortune Gate shrank, and his influence in the Fortune Gate became negligible. Their Fortune Gate is really full of experts. Unknowingly, a restriction array was set up in Shan's courtyard, which could isolate all auras. Lin Fei was sitting on his seat, sipping on a cup. Shan was indeed angry at those people's faces. He had only lost some people, but they gritted their teeth and refused to let it go. It was quite a bitterly disappointing matter. Everything went according to Master's plan. They didn't suspect anything at all. Shan relaxed. Following a powerful master might not be a bad thing. Their internal strife is what I like to see the most. A powerful sect usually collapses because of a power struggle. This is beneficial to us secretly controlling the Fortune Gate. Lin Fei was interested in the Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong secretly arranged a space transmission array. With the Little Devil's powerful concealment ability, there was no need to worry about being detected. Entering and exiting the Fortune Gate was as easy as entering an uninhabited land. I wonder what Master plans to do next. Lin Fei chuckled. You've said it before, the Fortune Gate is divided into 3 factions. What if a 4th force emerges to fight for control of the Fortune Gate? He-Shan didn't understand. No, there are only 3 forces inside the Fortune Gate, the eldest young master, the second young master, and the deputy chief. How could you forget yourself? Lin Fei pointed at He-Shan. Master, you must be joking. With my strength, I can be considered as one of the top characters in the Fortune Gate. Wanting to subdue them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He-Shan shook his head. Isn't that simple? You just need to be stronger than them. Lin Fei tossed out a chant, this is the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art. As long as you learn it, they naturally won't be able to do anything to you. He-Shan was dumbfounded. He wondered if he had misheard. The 8th level of the sect's cultivation technique was for him to learn. I can learn at the 8th stage. Why not? Lin Fei said, you are one of my people. As long as you do your job well, in the future you will be the good fortune Holy Lord. Don't you have confidence in yourself? I do, I definitely do. Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the eyes of others, the Fortune Palace was a mystical existence, but he didn't place much importance on it. After all, it was only average, and he didn't rely on it. As the Fortune Gate was fighting for power, Lin Fei decided to support He-Shan. Once he grasped the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art, his strength would rise by leaps and bounds. Even the strongest master in the Fortune Gate would be helpless against him. Before Lin Fei left, he gave He-Shan some purification equipment to purify the source energy. In the holy world controlled by the Fortune Gate, it was ranked in the top 10. After Lin Fei arranged for He-Shan to establish a new mountain within the Fortune Gate, he no longer paid attention to the holy world. Instead, he set his sights on the 31st ranked Flying Stone World. Of the 5 top powerhouses, 2 had died and the other 3 were severely wounded. They would need time to recover. Others might not be able to see this, but Lin Fei was well aware of it. In any case, the holy world would fall into chaos in the future. Lin Fei planned to accumulate his strength ahead of time. Only when the entire holy world was in chaos could he fish in troubled waters. The Flying Stone World was his first target. The Flying Stone World was controlled by a family surnamed Tai, and the patriarch was Tai Haoqing. He was a 3rd-step powerhouse and originally came from one of the small saint worlds. Afterwards, he came out to fight for the small saint worlds and successfully moved into Flying Stone World. In a short period of time, the family's strength rapidly expanded. Those that needed to be subdued had already been subdued, and the rest only needed to quietly develop. Tai Haoqing was very satisfied with his current development. For better or worse, he had become an independent family and successfully controlled a small saint world with countless resources. The future of his family was limitless. After waiting for such a long time, the Tai family had finally obtained what they wanted. For this day, they had waited for countless years. Boom! Tai Haoqing was sitting in a pavilion by the lake, drinking tea and enjoying a rare moment of contentment. A terrifying and tyrannical aura swept through the entire Flying Stone World. Crack! Tai Haoqing's seat was the first to bear the brunt. The entire pavilion collapsed with a loud bang, and dust flew everywhere. Who is it? Such terrifying power. It's at least the aura of a 4th-step powerhouse. Tai Haoqing could not care less about his sorry state. He was shocked, and his body seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. For a moment, he could not move. If I were you, you'd stay still, or you'd die. A black figure walked out of the lake, and with every step, he appeared in front of Tai Haoqing. You are the leader of the Avengers. When Tai Haoqing heard this voice, he did not think much of it at first. Then, a familiar voice appeared in his mind, and he was instantly scared out of his wits. He had actually encountered the leader of the Avengers. This was a fellow who dared to slap the faces of the 5 top forces in public and came out unscathed. Since you know me, then it couldn't be better. The black figure sat down. Don't worry, I have no interest in your Flying Stone World. Tai Haoqing was a third-step powerhouse, but compared to the leader of the Avengers, he was far inferior. The power in the other party's hands could easily cause great damage to the Tai family. "Leader, if you have anything, just tell me." Tai Haoqing was not willing to offend such a mysterious person. It was fine to lower his head temporarily. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. He kept telling himself this in his heart. Chapter 23:36. Just when everyone felt that the holy world was about to face a new situation, the controlling faction of the Flying Stone World, the Tai family, launched a sneak attack on a dark and windy night. They annihilated the local factions and occupied an important mining area on the 30th layer of the Small Saint World. The entire holy world was shocked. Many of the upper echelons knew that the Chaotic Clouds world was secretly controlled by the Myriad Sun world, one of the 5 major factions. That mining area was very heavily guarded. No one had expected the Tai family to occupy it. Although the Small Saint world had been ranked and many factions had left the stage of history, that was not the case in reality. Those that were ranked at the top still had influence and could not be wiped out so easily. As for those that were ranked at the bottom, they had secretly sided with a powerful faction. Otherwise, they would have a headache dealing with all sorts of tricks in the dark. The Chaotic Clouds world was like this. Compared to other factions, the ruler of the Chaotic Clouds world came from the Wan family. It could be said that it was because of the Wan family that they could easily take control of the Chaotic Clouds world. This time, the Tai family suddenly attacked. No one expected them to be so bold as to occupy an important mining area in one night. The Chaotic Clouds world immediately organized a counterattack to teach the Tai family a deep lesson. The overall strength of the Tai family was inferior to the Chaotic Clouds world. After all, the Chaotic Clouds world had the backing of the Wan family. They could deal with whoever they wanted. The result was unexpected. Not only had the Tai family blocked the Chaotic Cloud realm's counterattack, but they had also defeated them. They had even killed the leader of a second-step expert. That was not all. The Tai family had been attacking continuously for several days, seizing important resources and suppressing the Chaotic Cloud realm's controlling forces. After losing several supreme experts and 1/3 of the resources of the Chaotic Clouds world were taken away, the ruler of the Chaotic Clouds world had no choice but to complain to the Wan family. Another reason was to ask for reinforcements. Once the experts of the Wan family attacked, the Tai family definitely could not stop them. Everyone knew that the strongest expert of the Tai family was only a third-step expert. They were not even at their peak. Tai Haoqing had to surrender when the Wan family came. There were many factions secretly watching the Flying Stone world. Offending the Wan family would not end well. They might even have a chance to occupy a territory in the Flying Stone world. Everything was as everyone had expected. The Wan family had sent out a third-step expert. He wasn't at the peak, but he was famous enough that no one could ignore him. This expert from the Wan family led his men to the Tai family's territory. Tai Haoqing led his men to fight. Just as everyone thought that Tai Haoqing was going to be defeated, his helpers erupted with shocking strength. The 3 of them joined forces and killed a third-step expert from the Wan family. The remaining people were all killed. The entire Saints world was thrown into an uproar. Had Tai Haoqing taken the wrong medicine? How could he dare to kill the people of the Wan family? What happened next was even simpler. The Wan clan was enraged and sent out their experts again. They were much stronger than the last time and swore to destroy the Flying Stone World's Tai clan in one fell swoop. This time, Tai Haoqing once again defeated the experts of the Wan clan. Other than a few who managed to escape, the rest were all killed. Tai Haoqing became famous once more. After losing 2 unparalleled experts in a row, even if the Wan clan was wealthy, they would still lose some strength. What infuriated them even more was that Tai Haoqing had publicly declared that the Tai clan would welcome the Wan clan at any time. Tai Haoqing changed and revealed a domineering and mysterious expert beside him. Many people guessed that someone might be supporting Tai Haoqing. Just as everyone thought that the Wan clan was unwilling to take this lying down, the Wan clan didn't attack again. Instead, the two sides started bickering. No matter how they looked at it, something seemed wrong. Just as everyone was feeling doubtful, a rumor spread through the saints' world. No one knew where it came from. However, while everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but have other thoughts. The rumor pointed to the 5 top forces. In less than half a day, the entire saints' world knew about this. The 5 top forces had been heavily injured in the Void Flame's secret realm. Among them, the Wan clan and Sacred Lord Luo Xing of the Black Water World had both died on the spot. The other 3 had used secret techniques to escape and needed a long time to recover. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, it caused an uproar in the saints' world. If the news was true, perhaps the situation in the saints' world would change. The positions of the 5 top forces, after the news spread through the saints' world. The Luo clan of the Black Water World and the Wan clan of the Myriad Sun World announced that the news outside was false and that everyone shouldn't take it seriously. Otherwise, they would fall into the others' trap. There were still some people who didn't take what the Luo clan and the Wan clan said seriously. From the matter of Tai Haoqing fighting against the Wan clan, there were still some clues. The matter of whether the strongest sacred lords of the 5 top forces were injured continued to ferment. Immediately send a group of people to probe the Luo clan. No matter what, we must know whether that person has really died or not. In a dark secret room, an azure-clothed person summoned his trusted aide. After whispering in his ear, the trusted aide left and summoned more people. Activate the spies in the Luo clan and the Wan clan. It doesn't matter even if their whereabouts are exposed. We must confirm the truth of this matter. The azure-clothed person continued to order. Very soon, the secret room quieted down. As long as we confirm the truth of the news, the positions of the 5 small sacred worlds will change. Similar things continued to happen in the dark. After the news spread out, there was a commotion in the 5 small sacred worlds. If the strongest sacred lord had died or been severely injured, it would be a huge matter. The lower forces wouldn't be able to suppress it at all. Yan clan. Yan Zisheng's face was pale. At this moment, he was clearly very angry. His roar echoed in the secret room. It must be that Avengers Alliance leader who spread the news. Apart from him, no one else knows about this. After returning from the Void Flame's secret realm, Yan Zisheng had been healing his injuries. He had paid a huge price that time. He had almost died in that stone room. Luo Xing and Wan Taijun had been killed in one move. He remembered it clearly. In these days, Yan Zisheng had been making arrangements for the Yan clan to prevent the news from spreading. If it really did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. He didn't expect it to still spread in the end. Yan Zisheng knew that the Luo clan and the Wan clan were fighting fiercely. Once the news spread, it would be a big problem for the 2 clans. Yan Zisheng was very angry with that Avengers Alliance leader. A piece of news had caused their 5 top clans to fall into a huge trouble. If they were not careful, they would suffer a great loss. What puzzled him the most was that even now, they had never seen the Alliance leader's true appearance. It was not a good thing for such a mysterious person to remain hidden in the saints' world. Instead, he was like a venomous snake in the darkness. No one knew when he would leap out and bite you. Father, are the rumors true? Yan Zi frowned slightly. This was the first time she came here. Her elder brother didn't come. Little Z, you are the smartest one in the clan. What do you think that alliance leader wants to do? Yan Zisheng didn't dare to spread the news of him being injured. The competition within the clan was also very intense. Although Yan Zisheng had the most authority, the people of the other clans were also eyeing him. They might make a move at any time. Chapter 23:37. Yan Zisheng valued his daughter very much. His eldest son paled in comparison to his daughter. They were not on the same level, be it in terms of methods or the way they handled things. Fishing in troubled waters. Yan Zisheng nodded. That alliance leader is so vicious. Once the news gets out, the entire sacred world will be shaken. We will also have to face the probing and pressure from all the major forces. From the moment he left, Yan Zisheng knew that this day would come. No matter who had such a good card, they would not hide it. They would play it out directly. However, he did not expect this day to come so soon. Father, don't be sad. Perhaps this is an opportunity for our Yan family. Yan Zi did not think so. I feel that the entire sacred world will definitely change after this incident. Our Yan family can also use this opportunity to expand our strength. A strange look flashed across Yan Zi's eyes. Even Yan Zisheng did not notice it. A good thing? Yan Zisheng knew that his daughter had her own thoughts, but he did not think of it that way. Tell me about it. Yan Zi began to analyze. Father, our 5 great clans control the 5 largest small sacred worlds. In the past many years, our 5 clans have always maintained a common strategy against outsiders. In reality, that's because we can't destroy each other. But this time, our chance has come. The Blackwater world has lost Luo Xing, and the Myriad Sun world has lost Wan Taijun. Soon, those direct descendants will come out to fight for power. Every time we fight for power, we lose our internal forces. Our Yan family is different. If Lin Fei was here, he would be very surprised. This Lady Yan Zi was far more powerful than he had imagined. She could see the benefits of the sacred world with just a few words. Back in his room, a figure appeared out of nowhere and sat in front of Yan Zi. Master. No one knew that Yan Zi had a powerful master. To be able to enter the heavily guarded Wan family so easily, one had to be at the peak of the 3rd step at the very least. To not be detected by the experts of the Wan family, one had to have unfathomable strength. I didn't expect the sacred world to be in chaos so soon. Your elder brother probably can't hold back anymore. The black figure said calmly. And that Avengers Alliance leader. Just one move is enough to ignite everyone's ambition. Yan Zi sat down. Master, my elder brother will definitely be bewitched by someone. Who knows, he might cause trouble. That's fine too. It'll save me a lot of trouble. That alliance leader, on the other hand, is worth paying attention to. The moment he makes a move, the entire Saint world will be thrown into chaos. The black figure laughed. Little Z, the alliance master said he's capable, but he's just trying to fish in troubled waters. As long as he dares to show himself, the 5 top forces will fight him to the death. He can only hide in the dark forever. Yan Zi was very clear about her master's words. She knew that whatever she said would not be too far off the mark. Master, you're knowledgeable. Don't you know the origins of this alliance leader? Yan Zi also wanted to know when such an expert had appeared in the Saints' world. That alliance leader is very mysterious. That day, I personally went to investigate. Unfortunately, the alliance leader did a good job and didn't leave any traces. However, from the side, I can tell that this alliance leader is definitely one of the best in terms of concealment techniques. This kind of person can't be found unless he reveals his whereabouts. The black figure said in a deep voice, Little Z, you don't have to worry. Now is the time for you to show your abilities. The Saint world is in chaos, and it's also your chance. More than 10 days later, the 5 top forces were being probed by various forces. They sent out 2nd step experts right from the start. Moreover, they were the best among them. They were used to test the authenticity of the news. At the same time, the spies in the 5 top forces began to move and spread the news. Among them, the Luo family and the Wan family spread the most news. They also began to fight internally for power. The authenticity of the news was gradually torn apart piece by piece. Everyone was finally sure that the news was true. The forces under the Luo family and the Wan family began to move. The few powerful forces ranked below the fifth began to take action against the Luo family and the Wan family. As for the Xia family, the Yan family, and the Bai family, no one dared to make a move for the time being. In just 1 month, the Luo family and the Wan family suffered all kinds of attacks. The territories in their hands kept shrinking, and they lost control of the small sacred worlds that they controlled. Without the 2 strongest sacred lords, it was really difficult for ordinary third-step experts to suppress the forces outside. The 5th and 3rd ranked small sacred worlds, which were rich in resources, were in chaos. The small sacred worlds controlled by the other 2 big families also began to be in chaos. Everyone wanted to take a big bite out of them. Ever since a few third-step experts took the risk to break into the Luo family and the Wan family and defeated the experts of the 2 families, everyone realized that the mountain at the top was gone. Although they couldn't swallow the Luo family and the Wan family, they at least found out that the Luo family and the Wan family were no longer the overlords. As the mastermind behind all this, Lin Fei just sat and watched the situation develop without doing anything. The sacred world began to fall into chaos. The territories controlled by the Luo family and the Wan family were the first to be in chaos. One by one, the small sacred worlds left the Luo family and the Wan family. The 2 big families had a strong foundation, but without their strongest experts, it was good enough for them to defend their own territories. The chaos continued to spread. The forces that were originally dissatisfied with the ranking of the small sacred worlds began to secretly take action. Even if they couldn't control a small sacred world, they wanted to control an area and plant a nail in it. All the major forces and sects worked together. The large-scale upheaval spread across the entire Saints world. Even the Netherworld and Heaven Wasteland worlds that Lin Fei controlled were affected, but they were suppressed very soon. Everyone had witnessed what he was capable of. Lin Fei still made a big move this time. He mobilized the Destruction Warriors and carried out a violent massacre. He wiped out all the restless fellows and finally made everyone feel a terrifying chill. For a time, no one dared to enter the 2 small sacred worlds. The Heaven Wasteland domain announced that it had joined the Nether domain. This was like throwing a small stone into the chaotic sacred world, causing ripples. No one was interested in the 2 insignificant small sacred worlds. Only when the small sacred worlds had a high ranking and abundant resources could they cultivate quickly. No one had any objections to Di Tian taking over the Heaven Wasteland domain. Chapter 2338. The sacred world was in chaos for 50 years. Ever since the sacred lords of the 5 top forces were heavily injured and killed, a chain reaction occurred in the sacred world, and chaos spread across the entire sacred world. 3 years after the chaos of the sacred world, the little sacred worlds ranked 6th to 15th secretly teamed up to fight against the 5 forces. Since they were caught off guard, the 5 peak forces were heavily injured. 3 peak sacred lords took action at the critical moment and barely managed to suppress the combined forces, but they also showed signs of being heavily injured. 5 years after the chaos, the entire sacred world was in chaos. First, the small saint worlds controlled by the 5 top forces broke away and formed their own factions. Whoever broke away today would break away tomorrow, and it didn't stop. Afterward, the 5 top forces started to pull back their forces and gave up their territory. They pulled back their defenses and tried to stabilize the only small saint world in their hands. The Luo family and the Wan family had internal conflicts, and they fought for power. For years later, the entire small saint world was split into 2. Both sides kept arguing and fighting, forming a stalemate. The Blackwater world and 10,000 Sun world were completely crippled, and they didn't have the time to care about the outside world. 10 years later, the Small Saint World Alliance was formed to fight against the Yama's Death World, the Yan Huang World, and the Breaking Wave World. The 3 top forces couldn't stop them and could only watch as the alliance succeeded. Ever since the battle 3 years ago, the 3 sacred lords chose to go into seclusion to heal their injuries, and their influence started to weaken. 30 years later, the Sacred World Alliance's influence was like the sun in the sky. At the same time, several sacred lords reached the peak of the 3rd step and cultivated secret techniques, which greatly increased their strength. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. The day has finally arrived. In the air of the wild sacred mountain, a figure descended in the air. A terrifying demonic black wind blew past him, but the black-robed figure didn't move at all. "Go in." The black-robed figure waved his hand, and a tunnel appeared, and the person walked in. "Void Flame's secret realm, I'm here again." Standing in the secret realm, Lin Fei's mouth curled up into a smile. 50 years have passed, and it's time for the harvest. The Void Flame's secret realm was the same as it was in the past. There were spatial cracks everywhere, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into it and perish somewhere else. At this moment, in front of Lin Fei, there was nothing to fear from the spatial cracks. If there were any experts here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. In these 50 years, Lin Fei's strength had increased extremely quickly, reaching a terrifying level. Over the past 50 years, he had barely made a move. His strength kept increasing. He was at the early stage of the giant realm, but now he was at the late stage of the giant realm. His aura became more stable, like an endless mountain. Nothing has changed. After passing through the dangerous place, Lin Fei easily arrived at the entrance of the cave, just like in the past. At the entrance of the stone room, the densely packed array formations were still exerting their remaining power. Almost none. In 2 hours at most, the person in the sarcophagus will be resurrected. At that time, the other party's strength will be at its lowest and weakest. It will be the best time for Master to make a move. The little devil smirked. If you meet Master, no matter if you are an expert or not, you are doomed to be unlucky. In the past 50 years, Lin Fei had not relaxed his monitoring of the skeleton in the sarcophagus. Until now, the skeleton in the sarcophagus had regrown flesh and blood, and the great Tao Yuan heart had merged into one. The day of awakening was not far away. For this day, Lin Fei had waited for 50 years. Lin Fei let the little devil hide his aura and sat outside. His physical body was clearly visible, but it was as if it did not exist. The system's shielding ability was so powerful. 2 hours passed in a flash. Crack, crack, crack in the stone room, the sarcophagus cracked. Cracks spread all over the sarcophagus, and the cracks grew larger and larger. In less than a moment, the sarcophagus completely cracked, and a pile of gravel appeared on the ground. The person who was originally lying on the sarcophagus opened his eyes without warning. A terrifying gaze, cold and fierce, cut open countless holes in the void. The astral wind whistled, and the array formation's restrictions shattered. Countless years have passed, and I have finally returned. After this person stood up, he looked very young. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be around 20 years old. His body was like warm jade, and the fierce light between his eyebrows vaguely showed that this person was definitely a tyrannical existence in the past. Master, the opportunity is here. Lin Fei had been keeping his thoughts in check. From the moment the other party had awakened and opened his eyes, he knew that this person was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse of that era. If not for the system concealing his aura, the other party would definitely have noticed him right away. Kill. Lin Fei, who had not made a move for 50 years, finally made a strong move. In the next second, he appeared above the stone room, folded his hands, and pressed down. Blood Sky Seal. With a loud bang, the entire void collapsed. The blue light on the Wenyu prince's body surged, forming a protective barrier that blocked the other party's attack. Lin Fei's Blood Sky Seal was blocked by a tyrannical and terrifying power, and it was difficult for him to move forward. He realized that the other party's strength was deep and terrifying. The Wenyu prince was furious. His cold eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light. You dare to attack me? Tell me, which old ghost sent you here? 2 rays of cold light shot out from between Lin Fei's eyebrows. He knew that the other party would be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent, to be able to determine life and death with a glance. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Master, his energy is running low. This is his strongest attack. As long as Master can block it, his combat strength will fall limitlessly. When Lin Fei came, he had calculated in advance that the other party's first attack should be the most terrifying. The Blood Sky Seal attack was nothing more than a test. If it succeeded, it would be best, but if it didn't, it was fine. Destruction Warrior, block it. Lin Fei retreated, and the Destruction Warrior blocked in front of him. The cold light pierced through the Destruction Warrior's body, and the incomparably hard bones were completely shattered, turning into powder. Master, this guy's Dao should be decomposition, and it belongs to a very powerful type of Dao. 1 Destruction Warrior, 2 Destruction Warriors, 3 Destruction Warriors. The 2 rays of cold light were extremely terrifying, surpassing any attack that Lin Fei had seen before, reaching the level of determining life and death with a glance. There is still 70% power left. 60% power. 30% power. The power of the cold light continued to weaken, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ordinary people would die countless times, and Lin Fei also experienced the crisis of life and death. After the power weakened, Lin Fei punched out with the power of a 4th step expert, without any Dao attribute, and shattered the 2 rays of cold light. Eat my fist. Chapter 2339. Young Master Wen Yu's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. He was indeed qualified to say this. Back in the day, he was also an overlord, and a 4th step expert was nothing to him. Lin Fei punched out domineeringly. A disc flashed above his opponent's head, and the terrifying Endless Plunder was instantly activated. The attacks from the front and back were completed in an instant. Young Master Wen Yu stretched out his jade-white finger and pointed at Lin Fei's fist. A terrifying force surged, and Lin Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hand became a bloody mess. Creation's Plunder Great Dao? Young Master Wen Yu was surprised. Aside from that person, no one could match this terrifying plunder ability. Back in the day, that person was one of the peerless experts that he could not afford to offend. Scram! If he was at his peak, young Master Wen Yu would not care and could kill his opponent with 1 finger. However, it was different now. He had just fused his great Dao and was at his weakest. He could only use less than 5% of his strength. With a roar, the entire stone room collapsed on the spot, including the cave abode. The 2 of them were exposed in the void of the wild sacred mountain. The disc was still hovering in the sky, unmoved. Many 2nd step experts appeared around young Master Wen Yu. At the same time, there were more than 100 3rd step experts who attacked together. In addition, every time Lin Fei pushed the power of a 4th step expert to the limit, Qi Lin was also a 4th step expert and had recovered a portion of his power. His great Dao spirit was like a long sword that kept stabbing at young Master Wen Yu. One after another, he forced young Master Wen Yu to defend, which put a lot of pressure on him. Boy, your arrangement is not bad. I am not that easy to deal with. Young Master Wen Yu's great Dao protected his body. Before the attacks could get close, they were immediately shattered. He looked invincible, but in reality, that was not the case. The energy in his body was constantly being consumed, and he could not last for too long. Great Dao decomposition. Young Master Wen Yu hesitated. He had never thought that he would be ambushed as soon as he appeared. Furthermore, it was an insect-like character who caused him so much trouble. Young Master Wen Yu cultivated in the decomposition Great Dao, which was an extremely powerful Great Dao. According to its quality, it could be classified as a 5th-grade Great Dao, and it could decompose all matter. The blue ripples spread out with young Master Wen Yu as the center. As the blue ripples spread, everything that was covered by the blue ripples disintegrated into nothingness. The second-step destruction warriors that had been besieging him were disintegrated until there was nothing left. Start data analysis. Name it decomposition. What young master when you didn't know was that the moment he used his great Tao, the invisible surveillance immediately began to analyze the data and create a document. If young master when you knew about this, he would probably regret it. You fell for it. Using the power of the great Tao once consumed a lot of young master when you. The surrounding destruction warriors were all disintegrated. Young noble Wen Yu's figure rapidly retreated, escaping into the void. A faint feeling told him that if he continued to stay, there would be trouble. As soon as he entered the void, young master Wen Yu was ejected. You actually set up a great restrictive array around us, sealing off the void. What a good method. Lin Fei had indeed set up a large formation around them. It's too late to realize it now. Lin Fei waved his hand again, releasing the destruction warriors, the disc, and Qi Lin's mental attacks. Wave after wave, he continuously consumed his opponent's energy. Aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, continue. Let's see who consumes who. After another wave of decomposition, young master Wen Yu's face turned cold with a trace of paleness. He realized that he had encountered a big problem. What was worse was that he was not at his peak strength. He couldn't display the true power of the great Tao. With his current great Tao primordial heart, the power he could display was at most fourth-step power. Kid, what the hell are you trying to do? Young master Wen Yu tried to kill his opponent several times, but his opponent seemed to have eyes. The traps he set up were not effective, and instead, they were a waste of energy. Submit to me, or die. Lin Fei was constantly monitoring his opponent through the system. All of young master Wen Yu's information was being monitored, including the specific data of his energy consumption. This was equivalent to exposing everything to Lin Fei. In such a battle, young master Wen Yu was at a complete disadvantage. You're courting death. Young master Wen Yu was an overlord who had cultivated a 5th-grade great Tao. In the past, he was one of the top experts. It had always been others who submitted to him, but when had he ever submitted to someone else? In a rage, young master Wen Yu attacked again and again, destroying wave after wave of destruction warriors. However, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. His opponent's reaction was too fast. Young master Wen Yu began to panic at this shameless method of fighting. What, you don't have enough energy? That's right, in order to fuse with the great Tao primordial heart, you've used up almost all of your energy. You barely managed to preserve a portion of it, and in order to deal with me, you've used up a large amount of energy. You're now an arrow at the end of its flight. Hua hua hua. Cracks appeared on young master Wen Yu's jade-like skin. His blood essence was being plundered by the treasures above. If it wasn't for the great Tao primordial body, he would have long since collapsed. After activating the great Tao primordial body without enough energy, young master Wen Yu's life essence began to leak out. The great Tao primordial body seemed like a simple move, but in reality, it consumed a lot of energy. Constantly maintaining the great Tao primordial body was not a small burden. Let me guess, how long can you keep this up? An incense stick of time is too long. Maybe a few dozen breaths? Lin Fei continued to attack. In order to deal with this fellow, he was throwing caution to the wind. 50 years of accumulation was also an enormous amount. In the chaos of the holy world, Lin Fei had successfully taken advantage of the chaos. He had secretly set up equipment in every small holy world to plunder the source energy. They themselves were in endless trouble, so they had no time to pay attention to it. Lin Fei had really succeeded in taking advantage of the chaos. Young master Wen Yu's heart shook. Only he knew how long he could last. Now that he had been exposed, he was truly shocked. Even in the past, no one would have been able to see through it. Could it be that this fellow condensed a support great Tao, the kind used to investigate the other party's information? Young master Wen Yu thought as he attacked. His current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Did I say I was right? In order to deal with this fellow, Lin Fei had prepared for a long time. Everything was under his control. In just a little bit more time, young master Wen Yu would fall into his hands. His mood improved. Brat, you are indeed strong, but don't push me too far. I would rather die than submit to you. Instead, I will drag you down with me. Young master Wen Yu was completely anxious. As long as you let me leave, I can promise you one thing. Even if I have to ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, I will help you accomplish it.